That's my man throwing down.
Doing today. Welcome to Extra Breakfast. Hello. Thank you so much for coming out here and being up so dang early in the morning. We really appreciate all of you being here. And I am the social media director, Kat, for Extra Credits. I go by she, her, and we want to know everybody's breakfast on Twitch today. So if you are on Twitch at PAX, make sure to go ahead and put in your extra breakfast. Mine is pancakes.
Yeah?
Pancakes.
Fair. Solid choice.
Absolutely. And we also have some other lovely people here today with us as well.
Hi, everyone. I'm Matt, showrunner, narrator of Extra Credits, pronouns he, him. My favorite breakfast is this show. It's delicious. I don't know how nutritious it is, but it does something good. I have no idea. David!
Hi, everybody. I'm David. I'm the artist in Extra History, Extra Credits, and Extra Sci-Fi. My favorite breakfast is churros, which is a really fried, delicious, sugary treat from Spain.
Anything fried is super. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jeffrey Zadikin. I'm the studio director of Extra Credits. Matt, it's a Friday. I got to tell you.
All right. Well.
Studio director of Extra Credits and game designer in residence. I am a he, him, and my favorite breakfast is anything with espresso.
Ooh, espresso.
Just espresso? Like you're like just the espresso, nothing else. You're just fueled by
I mean,
coffee.
latte is my drug of choice, but, given the,
Fair.
cut it with milk.
Right. Hi, everyone. I'm Will, he, him. I am the Twitch overlord streaming guru for Extra Credits. And if you are in Twitch chat, either here in the audience or out at home, I'm the one who will be speaking for you. So please do use Twitch chat to tell us about your breakfast, as is traditional for Extra Breakfast.
What's your favorite?
Oh, my favorite breakfast? Hype, anxiety, and tech problems. So I'm full. It's great. It's awesome.
It already happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
Delicious.
So what do we got for news this morning?
Well, yeah, so for the uninitiated, Extra Breakfast is a show that we do on our Twitch channel where we talk about the weekly gaming and tech news, just sort of almost basically to start our week off on a community point and just, try to learn what's going on in the games industry and what's going on in tech. So we have a couple different things we'll be discussing today. But first.
There's always a
Yes.
but
Oh,
first.
yeah.
We do have a video to show you.
Ooh.
Now we're gonna need a vote by, I guess, applause or noises or
It's secret video.
yeah.
Nobody's seen it.
No. So you have two
Secret
choices
videos.
of early videos today.
Okay.
You can have an extra history or an extra credits. Now let's see. Round of applause for the extra history video.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of history buffs.
Round of applause for the extra credits video.
Okay. I think it's
that's
credit.
credits.
I think it's credits.
I think it was credits.
And what the secret thing about this entire thing is it's actually based on your choice, chooses what topic we'll be discussing right after the video because we're going to link it to whatever that is. So, whoa, David, what am I saying here? What are you drawing? Also, David will be live drawing the entire time as he's been doing. Number one. Here, let me pull that up real quick. Let's see. Okay, so this is a video that written by our friend Eddie Webb. He and I got into a discussion about the concept of canon. We have differing thoughts. So here we go. David also illustrated this episode.
Wait, which one of you got launched out of? Oh,
The
it's not
cannon?
that
Yeah,
kind.
I don't know.
Okay, I got it.
All right, here we go.
Remember a few episodes back when I said that our friend Eddie Webb had a rant about cannons? No, not like huge gun cannons. That's a rant for another time. But cannons, as in the list of facts and details we consider to be accurate in a fictional world. You know, stuff like it's canon currently that Aerith dies in Final Fantasy VII, though we'll see if that holds, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I asked Eddie about the rant that he mentioned the other day, and boy did it turn into a spirited debate. Now, I don't agree with everything that Eddie has to say, but he definitely raised some interesting points. So today, I wanted to share with all of you the outcome of our canon battle, and see which ships in our opinionated fleets we can start shooting holes in. Boy, oh boy, did Eddie come into this discussion hot, saying that in his opinion, canon is a stupid concept and fans should stop caring about it so much because applying it dogmatically actively damages properties. Now that's a pretty loaded volley up top, so I asked him to unpack that just a little bit, and he told me some interesting history. Like many things in modern fandom, the concept of canon stems from the Sherlock Holmes community. By the year 1911, Doyle's creation was so popular that it spawned knockoffs, pastiches, and even literary criticism of the original texts. Now, in the late 19th century, the concept of the superstar author was still fresh, so by 1911, the idea that some stories were more official than others was also still new to most people. Even the concept of deciding which stories were more important and which weren't was actually a little satirical, because most Sherlock Holmes scholars indulged in what came to be known as the Great Game. That's the assumption/exercise that Dr. Watson really existed and reported on true events, and Arthur Conan Doyle wasn't writing fictional stories. So these Holmesians or Sherlockians tried to reconcile the stories not only within themselves, but also with real-world events. Then Eddie started explaining that in England they're called Holmesians and in America they're called Sherlockians, but I gently nudged him back on track because seriously, this guy can talk about Sherlock Holmes for like hours. Anyhow, then comes Monsignor Ronald A. Knox, who is believed to be the first person to use the word canon in relation to a fictional property. He wrote the innocuously titled Studies in the Literature of Sherlock Holmes, which first applied the structure of theological debate to fiction. He does this through the guise of applying Sherlock's own methods of reasoning to the written material itself. However, as he wrote more and more on the topic, he borrowed language from his own calling as a religious man, denoting some stories as canonical to differentiate them from others. And that seems to be the key point for Eddie. Knox explicitly equated the fan activity of reconciling continuity to the study of small details. Knox even spells it out right in the start of his essay by saying, quote, "It is the method by which we treat as significant what the author did not mean to be significant, by which we single out as essential what the author regarded as incidental." It's believed Monsignor Knox actually did this to satirize theological debate by transposing those kinds of arguments to something as banal as detective fiction. And it certainly seems like arguments about canon can mirror those debates, even to the point of a central authority, be it the Catholic Church or, I don't know, Disney, ruling canonical materials to be non-canonical. Heck, we even call core canonical documents Bibles. Now, personally, I think it's just humans like putting things into boxes, you know, like cats. But Eddie pushed towards the larger point. It's an extreme position to claim that Sherlock Holmes canon is sacrosanct and changeable only by one person, because in all likelihood, that position was originally meant to be satirical. And it's true that some of the most enduring fictional worlds come with a wide variety of canonical contradictions. Not only Sherlock Holmes, but also series like Kingdom Hearts and Metal Gear, shows like Doctor Who and long-running soap operas, and even comic book continuities. Eddie maintains that having conflicts for fans to argue about and reconcile is actually the entire point of fandom, and that these discrepancies can lead to better stories. But here's where I disagree. And actually, Kingdom Hearts is a great example. Yes, there's 20 years of continuity there, and having that depth of background can make a game feel epic in scope, particularly if you've been a fan of the series the whole time. But if I pick up Kingdom Hearts 3, so I can watch Donald constantly fail to heal me, and suddenly for some reason the keyblades have all been replaced with, I don't know, like electric guitars or something, it would feel like the game is telling me that my investment as a fan wasn't worthwhile. Oh, and Donald, seriously, I hope you're a pallbearer at my funeral so you can let me down just one more time. Now, after I was done digging up that old meme, Eddie rebutted by asking, so what does canon really mean these days? He pointed out that canon is both mutable and not clear-cut. For some properties, there's current canon and former canon. There's also semi-canonical, which is where something is affected by the canon but doesn't contribute to it, like the Persona dancing or arena games. Then there's even extra-canonical, which is not a new series, by the way, which are stories that are potentially valid, but are neither beholden to canon nor contribute to it. Usually that's reserved for tie-in products like novels or comic books based on games. But even some games fall into this category, like the Fire Emblem Heroes mobile game. Then Eddie started talking about the differences between satire, pastiche, and homage, but honestly by this time, I was getting worried about his blood pressure. Now, I see his point, but I'm also not sure how much that matters. I mean, look, I know that I can't follow the Metal Gear Solid continuity on some days without a flowchart and a stiff drink, but I think that's the exception that proves the rule. Sure, some continuities benefit from having a loose canon that can handle contradictions and confusion, but most of the time, you want to feel like each game or story or whatever is building on the last one in a logical progression. And of course, it can be fun to try to fix the minor mistakes of a canon, but I posit that major mistakes aren't fun, either to fix or to experience. For me, it's all about being strategic in which contradictions are useful and which end up being tedious and annoying. And I think that's where Eddie and I both ended up. Canon is all about mindful fidelity to something instead of mindlessly shoving things into an arbitrary box. We both agree that canon is a tool that should be used thoughtfully to make something more meaningful and neither be rigidly followed nor tossed aside when it's inconvenient. While constraints can spur creativity, a past decision made forever ago shouldn't prevent introducing changes that could add something truly meaningful to a game. So with that in mind, canon could be ultimately thought of in a more nuanced and realistic way so that we can leverage its value as a storytelling tool and as a method by which fans can appreciate a property they love. But that's just Eddie and I's opinion. We'd love to hear where you land on this debate in the comments below, and we'll be sure to add it to the EC Cinematic YouTube verse canon thingamajiggy for all time, or at least until we go full reboot quill the next episode. Thanks so much for indulging us this week, everybody. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Canon is such a tough topic, especially if you have new people coming in that don't know anything about stuff, then everything is like canon to them. It's like all brand new for them, so that's where they start. And then if you're older and you're coming in and you know all the history, like it can mean a completely different thing for you. So canon is an insanely tough subject to approach with
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I know everyone just heard my voice for about 8 minutes. So what else, panelists, what are we thinking about this?
I don't know. I felt like Kingdom Hearts 3 was kind of the perfect example of like, well, for real though, there are all of these, like I talked to long-running fans, and I played through Kingdom Hearts 3 and the DLC on stream in their entirety, never having seen them before. And I got to this point where I was like, I missed so much by not playing the gacha mobile game, and I could go back and watch like a recap of that, but the point of a game is that I'm playing it, not watching it. And so that felt like a really clean example of how canon can get in the way sometimes of its own onboarding, right? What's the on-ramp? How do I start becoming a fan of a thing, right? How do I start becoming a fan of Kingdom Hearts, of Marvel, of whatever? And that seemed to be where I sit with it.
And some of it's hard, like from a developer perspective. Years ago, I worked on a DC Comics game, and to like get up to speed on it, I believe I had them send me 10 years of everything they'd printed. So I just got this shipment, and I spent months reading through every single DC comic thing they'd published. And when we started our concept art for some of the things, like the first Wonder Woman we sent over, there's somebody at DC Comics who is basically canon. It is the person you pass through who says, yes, this is right, yes, this isn't. And he sent it back saying there's too many stars on Wonder Woman's pants. And we said, oh, we just copied out of a comic. He said, well, the comic was wrong, even though we printed it. This is the appropriate number of stars on Wonder Woman's pants for the era you're in.
Wow.
And it was cool that somebody knew that, but it was also really hard as a developer to hit canon on even very basic things just because of the sprawling nature of something like, DC, and that's just one conglomeration property.
Yeah, absolutely.
As an artist, I used to, talking about canon is mostly about talking about details, like you said, in someone's attire. A while ago, I worked for Disney in the Lego Pirates of the Caribbean comic books. And I remember they sent me this amazing Bible of like every single, how to build every minifig, and to have it exactly how it is. I had 3 art directors.
Wow.
And the director of the movie that they were doing at that point, it has to go through every single panel of my comic books.
Yeah, actually, Lego's a really good example too. Who likes the Lego games, right? There's one here, right? Yeah? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So, and the Lego movie, right? All of the Legos in those, this is actually probably the best example of that. All of the Lego constructions in there, according to Lego, must be legal Lego builds, right?
Yeah.
So that's sort of like a weird thing that has a canon too, is Lego, which we wouldn't think about, but
Yeah,
there are
things you
like
don't-
legal and illegal Lego builds, which is a whole thing that I can't wrap my head around. I just stick the bricks together and like the little clicky sound, right? You just click, and you're like, all right, cool, I did it
Wow.
right.
Were Legos the original clickbait?
Oh,
Wow,
boy.
Jeff. That's one pun so far.
Oh, cool. All right, Kat, save us.
Do the pungin,
Yeah.
do the pungin with you.
Quick.
So, going away from canon here, but I mean, still talking about movies and cinema and everything, we also have Netflix, which is integrating games into their entity again. Well, again, because they've done it before, but in
Yeah.
a different way now.
It's been a busy weekend. There's been a lot going on.
Yeah.
PAX is going on. Also, side note, I just got to say right up top, I'm so happy to be back at the convention. Thank you so much to PAX and the enforcers and our tech crew over here. It's phenomenal. We've missed this so much. But amidst all of this, there's been a bit of a Netflix kerfuffle.
I like that word so much.
or-
It's a kerfuffle.
Yeah, or a few of them.
Is it a kerfuffle though? I mean, it's like.
I'm being polite. So if you haven't heard, Netflix is they reported their first loss of, I think, 200,000 users officially.
No, they're expecting 200,000 next quarter. I
Oh.
think they only lost, I could be wrong, it was like 10,000, but it's the first time in 15-ish years they've ever gone down in subscribers.
Isn't it the first time they've reported, too?
I mean, it's Netflix. They can tell us whatever they want
Sure.
as long as they keep putting The Witcher out on time. I don't think
Yeah.
anyone's really going to be worried, right?
But
Well, they are, because they lost like a third of their value in a couple days by saying they went down equivalently an infinitesimal amount as opposed to going up.
and
That
there's been a sort of cascading event of like, well, what are they doing to sort of make up for that revenue? They're going to start cracking down on password sharing. They're going to change their pricing plan. They're going to add commercials possibly to lower tiers, which, it's
Yeah.
a
Wait,
interesting-
so you're telling me that I can pay more to watch commercials with my Netflix?
Well,
Well,
No, or pay
You pay less.
less to watch.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
right,
Just
right,
making
right.
sure we're
It's
all
not
on the
a,
same
yeah,
page.
they're not
Okay.
positing it as
So
a
there's
feature.
Okay, wow.
But also, more appropriately to where we are all sitting right now, they are getting into the game space. They announced that they want to, and they are in the process of adding a bunch of games to their service. Now, what that means is still a bit nebulous. Yeah, I know. Like that, literally, your reaction right there. I was like, oh, sure, fine. Right now, it's a lot of sort of ports and different things on mobile, but they are, Jeff, you said that they were actually like hiring out.
Yeah, like they hired Mike Verdu, who used to run, if I remember right, it was like EA or like one of the whole, I mean, they're hiring in executive talent that's like 25-year plus who've run some of the biggest game studios in the world, and they have this whole lineup that they've hired in the past six months for the second spree, a year ago for the first spree. Like the talent they're bringing in is surprising, which tells me that, mobile games are quicker to develop than others, but Netflix is known to throw money at properties to
Yeah.
like, bring things in. To me, this says, cool, we have TV shows, we have movies, they want the subscription service to cover games, they're trying to find retention mechanisms. to bring people in and keep them in because they have a wider variety of offerings. So I'm really curious what that means.
Right, and like let's do an informal poll. All right, by show of hands, because applause is going to get too loud for this. Who has Netflix and HBO and Hulu? Right, and
All the things.
another service. And Nebula. Who's got Nebula? Yeah, I see y'all. Yeah, you know what's up. So it's becoming saturated, right? It's becoming super saturated.
Wait. Who has CNN Plus? Anyone?
Oh.
Sorry, I had to. That was it.
Yeah.
Taste.
That was a low blow.
Right, but so, and I think they have to compete in a new way, right? Netflix like cut their teeth, but who remembers like Pepperidge Farms remembers GameFly?
Oh man,
Right?
GameFly.
Yeah.
So, right, but that reaction is positive, right? There could be a world where Netflix does something like GameFly. I am not saying that it is this world, right? I'm saying that it is a positive. You're not getting an exclusive scoop that I know something that you all don't. But the possibility of having that experience returned to us would be cool, right?
Yeah.
That would be awesome. If they were mailing us discs and not trying to make us stream games over American cable internet, please no. Please no.
Well, I mean, we've talked about this before in some episodes, right? Like the concept of streaming games to you is great. It's the infrastructure and it's also the way that they implement it via sort of what their payment method is.
It's a latency issue, and the
Yeah.
U.S. just doesn't have the broadband infrastructure to make a low latency game playable at the current time. But
the same
that's
time-
a tech issue.
But at the same time, even beyond sort of like streaming gameplay, we got things like Game Pass, right? Like
Yeah.
where you sign up and you download the thing and you have access to it. How many people use
Apple.
Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
I'm using it on PC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's getting better and better. They're adding a lot
Yeah.
of stuff and a lot of content. I don't know if Netflix is going to be able to compete with that. PlayStation Plus.
Yep.
But
Well-
in some cases, they don't have to compete entirely with it. It has to be good enough. It has to be good enough that
Yeah.
you're like, oh, I get my Witcher, I get my this, I get my this, I get to go watch, this TV show,
Right.
and I get these couple of games.
Well,
Again, it's a good enough because we're in the middle of the streaming wars.
Yeah, that's true. Wait,
That's
hold on
why-
a sec. Does this mean I get a lightsaber? does this mean that there's a light side and a dark side of the streaming services? Can I
No,
be on the
that's-
dark
Yes.
side? Do I get lightning?
That's duct tape.
But Netflix has done some really amazing things, though. If you think back at all of the movies that they've produced and that they just basically just piled money into. So I think some really amazing things have come out of Netflix, and I'm like insanely psyched for this because I know that in the beginning they had invested in, sending out games to people and stuff like that, and so revisiting that and bringing that into their hemisphere again, I think it's going to be kind of amazing because I feel like they're going to go at it like 110%.
I mean, I hope so. The thing that's kind of got me a bit worried about this is, especially in the last year or so, again, because numbers haven't been shared, yada, yada, yada,
Yeah.
is they have been starting shows and canceling them so quickly.
Yep.
Okay.
And so it feels like again, this is a completely outsider's thing, but I don't know if anyone agrees with this. It's like, here, we're gonna try a bunch of stuff. Try this. Oh, that didn't hit in 3 seconds. Get rid of it. Okay, how about over here?
Wait. But how is that any different than the mobile industry?
Yeah, but still,
Isn't that one of the things we don't generally like about the mobile industry? I mean,
Yeah.
the pivoting's great from the corporate side, right? It makes sense that it's nice to pivot, but like, how much fan backlash did it take for us to get the movie that ended Sense8, right? Which was, I don't know, phenomenal in my mind, right? Or other series like
Serenity.
Serenity, Marco Polo. Well, I'm thinking specifically of like Netflix ones, right? That they've just like left fans with like this bitter taste of unfinished story, right? Which is like my least favorite thing to have for breakfast, by the way. We talked about most favorite. Least favorite is unfinished stories because someone pulled the plug. That's no good.
I get worried about when something is and I'll even, this is a stretch, and I apologize in advance for the analogy. It's something as Netflix as a storytelling medium, whatever it's films or TV or whatever. I get worried when it becomes about like throwing money at the storytelling medium problem, because we've proven through. I mean, case in point, this isn't a Netflix film. How many people have seen the new film that just came out, Everything Everywhere All at Once? That's a mid-budget movie. Yeah, it's amazing, and it looks phenomenal. It's one of the most moving things I've seen in forever. We've seen indie films. We've seen all sorts of stuff that, like, there are effective ways to tell stories that doesn't involve throwing piles of cash at a thing. Sometimes that's an issue. So just with their history, I know we're all sort of different on here, which is great.
Yeah.
My thing is, I don't want I mean, I don't know. It's not for me. It's not for me. I think that's
I mean,
where I land.
at the end of the day, Netflix is still the single biggest streaming platform, I believe, in the world, certainly in the United States and Europe. And I mean, they still outclass Disney and
Do they
everybody
outclass
else.
YouTube? I don't know the
Oh, yeah.
numbers. Huh.
Well, in Spain we
Well,
have
excuse me, paid streaming service.
Ah, touche.
in Spain we have other Spanish type of streaming services, but it's not bigger than Netflix for sure. Asking a question to Matt that you said is not for you. Who do you think is this for?
Oh, maybe. I mean, maybe mobile users. Maybe there's a trickle of people.
We have a convenient audience. How many of
Yeah.
you use Netflix on your phones or tablets mobily? How many of you like couldn't sleep last night and watched something on Netflix,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so some, right? That's not an audience that I participate in because I am normally near my giant streaming rig. So when I'm not streaming out, I'm streaming, 3 screens of Netflix all at the same time, so I don't have to think.
Everything
It's-
all at once, all the time.
Yeah, right. It's all just different. It's different scenes from inside on 3 different
All the
screens.
things.
And I don't want to fully naysay it because at least on the initial read of what they're saying is this isn't going to be an additional charge. It's not like, oh, you get this and you pay $5 more and you get the gaming. This is literally just stuff they're adding to it.
So it's an Amazon Prime. Pile enough stuff in.
Pile a bunch
Yeah.
of garbage.
Yeah,
But I
that's
guess
fair.
my point is, if and again, it's usability may vary. I want it for sort of like non-interactive stories. I might not be in the main there, and they're banking on that. They're banking that they want to sort of get a broader audience to that. I feel like I'm the old man on the porch shaking my stick at the.
What's that you say, Sonny Jim? The kids are playing their mobile games on Netflix. I remember when they mailed you DVDs. Right?
Yeah.
Pepperidge Farms
Farms
does
remember.
remember.
I gotta
So
have to
I'm
scroll
gonna say that I do feel like after this conversation about the aging of streaming services and my hips slowly turning to dust as I think about all of the different streaming services I've watched rise and fall, I could go play some Pokemon Go. Want to talk about that?
Sure.
Oh, Pokemon
Yeah.
Go.
So recently, a new study suggests that mild depression may be alleviated by playing Pokemon Go. Has anyone seen this study? A couple people?
Well,
This was published in the UK. It's from the, oh God, I'm gonna forget the name of it.
Well, who still plays Pokemon Go? Who's playing? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Do you feel better? Do you feel like an awesome human being? Yeah? Okay.
right.
Touch grass, right? Okay.
Type Pokemon.
Right, yeah, obviously.
So, like, one of the initial questions is it actually measuring the location-based services, or is it, a parallel effect where people who go outside get less depressed than people who don't?
Both? Both? Could be both.
Just looking for, kind of the Occam's razor thing. Is it the game or is it the outside? Do you think?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, you're walking, places, you're getting more sun, which is vitamin D that helps with depression, like fresh air or maybe smoggy air, I don't know. Maybe all that helps, So
It's
maybe
all-
it's a lot of little things coming in.
It's also a thing like even if you don't play, where's Team Mystic? Right? So like some people still resonate with their team, right? And that's a community building exercise,
yeah.
which is also helpful, right? At least in Pokemon Go. Who plays a different location-based game that isn't Pokemon Go?
Oh, the one in the back.
Okay,
Oh.
Okay.
a few.
Actually,
Ingress,
can we-
anybody?
yeah, can we get
Still
some-
running Ingress strong? Yeah, I see you in the back. Yeah, that's what's up, right?
Can we get if it's not Pokemon Go or Ingress, any other names of games people actually play that are location-based?
Pikmin.
Okay.
Pikmin, okay.
So, Jeff, have you heard of the Pikmin game?
I have.
Okay, cool, great, awesome. Oh, yeah, there's a Minecraft one, that's true. Yeah, okay.
okay.
So, for those unfamiliar, by the way, the Pikmin game is the most beautiful mobile location-based game I've ever seen. You just plant flowers.
Oh, really?
You go outside and you plant flowers in a virtual world, which I kind of think is like just this beautiful, like, just very calming, relaxing, like thing, which I think is a really cool thing that we get to do with games, right? We get to participate in making something cool, beautiful community. You get to take over a gym. I've been playing a little Pokemon Go here at PAX. That gym out front changes hands every like hour on the hour exactly. Good luck. And that's been really cool to see too, that those things are all still like a very relevant part of the experience.
Man, before everything shut down for San Diego Comic-Con, I went and a couple of vendors had figured out how to hack it and make their booths actually be gym locations.
That's really smart.
And
That's
so they were
really
just
smart.
attracting people around their booths with this hack, and it was actually pretty cool. And you looked over at the San Diego Comic-Con from like outside, and you just saw this wave of gyms and Pokemon, and it was actually kind of almost awe-inspiring on the virtual world overlay.
Yeah, that's really cool. I really enjoy the idea that there's a whole like world of games that's going on top of like
Yeah.
everything.
Well, this is proto-metaverse.
Oh no, you said the word.
I said proto. We're still
what
a
did
dec-
what did you
still
say?
said the name of the
Pro
thing.
metaverse?
It's like,
Yeah.
don't say it 3 times or it'll appear.
Yeah.
We're a decade out from a real metaverse.
Right. Okay, that's 2. Right. Everyone keeping track. All right. Cool. Great. Awesome.
No.
Well, on that sort of note, and again, so it's great that I think that, actual studies are seeing the benefits of this, and whether or not it is from the actual game, whether or not it's from going outside and actually breathing air and touching grass-type Pokemon, that's awesome. It does bring into question, and this isn't on our sheet. I'm going off book.
Yeah.
What?
no, off
Us
script,
off
off
book?
script.
Always.
Okay.
It does bring up something we've talked about too, which is sort of how AR focused our futures will be.
Oh.
Well, you know my opinion.
I do know your opinion. We did an episode. I think was that Ep 500?
Ep
It was
500.
episode 500 of Extra Credits, yeah.
That we did a team up. We did an episode in regular and then an episode in just like phone-based AR.
Yeah.
And that was very, very fun to do.
Which, if you haven't seen it, is really cool because you could watch it, and then the other studio we worked with did pass through our AR, so you could hold up your phone and watch little virtual Matt and me as
Yeah.
the writer and Scott as the artist, like doing the work as well as what was going on in it.
Yeah, it was a very neat
It was
experience.
fun. Just don't watch it while you're driving, because they do run away from you very fast.
I'm gonna go way out on a limb, Cat. Don't watch YouTube while driving.
Yeah.
In general,
I was
like
in the-
Yeah.
Anything, watch
I
the
was
road.
in
Yeah,
the
that seems good.
passenger seat,
All right, all
okay?
right, all right.
Oh.
that seems good. Definitely don't play VR while driving. These are like
Not
good.
recommended, everyone,
And I
okay?
installed Doom on my Tesla.
Man, the driving when the Doom music kicks in.
You see, officer, I had to speed. The Duke music hit the drop.
Yeah.
Go faster.
The cop just asked what setting you were playing on.
Actually, wait, David, I didn't know that I needed Turtle Zoe in my life. but-
Yeah.
That's very important. I feel like, despite the fact that there are fire types, I feel like Zoe as a Squirtle is correct.
Yes,
Just like
agreed.
objectively correct.
Oh my gosh.
AR.
Yeah, but I have a different thing. I'm
Oh,
sorry. I'm
gosh.
tangenting
Okay.
really hard.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
That's okay.
So I have an idea.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
I'm not sure if this will work, but if people are interested, I will try it right now.
Okay.
In my place back in Queens,
Oh.
I have
Oh.
a thing off of a Kickstarter that's like a remote control rolly camera ball. It barely works. The gyro is a nightmare. But we could try to see if I could find Zoe right now.
Oh.
So if everyone, this will take a second, you can continue the conversation on
Okay.
IR. I'm going to see if I can actually get it up and we'll switch it if I can. I have
That,
this weird idea.
you know, that is the part of like connected technology that we need, right? We don't need all of this other stuff. We need more ways to take pictures of cute cats and put them on the
Yes,
internet.
yes.
This is the future gamers want. Everyone's just J. Jonah Jameson. We don't want stories about tech. We want pictures of Zoe.
No, AR is amazing. I hope there's more stuff that goes into AR, because Pokemon was such an amazing movement to see everybody come together and like unite and do things together and make new friends and new Facebook groups. And I was like, my mom's on Pokemon Go, my kid's on Pokemon Go, like I'm on Pokemon. It was such an amazing movement. I had so much fun with that. Like, we need more of that in just everything overall.
I'm really curious to see, Matt, how this is going to work.
No, if we're gonna find Zoe or not.
Let's see. Oh, come on.
Twitch chat is just a wall of Zoe emotes. If you are at all familiar with our Twitch chat, it's 50% people there to see me play video games and 50% to ask about how Zoe is doing, and I have to tell them that she's not my cat, and then they all get very sad. But we tell them that we have Zoe emotes, including, Shiny and Zoe dabbing, and it's great. I love it.
Keep talking. Keep talking.
Okay,
Almost
okay,
there.
sorry, I'm vamping.
But, for the AR thing, there's a whole bunch of people, sorry, well, I'm going to say it the third time, talking about metaverse projects and other things that, for that to really kick in, we're going to need solid AR. We're going to need augmented reality glasses that, look about like this, a regular pair of reading glasses, don't weigh anything more, and the overlay between digital and physical is going to be really cool, where you can embed information in. But again, that is not where we are at.
Zoe Cam.
Zoe Cam is live.
Oh, God.
Okay. This is not going to go well. If you get nauseous easily, look away.
Close your eyes.
Oh,
Wow.
here we
My
go.
expectations were so
You're not
low,
joking.
and you still managed not to meet them.
Can Zoe hear us?
There is a squeak button. I'm having a connection issue. Hold
Oh,
on.
no.
It rolled.
Oh, no.
It did move forward.
You got this. You got
Convention
this, little
internet.
ball.
I'm hitting squeak too.
Chat, I'm gonna need your hype. I'm gonna need your prayers. I'm gonna need you to bring in all of that hype.
Please,
for
Zoe, please come to the squeak so we can see your cute little kitty cat face.
I think, it works for a second, everybody. Well, there's
That's okay.
Frostborn.
Well-
So we can trade them a fun Zoe fact. So we get this question a lot, and maybe Matt.
I'll keep trying.
Matt can answer this. Matt, many people have asked if all of the sounds of cat in the
yes.
videos are actually Zoe, our Lord and overseer of all things extra credits, or if we use canned meows.
That is, it is always Zoe, except with the exception of one like 4 years ago when I didn't have one. But I sit Zoe in front of the microphone and she is very chatty. If you talk to her, she will talk back. And yes, every meow basically that you've ever heard is actually her.
I think that's the best because we're like, we don't use fake Zoe. It's only
Yeah.
real Zoe.
It's only
here,
real
okay?
Zoe.
We don't use a
100%
fake
real Zoe.
And I got a disconnect message, so
That's okay.
sorry everybody. I thought it was gonna work.
Oh. Well, we have other fun stuff planned
That's
though
true,
too.
that's
You know,
Yeah.
like not just Zoe, but we have an amazing musical.
Oh, are we doing that now?
I mean, we could do that now. We've got about 10 minutes, and
Okay,
then we're gonna
okay,
take questions.
okay. Who here saw the April Fool's Elden Ring Ariana Grande video?
If you haven't seen it, why not? Because it's amazing, everyone. If you love
If you haven't seen it, I have it here. It's 30 seconds long or 90 seconds or something like that. I will play it. Basically, this was our April Fool's video. We labeled the video initially the one thing Elden Ring is missing. Here, 1 second.
which is yeah.
This is entitled Erd Tree Grande.
Oh no.
You know, Elden Ring's been out in the wild now for more than a month, and I've had a blast sinking hours into its amazing open world. However, there's one core aspect of good game design it's sorely lacking, and I brought you here to prove it once and for all. Yeah, talking with Rena amidst all this rubble, gearing up hard to go get into trouble, slashing and rolling through the lands between. This game might have all my favorite things. Played all the Soulsborns as I think you all should. They're fun as heck, there's no need to go get good. Ashes of war and a spectral steed. These are how tarnished get Elden Rings. My poise is choppy, my stats are sloppy. Maroons deposit, my flasks are poppin'. You like Moonvale? Gee, thanks, just copped it. All that grinding to die at Margit. I died at Margit, you died at Margit. So men need times, we died at Margit. You need his shackle? Thanks, Patches, just bought it. I promise that with it, you'll triumph at Margit. What? So, what do you think?
Wait, let me just get this straight. You're saying that the one thing Elden Ring's game design is missing is Ariana Grande?
Yes! See, I knew you'd get it.
Shout out to Tearzu real quick who popped in there.
Her song's
Yeah.
positions clearly is
Anyway, so that's the video, right? That's
No, and don't even
the
get
old
me
one.
started on how the track.
So we worked on that for a bit. Also, the art on that was Nick DeWitt. He absolutely slayed that.
Yeah.
That was insane.
We had a choice, though, because we had several ideas come up. And
So, yeah, who has seen the show Peacemaker? Yeah. Okay. Who has seen, at the very least, the intro to the show Peacemaker? So, there was an alternate version that could have been the animated song. I have it here. There's no animation. I just filmed a little thing for it, just for PAX. This is not going anywhere. This stays in this room.
And on Twitch.
only you get to see
yeah,
this.
yeah.
That's
The
it.
internet remembers.
And
The internet does remember. I do a little intro. We'll talk through it here. This is the alt version.
Oh, God.
Okay, Zoe, we're rolling. There she is. Hi, Pax. It's me, who you just talked to. This is a failed attempt at one of the versions of the April Fool's Elden Ring song that we did not go with for many reasons. So what you're going to hear right now is an unmixed, unfinished, half-baked parody of the Wigwam song from the Peacemaker show, Do You Really Want to Taste It? Only it's called something a little bit different. So I'm going to hit it in about 3, 2, 1. Do you really want to grace it? Get good. Pick a bite extreme. Get some poise. Make a physic flask of your dreams. Spirit springs straight to the stars on your spectral steed. Getting roll blind rage. Lost your runes, find them soon in the land between. Dead again, go insane on your TV screen. Sorry, Buttercup. Should have leveled up. Do you really wanna grace it? Take a breath and come down. Do you really wanna grace it? You'll find your runes on the ground. Blind to what you'll soon become. A skilled player that's having so much fun. Death is just a gameplay loop. Level your decks and use clinging bone. Yes, there is a reason why we didn't do that song. Because it's not good. But here, cutting room floor, for you all, I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for indulging. Hope your PAX is going great. And back to you, me.
So yeah, that was a little nonsense thing.
I love how you had so much fun in that video. You were really enjoying yourself, I could tell.
If I could do nothing but write parody songs for the rest of my life, that'd be.
This explains so much about why every time we're on stream together, it inevitably devolves into at least one parody song
Of course.
reference. Like, at least one.
Well, at this point, I believe, is this correct, Kat? We're going to move into some Q&A.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do Q&As, okay?
So a couple things.
Which chat too?
Twitch chat's been vibing along with emotes mostly, but if they have a pertinent question, I
Okay.
will I
can
will
put it on
speak
there?
up for the chat.
Yes, so you can ask a question at the microphones. You can also tweet at us if you're not comfortable standing up in front of a crowd. We'll check the Twitter, and we can chat through some of that stuff. Also, we will be giving away
Prizes.
some prizes
Yeah.
for people asking questions. I think, did you put them at the front?
I did put them at the front, and there should be an enforcer to help us grab the prizes.
Yeah,
We
you can
have-
you can take
you
your
get to
pick.
pick something. You get to pick a shirt. You get to pick a plush or
Yeah.
a plush little Zoe plush game. We got
And-
pins up here from our new store and everything. So you got lots of cool new stuff to choose from. But we want to hear all of your lovely questions out there
Yeah.
today.
And if you don't feel like getting up and asking a question, we will probably have a lot of extra stuff after.
Yeah.
for-
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll be around. We'll be hanging out. You know.
Absolutely.
Oh God, I can't see that microphone because the light is like directly there. Okay, cool. Wait, hold on. Wait, now I can.
No.
I can just deal with it.
Oh, you now-
Cool.
okay.
No, that does not help at all.
There we
in
go.
any way.
All right.
All right. Well, that was worth a shot.
Hello.
Hello. I'm sorry. I lost all self-control when I realized I might be able to get a plush Zoe.
You're like, oh crap, what am I going to ask while I'm up here? Hold on.
Absolutely. But I actually had a question going back to when you were talking about Netflix and sort of the way that they do and drop shows. And this brought up a question that I've been kind of mulling over for a while, and I'd love to have your thoughts. There are two shows in fairly recent memory that kind of hit on both different sides of this. The first is Game of Thrones, which of course we all remember for having a really rough ending.
Yep.
Right.
And then there is The Expanse, which is a great adaptation that effectively has a non-ending because they had to cut it off at the time skip. And I was wondering, what do you consider to be more beneficial, healthy for a show? What do you prefer? If the creators of a show know that they have a deadline and that they cannot satisfactorily fit what they wanted to do within that timeline, would you rather have a well-produced non-ending or a crunched real ending?
This is a personal question.
Yeah.
I think I mean, for me as somebody who enjoys consuming story and media, I would rather have really good content even if I don't get a final ending, because I don't want that disappointment to come at the end, because for me, there's almost nothing worse than getting a disappointing ending to kind of sour everything that came before and make me not like the property as much.
Yeah.
Because if there's a non-ending, hey, maybe it does get picked up again at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, How I Met Your Mother, another famous one, right? Great. Last 15 minutes, don't watch them. Just don't watch the last 15 minutes of the series. It's fine. It'll be great. It'll be fine, right?
Yeah, a well-produced non-ending is best because you always want to leave people wanting more, okay? And there's going to be tons of discussions on all sorts of places on the internet about what could have happened and and keeping it in a positive note as opposed to all of the discussions about how poorly everything went at the end, because that's what you're going to be remembered for.
So the majority, so even going back to Game of Thrones, right? Like Game of Thrones, for the most part, people didn't like the ending. The other one I could sort of think, if I looked at like the discourse of like the percentage of disliking. So you got Game of Thrones sort of up at that high end, most people disliked it. The ending of Lost, people were divided on that, but I think it would still sort of push into the larger percentage disliking it. Then you have something like The Sopranos, which I think is and this is again personal, an exquisite non-ending. You can question it, you can see however you want to do it, and there's obviously been some other things since then. That show ended forever ago. So I think I'd still go well-produced non-ending. I think that's...
I agree. I think also in the case of adaptations like Game of Thrones, you can always go back to the books, when they're finished.
Hopefully.
You won't see like,
That's very optimistic.
in 2050 maybe.
Yeah.
But I prefer. I think I agree with all of you guys. Like I think I prefer something that is not rushed, because art cannot be rushed. It has to get out and being processed properly and produced, and you need that extra time to make a quality product. Yeah.
Okay, but we should probably keep
We'll keep moving.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a
come
great
on up.
question. We could talk about it forever.
Yeah. Next question on the other mic, I guess we'll go to here.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my question.
Of course.
So Matt, I understand you're probably pretty busy pursuing a professional singing career.
Oh yes, very much so. It's tedious.
As you know, I'm in software, and if you want to make a startup to do some motorized kiddie cams, I'm totally down to work with you.
Yes.
So you're saying we should get the ball rolling on this?
Oh God, yes.
Eloquently said. I know
To
who's
the
in charge of
pungent.
marketing.
Yeah.
So as for my question, I don't know if you caught GTC this year, but the idea of digital twins, and that's NVIDIA's AI and machine learning conference, the idea of digital twins making kind of one-to-one scale copies of our 3D environment is seemingly maturing at a rate that we could see the AI, or rather AR integration that you're looking at become more feasible in the near future. Is that something that you feel like those location-based games would heavily be impacted by, or is that something that you think that the players might not want?
I mean, I could say, and then we'll sort of pass it down, because I know, Jeff, you're going to have more of a technical answer to this. The little kid in me is like, yes, I want this. I mean, I used to try to build my house in different levels in video games back in the day. Like, I wanted to play in spaces that are real, and I think the innocent side of me definitely wants that. The issue I think I would have with it is companies that start using this information, what are they doing? Like, even if you look at the Facebook, the Quest 2 or whatever, it has the outward-facing cameras, we don't exactly know, or maybe we do and I haven't looked into it, like what data it's sending back anywhere, like if it's scanning your room for things, as this gets more and more across like machine learning, et cetera. Who gets that data? What company do I want to have the data of the inside of my house? And what can they do with it? Like, know what it's like a benign thing like, oh, I have a cat, so market cat food to him, or it could be something far more sinister. So I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence.
And that's sort of a problem we've seen before with increased level of fidelity and accuracy. Who remembers Google Glass? How well did that go over with people who didn't want Google to like know things about them when there was just a person who could walk up to you with Google on their face? Right, that was a privacy concern that a lot of people had.
There's also a fashion concern.
I mean, okay, I'm leaving that aside. It should have been a stylish monocle, but they decided to go with like the weird glasses frame. I would just like, yes, go
That's
on.
because Yelp had the monocle at that point for their AI.
Jeff, any thoughts before we move on to the next question?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see some really cool stuff around that, and I think it's going to get adopted in the same way that, you can like use your camera to make yourself a cartoon face and an avatar and all that's coming in. Things that ease the transition from physical into digital and vice versa are just going to become ubiquitous tools that get used as the next generation of games roll out.
Yep.
So I think, we're going to have concerns about it. They're going to get addressed or not, but it's going to be one of those things. It's coming if we like it or not.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
thank
come on
you
up
so much.
with the Enforcer to grab a
Yeah.
prize. Thank you. Next question over here. This mic.
Okay, quick question about canon. So, I mean, specifically with games, there's a lot of games where you have choices and you're supposed to really feel like those choices have meaning and affect things. And in a game like Mass Effect, where you then have sequels and you need to establish, okay, here's my canon, here's how we can move forward in the sequels. Do you feel like that takes away from that sense that your choices have meaning in the earlier games when they have to establish a canon after that?
That's a really great question.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That's a
yeah.
really great question.
And it's hard too, because even on I just finished another playthrough of XCOM because I wanted to do War of the Chosen, XCOM 2. XCOM 2 starts, this isn't a spoiler, assuming that you lost in XCOM 1 and that the aliens have taken over. I won in XCOM 1, I kicked the aliens off, but it's still a more interesting game starting number 2 with you're now the resistance fighting against the aliens. But it is almost impossible to make a game with great player agency and then do a sequel that can recognize that just from a production standpoint.
Right. You often, I think, and I'm totally not biased with my job patches on my vest, I think Final Fantasy XIV does a really good job of balancing this as like a good example, right? Because your choices can't impact the big flow of the game in the same way that Mass Effect can, but they impact what your character means to you and how they feel about things. And I think when it comes to canon games, that's the thing that I think will really help, because you get the small story personal development of your character and your character's impact, and then you also get the big broad swath that remains untouched that they can then build sequels and other X-Packs on and things like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But that's another one, we could literally talk an hour on that
Yeah.
exact thing, and it'd be fun to
I'm
do so.
totally not going to go back through the VOD and look at all of these questions and be like, we could do a full hour on stream on that.
The last thing
on
I'll say
that.
real quick, it's also
Yeah.
interesting too, like if you're looking at what kind of experience, right? Like if it's a narrative one, like Mass Effect, there's different variables that the developers have to think about around how, like what's the important part of canon? Because in that, I would argue it's your choices to make it feel like it's actually something you're progressing through and it's individual to you. If it's something like what we did on Design Club Live on Thursday here when we played through the beginning of Metroid Dread, there's a weird sort of different thing. Like we found the beginning of Metroid Dread super boring. It was going through, it was connecting all the canonical dots. But I would argue that the important thing about a Metroid's game, I don't know, canon, is feeling like a Metroid game. You're going to start, you're
Right.
going to move through, you're going to get the ball bomb, you're going to get the, upgrade your missiles and do all this stuff. So like the gameplay experience of that I felt was more important canonically than like knowing that there's a parasite that did the thing and then by the way this happened. So like I think it's dependent on the actual experience the developer wants to give. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
you.
Yeah, come on up.
Thank you.
Snag a prize. Next question. I cannot see. I'm
They're
so
over
sorry.
on
It's
the
so
right.
bright.
Yeah.
Hello.
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 Hey,
My question for you is, you talked about how Netflix is kind of like making interactive games with shows and stuff. My question is, do you think we're going to see more of that or like less of it come back? Like, do we think we're going to see like, or do you think you're going to see like other shows that have already been on there for a long time become interactive and games and that stuff?
Ooh, that's
well,
a good question.
I know there was one interactive one.
They've had a few.
Yeah, that Black
The biggest
Mirror
one was
did.
Bandersnatch.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And that was fantastic, but the amount of time and money and everything it takes to do something like that, I don't know if every, it's a big investment.
I think actually, and this is going to be an kind of odd answer, but I think we're going to see that, but I think it's about 10 years out. I think the point where we're going to see it is where we can use a combination of AI and machine learning to do rapid asset generation combined with kind of storytelling that people have directed but then put into these engines to create games that can actually tell personalized stories that are interactive. But I think we're just not there in the tech stack yet to where we can pull it off at a two-scale market level on the execution level that you're going to need for something like a Netflix-style production. But I think there are personalized stories on our future that are a combination of people and machine mashed together to create them.
I was actually going to go the other direction. I was going to say that this is actually the second, or this is the first resurgence of them. Who remembers games on DVD menus?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the one that sticks out in my mind, because I played it on way too many flights to visit relatives that I did not want to go visit as a young child, is the Finding Nemo DVD. Had like the most interactive menu thing. We've already done this once. We've already sort of accepted the idea of doing it in other places. It was kind of a gimmick, but for a lot of us, those menu games were formative.
I mean, those were basically choose your own adventure.
Correct, but that's the basic form of these things, right? Is that they're choose your own adventure. So I do think, I agree with Jeff, I think we're gonna see more because this is already us seeing more of a thing that's existed for a long time. But that's a really great question. Thank you.
And there's going to be platforms it's going to be more prolific on because, animation may be easier to create with AI or, video graphics or something like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Come grab a thing.
Yeah, come grab a.
Hi. First, digital twins guy, don't leave. I have research questions for you. Second, I was wondering if you guys ever thought that VR was going to be like a fully mainstream technology, or if you think AR is going to be the mainstream and VR is going to be its sort of more niche older brother.
I don't know, Jeff.
I yield all of my time on this question to Jeff.
I own and run a VR studio that's been going for 6 years. My short version is VR is always going to be more niche than AR. AR will eventually be as ubiquitous and transformative to the world as the internet has been, and I don't say that lightly. VR will always be an entertainment mode that has a disadvantage of not being able to interface with the rest of the world. Like designing VR games, you realize you can't see your keyboard, you can't see your mouse, you bump into your cat. I mean, there's a whole bunch of interesting things, but it can transform the world around you. But because of that, it's going to always be a sphere of entertainment where AR is going to be a thing that you just wear all the time and you see your friends' names and you're watching 3 video screens and your email come in. You're getting real-time translation subtitles over people's heads. You're watching, people through the walls in the same way you do in video games to know where your children are. I mean, it is really going to be an interesting thing. If you watch our episode 500, I go off for 8 minutes on this, but VR is always going to be cool. AR will be the thing that actually transforms the world in very interesting ways for both good and bad.
I think it's rapid fire question time too now.
Okay, we'll blaze through. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, next on the light I cannot see.
Hi, so going back to the Netflix conversation from earlier, I was just wondering, in my opinion at least, I think they've shafted their animation department. And with the success of things like Invincible on Amazon Prime and stuff like What If, do you think Netflix has stuff to gain out of investing in animation?
I mean, I think 100%. There is really good, it's funny. So Castlevania was a series I loved on Netflix intensely. I think that
Love, Death, and Robots.
Love, Death, and Robots is really good.
So good.
And Arcane.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think they're seeing, I hope they're seeing that and being like, yes, let's kind of do more of that. If they're not, I think that's a mistake.
But I think for Netflix, it's always going to be a partner kind of thing as opposed to an in-house kind of thing.
Yeah, they're not, yeah.
Yep.
So,
but
cool. Yeah,
All right,
thank you. Come on up.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hey, I saw the video that we didn't pick was the Dutch tulip bubble.
Yes.
Between that and the South Seas bubble, which is my absolute favorite thing you guys have ever done, which one of them historically got crazier? Like farther from any sort of sane economic logic?
Okay.
Ryan, Irma, rapid fire.
I know,
You gotta
rapid
do this
fire.
fast.
Okay, so here's how I'm going to break that down. The South Sea bubble was a bubble. The Tulip Mania has been called a bubble. I don't fully believe that it is an actual bubble. Now, if you want to talk through what got crazier, you could actually lean towards tulips based on how it sort of flows, and that this episode will be out next Saturday, so a week from today.
Yeah.
And Rob, our lead extra history writer, does such a phenomenal job breaking down not only what happened with the Tulip Mania, but also why we have so many misconceptions of it. So if, as far as a crazy financial bubble, South Sea. As far as craziness, might go with tulips, not gonna lie.
Matt, what's the name of episode number 1?
Neat freaking tulips. Yes, thank you very much. Come on up.
Thank
Probably have
you.
time for
One more question right there.
Cool.
Hello, my name is Jake. I'm a student at Lesley University right over in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Oh, nice. Hi, Jake.
And since going to college, I realized how important it is to have a community of artists to talk to your work about and improve your work. And my question to you is, who is someone in your life that you always go to improve your work or get critiques from?
Let's go down the line real quick.
Don't start with me.
Okay, we can start with me. I have a bunch of streamers that I talk to, like, frequently. Like, there are other streamers in my community that I've met over a long period of time. I actually met up with some of them here, Alchemy, Pleasantly Twisted. There are other creators that I trust to, like, ping me for, hey, you need to, change this overlay, do this thing. But streaming's weird like that. We're all very interconnected because Twitch's growth algorithm is stellar, just great. So
no notes.
Yeah, right. We rely on each other a lot. Jeff.
Actually, it's funny. When we joined Nebula, there's a Nebula Slack. So there's like 100 different educational creators with Tirzu and Legal Eagle and everybody, and we all chat daily trying to figure out how to make our stuff better. And it's been actually really inspirational learning how other people do things.
Yeah.
I, as an artist and illustrator, becoming a better artist for extra credits has been thanks to these two guys here. They consistently.
We are about to run out of time.
Yeah.
Oh, consistently take care of all the notes and everything that make me become a better artist for them.
Jeff took mine. I will say my partner Jamie, she's a really good judge of character on these things, and she sort of straddles the world between like nerdy stuff and other things, and she's a really good resource on that.
Whatever community you're reaching out to, find the best person in that community that is doing the most amazing job and get in touch with their community, and you will learn many, many things. So that's the best way to do that.
I definitely agree. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming to the prize. Everybody, thank you so much for coming to Extra Magic Live. Amazing PAX.
Have a good PAX.
Thank you.
That's my man going down. That's my man throwing down.
G4 going on any field trips this year? PAX East! Yes!
So let's go ahead and get this party started.
Welcome back, everyone.
I can't leave.
I think Beam-Up corn-hubbed me, and I don't appreciate it. Eat an egg.
So I'm gonna drag this bitch out.
I want to live my dreams.
And I'm trying my best to get to the end.
You people boo?
Eat an egg. People took the time to do this.
A lot of them were horny.
You put it up the butt. That's so sick.
Oh,
Not sexual at all.
Our producers are telling us to move on.
Yeah.
Eat an egg.
And you too can get canceled on Twitter.
Go insane. Go crazy.
Yeah.
It's Attack of the Show.
Eat an egg.
It pays to be on TV.
You're going to PAX East, baby.
Eat an egg.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the G4 TV panel! Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today! And please give a warm round of applause for Cass MG, Gerard the Completionist, Gina Darling, Fiona Nova!
What's up? What is up, people?
What's up, nerds?
Way too many people.
I said, I
Shut up. This is more viewers than we actually have on our show.
Yeah.
Wow.
I put money.
No. You know what it is, guys? These are the view bots.
Oh, bleep bloop.
Can we get a bleep
We love
bloop?
you
We're
guys.
on the view bots right now. Thank
There
you.
we go. Thank you.
Oh, you can just set those on the ground. So that video was one that we filmed this Tuesday. We wanted to specifically say an apology for Kevin not being here today. And like many things with G4, this network wouldn't exist without you guys. So please give all of yourselves a round of applause.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Because thanks to each and every one of you, G4 turns 20 years old this Friday.
Wow.
Almost drinking age.
Almost drinking.
Way to
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, G4. Ladies and gentlemen, Austin Creed!
We have a cake.
By the way, I don't think a single one of us are gonna eat that cake, so if any one of y'all just wanna like take that after this. They didn't give us a box for the cake. We had to carry it raw to the actual convention like this.
I asked her, I was like, we're gonna raw dog this cake all the way to the convention? She's like, yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
And we did.
It's on one.
Oh, no, that's not going
I
on
think we
anyone's
have
face.
COVID protocols in place to not put someone's face through it. But.
We got so many letters, and it's specifically instructed not to hit anyone with a cake.
Yeah. We got a lot of meetings about not cake throwing, so.
But as I was saying before,
sound.
Kevin couldn't be here today, so on Tuesday, we decided to film a green screen video of an AI-generated apology for not being here at PAX East. So a lot of you in the Discord made fantastic videos that we managed to clip together into these.
Hi, I'm TV host and social pariah Kevin Pereira, and I am beside myself that I'm not currently in Boston freezing my nards off with the rest of you at PAX East. And as a token of my deep gratitude for you all, here is a heartfelt apology for not being there in person with a little help from our Discord. And of course, an AI. I am a sorry little baby for the following reasons. I said the words frig and shit during the Kickstarter backer party?
Yeah. I didn't do that.
Okay. I didn't eat the pizza at the party. I acted like a fool. Kevin, I didn't take pictures with you. I haven't really played a video game since Pokemon Snap on the N64. I assumed World of Warcraft was an actual world that I would visit when I grew up. didn't bring you back anything from PAX East. That doesn't feel like a real apology. I didn't say this is a message from Kevin Pereira. I am Kevin Pereira. Will not be able to join you in this once-in-a-lifetime event. I'm not attending.
Yeah.
I'm a little bitch for not doing anything. I'm a shit-faced drunk who will not be in Boston enjoying the wonders of the video game industry with you. I used to play The Sims, and I had a freakishly accurate sim of myself.
It's the standard one.
I'm not attending. My foul nards. My foul nards. My bad, I'm sorry.
Damn. Such a way with words.
So good.
I miss him.
Yes.
I guess so, yeah, a little bit.
I miss him so much, but
Guys,
Oh,
Kevin's
well, you don't have wish.
we don't know that. Gina still has his knife.
Yeah, considering what he did last week on Attack, I don't know if he's got too much longer left.
Yo, guys, chill out. What did you do, Fiona? What did you do with the Nerf gun? Oh, what did I do with the Nerf gun?
What did you do with the Nerf gun,
Well,
Fiona?
I shot him in the dick. By accident.
Hold on, just for clarity, you shot G4 TV host Kevin Pereira in the dick with a Nerf gun?
Yeah.
Great,
Yeah.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah, we are on the same.
Yeah.
Did you not watch?
Oh, I was here.
No,
Oh,
we were
cool.
busy.
You
Yeah,
were
we
busy,
were-
that's true. Yeah.
They were busy
Yeah.
being here, which, speaking of being here, I know most of the time we get to interact with chat and we get to see them in real time, which is something that isn't common for most networks. But I'm just presenting this to all of you. What's it like actually seeing them in person this time around?
Well, they're real. That's awesome. That's awesome. Surprisingly, even though there's like way more people in here than there is on our studio, it smells better here than it does in there. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
the smell in
Yeah.
there.
I think I had an expectation of like a much smaller room and maybe like 50 people there.
I put money on 50 too.
And so seeing this whole room filled up is honestly is amazing, and it's like it's so cool to see. It's crazy that people watch and
Yeah.
they care, and I'll never forget it. So thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
And that's it. So thank you.
Can
Thank you for the bang, by the way, the gentleman that gave me the
Yeah, thank you for
Puff
that.
Daddy. I mean.
You're the reason why I'm sweating now.
God bless.
Oh, hold on. Is there a Christian here? Christian, that guy in the back, Christian, bought us all drinks at the bar last night. We love you, Christian. Shout out to Christian.
I came late, so you still owe me a drink. And also, wait, can I give a shout out? I have friends in here that has known me since I was like a teenager. Is Patrick in here? Hi.
Hello,
Hi, Patrick.
This is no time to rekindle old flames, Gina.
His girlfriend's sitting right next to him. Oh.
Sure.
Sure.
She's girlfriend
And
now.
can we take a moment and appreciate the enormous Jigglypuff in the middle of the room?
Yeah, Jigglypuff!
Oh my God.
Stand up, yes!
Jigglypuff! 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 Jigglypuff!
That's my sleep paralysis nightmare.
Also, I was getting texts all the way here about a cucumber being in line. And
Where's
if
the cucumber?
could please
Where's that
stand up.
cucumber?
Oh my
There it is.
Shout out to the cucumber. I would love a photo at some point before this is over.
Also, Cassim will be suing you.
Yeah. No one take a photo of that.
No one take a
that
photo.
property belongs
No one
to me.
screenshot a photo of that.
Thank you.
Before we get into talking a little bit about the future of G4, I wanted to ask the entire panel, what was your history with it before actually coming to the network?
Do you want to go in line? Let's start with.
She's a fan
Let's
of
start with
order.
Kareem. Fiona likes order.
So for me, it was the first time that I really experienced people getting paid to talk about video games. And I was like, this is an option? What? Why would I not want to do this as an adult? So, because I had my couple of friends who obviously we played games and all that type of stuff, but the majority of people around us weren't necessarily so intrigued to do the same. And so it was just cool seeing adults who didn't have to give it up once they, surpassed high school or surpassed college. They were allowed to still love these things, which I didn't know was an option. And so G4 for me essentially told me it's okay to be who I am. It's okay to like what I like and screw everybody else.
Hell yeah. As many of you who know me, I worked at Best Buy for 5 years.
Hell yeah.
Team Best Buy.
Blue shirts.
Blue shirts. I was obsessed with video games and selling video games, and I got a weird high out of it. I don't know why. I didn't make any money for selling video games, but it was always stoked just to like find a mom who's like, I'm gonna buy my kid a Barbie game, and I'm like, no, get the Mario Kart instead. But I think a lot of my nostalgia for G4 kind of manifested there because I used to sit in the break room and we'd have G4 on 24/7 playing on the TV, and it actually changed my entire approach of how I marketed to sell games in the store. And because of G4, we became the biggest Best Buy in the country to sell video games because I was basically copying Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb and how they talked about games, and I just took it so personally to kind of honor them. So to be here now is super weird, but it's surreal nonetheless. So it's been great.
I started watching G4 when I was a kid because, I mean, I played video games my whole entire life, and I remember coming home from school, it would just be me at home. I was a latchkey kid?
Oh, same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
latchkey.
Yeah. We just went rogue most of our lives.
Exactly, yeah. And so I remember just sitting down and flipping through the channels, and I came across G4, and it was amazing to me to see people talking about video games on television because I didn't really have many friends that played games back then to talk to. And I specifically remember watching Attack of the Show, and I told myself, wow, I wish and I hope that I can be on that show one day, standing next to that very unfortunate looking man. And after the very first episode that we filmed of Attack, November, right?
Yeah.
Last year. Once we cut cameras, I stood to the side and I started crying a little bit because I couldn't believe that I did exactly what I wanted to do, standing next to that unfortunate-looking man. And then everyone came over to me and called me a little bitch for crying, but it was one of the best moments of my life.
Sorry.
Yeah, guys, me and G4, we go way back. Love that guy.
Hey, I have a question for you.
What's your?
How old are you?
I'm 25.
25. And G4 turned 20 tomorrow.
Yeah, so imagine that.
Yeah.
At 5 years old, we were tight.
Yes.
Me and G4. No, I unfortunately have not had a real history with G4, and Kevin roasts me every day. 'Cause I'll be honest, I refuse to watch any old G4 stuff because I was like, I want this to be like the new. I don't really want to be influenced by the old G4.
You want to put your personality into what's going forward?
Sure, yeah, whatever. I just didn't want to watch it. And then, no, I'm joking. But no, I just liked being. I liked the idea of it. I liked everything that it stood for. And then I was like, I would love to just kind of be that new voice. So I try not to look too far back, so I'm not influenced by the decisions from before. But man, if I was watching it, I'd love it. But yeah, so that's my history.
I have a similar story to these guys. I did watch G4 as a kid. In my late teens and early 20s, I was also working at Best Buy. And I was also doing stand-up and improv. And there was one moment where like one of my YouTube videos ended up on like an episode of Attack of the Show or something. And I remember being like so stoked about it. And it was like the highlight of whatever, career I had at that point. And it's just been one of those things I really haven't, I've always thought about as like a moment where, you do a lot of things, especially when you're online, and you forget most of it, especially me. And to be able to go back and see that I was into this brand for, so long and be able to be a part of it now has been incredible. And it's honestly like a dream job. I don't really play as many video games as a lot of the other folks. And I get razzed for that at work.
You dominate at Rocket League.
But I'm so good at Rocket League.
You're so good at Rocket League.
I love comic books. I love not video.
Video games. That was. What do you?
Dating sims?
He loves
dating sims.
What's the other stuff we do?
Gina boobs.
Comedy.
Comedy.
Sketch comedy.
Yeah. And so that's my story. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Piggybacking off of that, I know most of you prior to G4 were working as independent content creators. So I want to know, starting with Kasim, what are some of the differences that you've run into and some of the things that you've learned working with a network versus working as an independent creator?
It takes longer to do things. And because there's always the threat of being sued. It's always, it's looming, it's an imminent threat. But I have support, you know, to do things that I couldn't do before, where it was just me and a cameraman in the early days of YouTube. And sometimes you just didn't have access and you didn't get to go do the cool things. You had to go to Comic-Con like everyone else, you know, like find a hotel room last minute or crash with someone. And so things are much easier now. And also, I feel like things get viewed at a different level when what we're doing right now, as opposed to, like, you know, back on YouTube, I would just be stoked if a video got, you know, 1 million views, but I don't know if I really had the same reach that we have now. So it's been fun to use all the skills I kind of learned there and apply them in a sort of different way here.
Yeah. That's, well, I didn't really do too much independent work, but I worked at Rooster Teeth for Achievement Hunter.
Yep.
So I worked with them, and I think the biggest thing was at Rooster Teeth, or with Achievement Hunter, man, we were cursing. Like, it was nobody's joke. There were no real rules in that job. And then going into TV, essentially, it was like, hey, there are some things you can't say.
Now we get a time-stamped letter of all the no-no words we use.
Yeah, there was a mass email essentially saying, here are all the words you can't say. And I was like, wait a minute.
We just put that in the spam folder.
I know. But, like, yeah, that was something that was definitely, like, to be, I guess, proper on TV. I had to kind of learn that media training.
Are we proper?
A lot. I mean, again, comparatively to what I was doing.
When you got hired, did somebody come to you with, like, hey, here's a list of tweets you should think about taking down?
You know, surprisingly not, but they did to you.
Yeah. And the thing is I tried to do that on my own, and I still missed
You
some.
still missed some? Yeah, no, I was clean. It was more just the cussing.
Yeah.
Which was the thing. But I love it. Look at me, a pro.
Absolutely. Total pro.
I think the biggest difference for me was the crew is a lot bigger and way cooler graphics now that we have people working on graphics and not me forgetting to change my screen on my stream. And probably the most difficult thing about this is now we fucking have HR. So there's that.
We fucking
Well,
have
I mean,
HR.
we carved your name into a table.
Gina.
Oh, yes,
You
okay.
just used our one swear for the show.
Okay.
Fair enough. That was a good one.
It's 1 an hour, right?
This panel is an hour.
It's 0 an hour.
Whoops.
Sure, whatever you say.
But yeah, it's different for me because I am so used to just streaming or just filming just dumb stuff. But we have a full cast and crew here with bright lights and a whole set. And it was jarring at first and very daunting, but it became really fun once I got really comfortable in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for me, I essentially took on another full-time job. I'm the CEO of a company with 20 plus people, and that job starts at 9 p.m. and ends at 3 or 4 a.m. And then I'm up in the morning at 5 a.m. to get to work at G4 by 8 a.m. to then be there until the loop just circles itself. So for me, but the reason why I love doing that, though, is because I want to give back to what G4 gave me, which is my career and my life. And there's so many people out there that were inspired by G4, that are continued to be inspired by G4, and now I get to do that for so many people on my own. And so for me, the work balance has definitely been really difficult, but that's just been the most learning thing for me is time management plus like people management, because one job, I'm the boss of a bunch of people, and the other job, I'm not the boss of a bunch of people. So it's very like I get to be like an actor by day and then a manager by night, which is kind of crazy, but I love it. I love the weirdness of it all.
So for me, my experience in the gaming world has been with YouTube, but I'm also I'm very lucky to have the chance to be a WWE superstar. Yeah, let it out. Yeah, seep it out of your bones. But working on the YouTube channel for WWE has always been crazy, and I've got an awesome team with me. Got a guy here right now, Craig, over here. He makes sure that I stay out of trouble, and yes. So having Craig with me doing all this YouTube stuff has been awesome, but then getting the chance to come through to G4, and like everybody so far has said, being on a set, having a crew, having a collection of people who all have a common goal of just wanting to make hilarious content with their friends, like, you couldn't ask for a better gig. And so to be able to be a part of that, and like Gerard said, being a part of something that has a legacy of influencing all of us and so many of you, and now being essentially handed the keys to the kingdom is a, like you said, it's a daunting task. It's stressful, it's crazy, because we don't know if we're gonna be able to do it. But then we come into places like PAX and we're able to fill a room like this. It fills us with hope that we're doing the right thing, and that we'll hopefully be able to continue doing the right thing and bringing you stuff that's fun and good to watch.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Such a way with her.
So, Creed, I'm gonna start with you, and we're gonna go down the line. We're talking a lot about fandom and how much of our content is influenced and sometimes even created by all of you. But when it comes to fandom, were you fans of any of your co-hosts prior to G4?
Yes. Kevin Pereira was literally the person that I meant when I said, oh, I could see someone. Huh? Okay, have him removed, please. Joking, but we will fight after this. No, see, like for me, Kevin was the guy. He was what I wanted to be as a video game host, as just a host in general. He's so witty, and he's just good on his feet. He knows exactly who he's talking to and what he wants to talk about. So being able to essentially see and learn from his catalog from prior has been awesome. But I can't put into words what it means being able to watch him now and be live in person on the set with him and just watch how he works and moves. It's I don't think it's something that you see immediately or that you're even trying to decipher at the time. But Kevin Pereira is an incredible host, like one of the best that I've ever seen.
The brain to mouth time is incredible.
Yeah, and so he was the guy for me, and so the chance that we get to work with him is like, I know we keep saying it's unbelievable, we don't have words, but literally it is a dream come true to be able to be on set with Kevin.
Yeah.
But he's like not a king. I'm the king though.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
just,
Don't get it twisted. He is the king.
yeah.
So for me, this can sound super weird. I am a fan of Adam Sessler for all the wrong reasons that people would be a fan of him for. He is very loud, and I am the exact opposite of that. He's very unapologetic. I say sorry every 10 seconds. He is very committed to his strong personality and his choices, and I feel like I need to backtrack every 30 seconds. So for me, kind of idolizing him and working with him now in a professional way is just super exciting, because a part of him really rubs off on me and how to be confident in my choices and working with my team. And at the same time, like, because there is such a generational gap between some of the hosts on X-Play and Sessler, we kind of rub off on him too, and that's always fun. The parts that you guys don't get to see is when we're in rehearsals or filming commercial stuff for TV, and we make him laugh. And hearing Adam Sessler laugh is such a joyous thing, and to be able to make him crack on camera, that's like my secret goal, is that if I'm with him, I'm like, how do I make Adam Sessler laugh in front of everyone? Because if I can make him laugh, then I can make all of you laugh. And so that's kind of like that's my goal that I try and aim for when I work with Adam.
Okay, I'm only going to say this here, and you guys better not snitch on me, but I was a massive fan of Kevin.
Aww.
Yeah, and Adam. Hearing Adam's, he has such a distinct voice, and his rating, the rating that he does, is something that a lot of gamers from back then know, and to be able to work with the both of them was incredible. The first thing that G4 actually ever put me on when they first hired me was with Adam. It was a remote stream. And I remember his camera popped up and I nearly had a stroke. Like, it was incredible. And then meeting him in person at the beach house, he was the nicest person. He became like an uncle. Like, if you need help with anything, let me know. And then Kevin, like they said, Kevin, I've been doing this for I've been in entertainment for over a decade, and Kevin is by far the best host I've ever met. He is so good. He is so fast. It is very hard to make him speechless unless I say something partially racial that I can say, but he can't. And he gets uncomfortable.
I love watching it happen.
It's super fun.
You just watch the window shutdown go down in his brain.
Yeah.
He backs away immediately. And like Gerard, if I can make Kevin laugh really hard, then I know that I'm doing something right. His laughter sounds like angels' giggles. Yeah.
Olivia Munn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, thank you for that. No, I didn't really watch anyone before. I don't know. I guess I was just like under a rock for most of my life. But I will say,
You were in the womb for this time.
yes. But the one person that I really have been looking up to is Kasim. In terms of humor and everything.
So nice.
Yeah.
Keep going, though.
I know. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm like learning more about the content you make and like, or you made, and I'm like obsessed with it. I wish I knew about it before. And then also, I know we all talked about Kevin, but Kevin's great. Kevin's like a really good host, and it's inspiring to see him do his work and kind of be like, this guy, like getting pointers from him and seeing what he does and just being like, okay, let's try to do that, It's a great example. So yeah, having you guys kind of like, I'm looking up to, it's been really cool.
You keep us young.
Yeah.
You're
13 years old.
When I met Kevin, I thought he was like in his 40s, and it turns out he's like 8 months older than me, and because he's been on TV since he was like a
baby,
since 20.
Yeah.
And so when I was watching Attack of the Show, it didn't feel like I was watching someone who was the same age. I was like barely figuring out my life. The only thing I was concerned about was like getting drunk every night, and here he was on TV, and so when I met him, it was like, oh, this is a young guy who has the most hours on TV I've ever spent. He's the greatest host I've ever worked. The only other person I would say, I've worked with Norm Macdonald, and Norm Macdonald is and rest in peace, Norm, but he's the other greatest, and for an entirely different reason. Kevin is just like, you think he's super fast, and you think he's smart, and you see what he does. He elevates everyone around him. You see that on TV, but you have no idea how much deeper it goes when you're actually there on set with him. He's 12 steps ahead. He's the Bobby Fischer of hosts. He's always figuring out ways to keep the broadcast going, make you seem and feel funnier. And besides him, I think Adam Sessler's, same. This is a guy I've watched since I was a kid. It hasn't worn off, the fact that these people are people we get to interact with on a daily basis. And I am a Olivia Munn fan too. So,
of course.
Yeah.
Well, and to add to that, keep in mind that the reason why we didn't say the other hosts is because we don't get to work with them. We get to work with Adam and Kevin. So to really see them in action, especially Kevin, it's like watching a master work every single day. And it's how he loves pickleball. It's like playing pickleball with him. We just love seeing him go at it, and it inspires us to play with him and go hard.
I remember the first episode of Attack that we did when we launched. Right before we went live, Kevin was on the sidelines, just, he was jumping, he was prepping himself, and he was pumping himself up, and all of us kind of looked at him. I think we all looked at him like, holy crap, this is happening, and that's Kevin.
Yeah.
And we got pretty emotional. I got scared, but it was.
Yeah, it was a lot of energy.
Sounds like you had an emotional day.
I did. I cried so hard that day.
I didn't even see you cry. I didn't see you cry.
Yeah, I thought it's because you broke up with your boyfriend.
Yeah. I didn't know.
Yeah, all right.
It was fun, though.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're coming in on about a year since we all met each other and started at the Beach House, and we can now see what the network is shaping into. But how do you want to continue to put more of yourself into the network, and what do you want to do with the future of G4 from here on out?
More fresh ink. been a goal of mine since I got hired last year to be able to do more comic book stuff, and being able to do the Moon Knight recap show has been so fun, and having you and Ian and B Comp and Golden Boy on it. We want to stretch Fresh Ink out into like its own thing, a much longer spin-off show, and so yesterday I was shooting on the floor. I had like 5 people stop me and specifically say that they're really digging the Fresh Ink stuff, and that means more to me than just about every other thing I've done recently. So thank you, and the goal is for me to feel like G4 should be a place where people who are into comics or thinking about getting into comics can come and learn more. And so I would love to do more. And I'd love to do some UFO paranormal stuff.
Yeah. I think I definitely want to do some more like scripted stuff, maybe even animation, making those stories. I think that'd be a lot of fun for me. I know with the feed and with Attack of the Drip, we've got some plans, we've got some things we want to do, and I think it's great that we have such a dedicated team who wants to keep on making and keep on creating. So I think this year is going to be a really cool. We're going to add in a lot more things, and it's just going to be really cool.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I want to be a part of making G4 feel like how it felt for me when I was a kid, and I want other kids to grow up and say, oh yeah, I remember them on G4 TV, and become a prominent name in gaming that is a part of G4 TV. I want it to feel like how I felt. In fact, somebody on Instagram yesterday tagged me in a story of his kid watching G4. And it was the sweetest thing. So I'm really aiming for that. On the other side, I also really want to bring my interests into G4 also. I want to do a segment about cars. I'm a huge automotive fan. So eventually I want to bring that in there, maybe some music, and eventually meet a ton of people all around the world at different cons.
I just want to hang out with Austin Creed. That's all. This dude is seriously one of the best wrestlers and performers in the whole wide world, and to be able to say I get to hang out with him.
I've been getting into wrestling. I'm into it.
She watches the girls.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Look at the positions they're getting to.
It's true. Austin, who's that hot blonde goth?
Which one?
Tall one?
Rhea
Ripley.
Yeah.
Oh, I want her to ruin my credit score. Oh my God.
Attack of the show. Let's get her on.
Yeah, let's do that.
That's kind of what I want to do as far as being a part of G4 is bringing more wrestlers into the gaming space, because I think I'm gonna try to forbidden door this so we get everybody.
Could we, okay, wait, is this this might be a wild thing to ask, but would it be wild for us to all have our own wrestling personas and train?
No, I think that's fantastic.
Could we have a training camp?
That's what we're doing.
She's
that's what we're doing.
serious about it.
Will is
so
preparing
serious.
right now.
She texted me.
I will
think
find a way to make this happen.
I'm gonna become a wrestler. I want a really cool outfit. I want a design.
How much spandex?
All of it.
We're gonna get you set up, Fifi. But the whole reason that I made Up Up Down Down, the YouTube channel, is because I feel like there are those of us who love games, comics, whatever. That's a certain kind of nerd. And then to enjoy pro wrestling, I feel like you're the same kind of nerd, and we just never really put those together. Some people are starting to more now, but the Venn diagram is enormous. I'm trying to stretch it as much as I can, because once we put comic book, video game nerds with wrestling nerds, there's so many of both, we will literally take over the world. It would literally. And one thing that I think is missing from gaming, especially let's say competitive gaming, is that aspect of wrestling of cutting promos and putting together video packages of why these two people hate each other, why they're gonna fight. So I want to bring as much of that wrestling style entertainment to G4 as I can, because obviously the gaming space now is way more saturated than it was 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. There's 1 billion people on YouTube who make gaming content. We gotta figure out how to be different from them and how to rise above them and be the best, because that's what we want to be, And so I think adding that element of entertainment is what I bring to the table. And like everybody said so far, they all bring their specific thing. And if we got something for everybody, then hopefully we can build into being the hub for y'all that we are trying to be.
Now, Gerard, I know you said when it comes to the future, you just want to hang out with Austin Creed more, but we're teasing something special today for the future of X-Play. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it while you vamp and I get the ones and twos ready?
Tease us, Gerard.
Yeah, I love fusing weird ideas together to make original pieces of stuff that should not exist. For those of you guys who know me, I have a boy band called Big Bad Bosses. And thank you. And that should not exist. It's like a weird thing, you know, like Bowser, Ganondorf, Sephiroth, and Eggman singing about how much they love their princesses, right? Like it doesn't make sense. But, you know, it was so fun to make, and I love genre melding and genre bending. And when we first got to the Beach House phase of G4, we often were asked, hey, think of shows and formats that you want to pitch. And I just kept pitching this one dumb idea over and over again, and it hit deaf ears. It really did. And eventually, I got with my producer Emily over there, co-creator.
Shout out, Emily.
And I somehow convinced her that this idea that we're about to do is good. And she was like, yeah, we should. So we just started making it without telling anyone. And then eventually people were like, oh, that's a cool thing. What are we doing? And we acted like it was real, and now it's real. So I guess what I'm saying is I bullied my way through G4, and I'm really sorry, producers at home who are watching this.
I told you bullying works. Nobody listens to me.
So, right now, we're going to show you the world premiere of the new sketch series coming to X-Play.
I have been a great many things in my life. A killer, a god, an emotionally distant father. These roles have made me who I am today and have prepared me for my greatest challenge yet.
Kratos, so sorry to bother you. Just a little bit of a problem. We are out of toner in copier 2, and Scorpion and Chun-Li are sparring over who gets to print first.
A moment. Okay. I have business with the Oracle.
Sorry, okay.
Thank you. As I was saying, this is going to be my greatest challenge yet.
Okay, now the King of Fighters crew just showed up, and it's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Like fighting game weird.
Never send a boy to do a god's job.
Kratos.
How good does he look as Kratos? Right? He looks so awesome.
Fun fact. So we start production on this literally the minute we get back from PAX, and this is going to come out later this summer. And remember this face as it is right now, because the minute I get off the plane, I'm actually going to make my head completely bald for the role. So there will be no bald cap. I will be full on makeup, ready to go, and then we start shooting right away all day long. So
Are you going method?
Oh, I'm going real method. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've done a lot of roles in my life where I've had to have a bald cap, and I just can't stand it. My head's too weirdly shaped, and it drives me crazy. So I said that if we're going to make this show, I'm going to save the makeup team hundreds of hours of designing and figuring this thing out just by making my head completely bald. So it's going to be really scary and weird, but I hope you guys enjoy the show. It's going to be really exciting. Yeah.
So obviously we're going to make time later during the meet and greet for signings, questions, and all that fun stuff, but we wanted to bring an X-Play inspired game to make a big giveaway right now to all of you here. So, Gina, tell them what they'll win if they guess anything correctly.
Oh man, the first prize the first giveaway that we have is something really incredible, guys. It's a backpack, a G4 backpack with a G4 water bottle.
And hat.
And hat.
And other goodies inside that I might have remembered to put in, but I'm also dying of heat stroke.
Yeah. And just a small part of my dignity or whatever is left of it.
And I will say, guys, we don't even have any of this.
No, we don't have the
They
backpacks.
refuse to give us merch.
So we're giving it to you guys instead. We stole it to give it to you.
All for you guys.
So 4 of you today will be winning a backpack. So just raise your hands if you think you have the answer, and then shout it when I point at you. Can anybody tell me what they think this game got a rating as on XPlay? This is Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. All right, you.
4.5
out of 5.
You're so close. Who else had their hand up? You. You got it. You won the backpack.
I think we're underselling
I'm
the
just
backpack.
gonna leave it on this end.
It's a Timbuktu backpack.
like
It's a nice one.
It's a nice backpack, guys.
Laptop bag.
Yeah.
I want to see more hands in the air.
The water bottle is legit too.
This is a legitimate backpack.
Let's take a look at
Take
this.
a look. I want this backpack.
A tasteful logo, a laptop compartment. It's a nylon, synthetic nylon that will repel water.
A towel.
A towel.
Towel.
Oh, I did put the towels in there. Thank God. All right.
All right.
Next game up, if anybody remembers this trailer, it had that horrible DMX remake with a, I think, sad ukulele. What rating did Crossfire X get? All right. You right there. 1. You just won the backpack. Gina, don't throw the backpack. Don't throw it. Don't throw it. Don't throw it. No, 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 no.
Gina answers to no one.
I just felt every PAX enforcer in the room, their butt just clenched. Just please don't break anything.
Now, our next prize is extra special because this one's a little bit different.
Tell them what they won, Gina.
It's also a backpack with everything in there.
It's the same backpack.
The same exact backpack, except my bodily fluids were on there. Which fluids? Who knows? Find out for yourself.
We should pick somebody in the back.
Sorry, someone just has a close-up of Gina's forehead in the front row.
Oh, how'd you fit that on your phone?
Yeah, how do you get that? So.
All right, I'm gonna try and pick from the back this time. I just need you to sprint your way on up to me because I will pass out if I have to go back and forth. Can anybody tell me what the rating Inscription got, which I'm currently addicted to? You right there in the back, you have a white glove, I believe? Yes.
You got 5 seconds.
Give me a number, any number. So close, but no.
Okay, wait, hold on. I see this guy behind the camera. He was really quick with his hand.
Yeah.
Black long is the guy next to you. I saw. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'll let you guys decide. Whoever raised their hands first between you, because you look like friends.
Shout the answer. What? Did you say 5? Cool, because you just won the backpack.
Yay!
I'm trying to be fair about this.
So just come on up here to grab that.
Guys.
It's a $100 backpack.
Are you just gonna deliver it, Fiona?
The last prize. This one's a doozy. This is the grand prize.
Delivery.
Fiona, leave the 1.
Oh. Just to help you guys out, we don't do points on XPlay, and also the answer is going to be either 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So
yeah, 1
you
through
have
5.
a 20% chance of getting it right.
Thank you for helping me with math. Numbers make brain go brr. Gina, what's the final prize?
The final prize, something I came up with myself. I worked very hard on this. Kasim?
A backpack.
Now, this last one might be a little bit harder, and also I'm suddenly going to reveal how I still haven't figured out how to pronounce it. But can anybody tell me what rating? Oh my God, Gerard, help me. Pokemon
right, yeah.
Pokemon
help me, Gerard.
Arceus Legends.
In the back, standing up. Oh, Jiggly.
Jigglypuff, if you can from inside your shelter, shout the answer. No, but it was so funny to hear that voice come from a Jigglypuff.
Sorry, Jigglypuff.
Can we get someone way in the
Somebody
back
back
over
there.
there? Like way in the back.
Someone in the back of the
The
back,
one waving his
backpack.
hand
Way
in the
back
back
in the
right
room,
there.
currently waving your hand.
There's a few people waving their hands in the back.
You said 4.
Not 4. Other person way in the back, right there. You in the white creamish. I don't know what color that is, but that's part of the hoodie.
Creepy.
7? We don't go that
Okay.
high.
Did you just say 7?
Are some
Listening
of you not
comprehension
here
is
for
important.
All
G4?
right. All right, you holding the green hat, or flower, I don't know what that is. Which one? Oh, got it. What was your number? Did you just say 6?
6.
Guys, I just want to make sure you guys know.
Are you serious?
You guys know this is a G4 panel, and some of you aren't here for the next panel.
Okay, you standing up in the white shirt, right there. And you just won the backpack.
He knew it, too. He knew it. Congratulations.
All right, so that's all the backpacks that we have thus far. But if you have gotten any merch, or I'm going to be handing out some of these poster boards afterwards for signing for the meet and greet. We will be signing and answering questions. But while I have you all here, and while Fiona makes her way back from wherever she currently is right now.
Are you promoting your own business?
Is she passing out her mixtape?
Oh, yeah. So while I have you all here.
Yes.
And we have many of the folks from our actual Discord that have made some of the insane edits that we've seen. What are some of your most memorable things that either a fan has sent in or made?
Oh God, they abused my face so much on that Discord. Oh man, where do I even start? From the overinflated head that makes my very normal size head look huge.
Yeah, normal.
My baby fist. Get bullied everywhere I go. But most recently, it was the Gene Aerobics VHS tape that one of our Discord members made. And it was so detailed that when I jumped onto the Discord, he said, hey, look up the barcode number. The barcode leads to the 80s classics Buns of Steel.
What?
Yeah. It was amazing. And then in very fine print, it says no hosts were injured. This is G4 with Austin Creed. G4 stars like Austin Creed, Jenna Darling, and Kevin. It was awesome. So that's probably like my most recent one.
What was the question?
Were there any specific fan submissions, things you've been sent or made that have been especially memorable to you?
There was a sloth. I got a sloth or something. That was the best one. Honestly, I love
your big cuddly sloth.
Oh, I love sloths. Oh, wait. Wait, the fidget toys were you, right?
I gave you the fidget toys. That was
Dr.
from me.
Doolittle in the audience.
The fidget toys were good.
I remember getting a Tengen statue.
You mean when you bit the head off?
Yeah, the one the head I put in my mouth. The paint is gone on that, by the way. It's completely gone.
You sucked his head?
Yeah.
Custom.
Okay. Sheesh, guys.
Disgusting.
I loved all the cool cumber stuff. Shout out to all my cumbers out there. We are working on a Gen 6 cool cumber as we speak, and I look forward to owning that completely and solely, and no one else screen capping it and owning it. So thank you. And there's been some real nice edits of me and Kevin doing borderline homosexual activity, which I really
Borderline?
It's not that edited.
Big fan. It's not that edited.
It's not that edited.
I kind of serve it up on a platter. All they're doing is screen capping it. To be honest, I'm doing all the borderline homosexual.
Fastest screen cappers this side of the Mississippi. Gerard.
Mine's really stupid and niche, but we hosted the WWE 2K roster reveal, me, Golden Boy, and Bailey and Creed here. And we had to interact with Ronnie 2K throughout the event, and everyone knows Ronnie 2K is a legend. But there was one screen grab photo that the G4 Discord took of Ronnie 2K, and it became an emoji in the Discord. And every time I see it, it's the funniest freaking...
It gets me every time.
I literally just say, yo, where my Ronnie's at? And I just see hundreds of spams of this Ronnie emoji. Just because he looks so happy, but there's also a little like, I'm scared in his eyes. It makes me laugh every single time I see it.
Best thing that has been sent. I can tell you the worst thing that's been sent. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I had an instance where I was a child and I was awoken out of my sleep by the stuffed pandas that were sitting in my room, and they said they wanted to kill me and eat me. They had a knife and a cookie sheet, so I don't like stuffed pandas, and someone sent a giant one. The end. I hated it.
I was there live, and I didn't know about that, so you losing your mind over that threw me for a loop. I was shocked.
Well, I feel like there's certain things you learn as a kid that you just can't change your behavior as an adult. On a bigger scale, how many people in here, when you guys were kids, someone, maybe your parents, a friend's parents, told you it was illegal to have the light on inside the car when you were driving? That's not illegal at all.
Oh, look at this.
All of our families lied.
Yeah.
All of them. They're all
How does
liars.
everybody know to do this? Like, where did this come from?
I don't know. It's like, yeah, that's weird.
So it's origin stories. My stuffed panda origin story is not a good one.
Did they just tell us that to not drain the battery of the car?
Because it's annoying to drive at night with the lights on, I
Yeah,
think.
that's true.
So they just told us it was illegal.
But illegal.
Liars.
Right?
People lie to kids all the time.
Yeah. It's awesome.
And this is what it's like in between filming at G4. We just ask each other dumb questions.
Yeah.
And it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
My favorite thing to do in between, like, when we're, like, rehearsing for attack before, I love to go to Kevin's dressing room and just hit his door and be like, Kevin, help! Help, Kevin! And then he opens like, what? And I'm like, oh, hey, I just want to say hi. How you doing? And it's so loud. Everyone can hear it.
I think one of my
We
favorite
bother.
things to do before we film, like when we have some downtime, we sit and huddle around Fiona and we swipe through dating apps together.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's a team effort. It takes a village.
Yeah.
But we're hoping that at one point, because now we're here at PAX, getting to see you guys in person, hopefully one day we get to do Attack on stage here at PAX. Huh?
That would be, I'll be honest, to have a live audience, if we could have a live audience for my gosh, the energy would be off the roof.
Through the roof.
That would be
Yeah.
my best performance.
Instead of our 8 producers who are screaming their lungs out.
Yeah, they'll be, yeah, but it'll be fun.
Yeah, I'll just be having a small heart attack, but it's fine. Revive me.
Filming us.
Oh, that'd be so fun.
Marcine.
Justice for Marcine.
Boo.
Speaking of learning new things, I wanted to start with Creed. What's the most surprising thing you've learned about yourself since you started at G4?
Oh, when I have a full creative outlet with people who are all on the same exact creative page as me, I am more fulfilled than I realized that I could ever be. I didn't know I was as much of like an artiste, but getting to be around so many people who are way more creative than I am has just allowed me to understand that a lot more. And it's something that won't just help me here, but it's just in everyday life too. Even like how I interact with my kids, games that I make up and things like that, just being around all of these incredible people. So that's probably it.
I am a lot meaner than I realize I am.
No, you're not. What are you talking about?
I sometimes say things that I mean as a joke.
This guy's a
and
dick,
it gets
didn't you know?
it gets lost in a lot of people's. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I'll say something nice and it comes out meaner than I thought, and then I'm like, I just keep doing that over and over again.
What?
But
I've never seen you do that. You're a big teddy bear.
You're delusional.
recent, yeah.
Embrace it. Lean into it. Be Kratos.
But it's a part of my character work, you guys. I'm just trying to get really mad all the time. No, I think what I meant to say more or less is that like I've learned how to communicate more articulately as much as I can with the team because I'm kind of like the phase walker that goes back between attack and X-Play fairly often. So, you know, what I do on X-Play sometimes affects attack and vice versa. So like learning how to communicate with everyone is the thing that I just always hope that I can do clearly. Because I always say yes to things, but sometimes I'll say yes to something and it'll impact someone's producing schedule without even thinking about it. So I've just really learned to just over-communicate and apologize profusely as much as I can.
Oh. Our flawless Jay is never mean. He's lying to you guys.
He's flawless.
He's flawless.
Thank you.
The thing that I probably learned about myself was I never really hosted a live show with a partner, and I didn't think I would be able to, and apparently I'm pretty half decent at it.
You're pretty good at it.
And I've learned more about acting on Invitation to Party. That's great. But I think one of the things that I love learning about the most is about my hosts, because a lot of these people I never met before, and instead of creepily Googling about them, I can talk to them and just get to know them, and so it's fun learning about my co-stars.
Yeah. Yeah, I learned that I know very little. But to be fair, guys, please don't make me feel worse. It's fine. No, I feel like what I've learned is that it's okay to not know anything.
Totally okay.
It's totally fine.
It's fun to be able to tell you who Chris Farley is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, that's so cool for me.
I know, I don't know that much.
It's fine.
And I feel like I've learned how to be, most of my life I've been kind of a sponge. I absorb a lot of information and a lot of things around me, and I'm really good at adapting to that. And with this job specifically, I've learned to like be okay not knowing something, being open to learning, being open to like practicing and being like, hey, I could have done this better, so next week we're good. And just being more positive about my performances throughout the week. So I think that's really what I've learned. Stay positive, kids.
Stay positive.
Not COVID. STTs.
I've learned my body reacts to energy drinks in like a wonderful way.
I've learned that we both get eczema.
True story. I sort of brought this whole energy drink thing to the beach house, and we have been consuming. I will call them Tough Daddies for branding reasons. I've been consuming a lot of Tough Daddies, and I broke out in eczema.
Yeah. Your skin
because
is
of it.
decomposing in real time from the chemicals.
I took a break, and then my eczema went away.
Yep.
But guess who's back, baby?
Yeah.
Guess who's been drinking bangs all week?
Hold on, before let's put a disclaimer. This man does not drink water, so like.
There's water in Tough Daddy.
You need to hydrate.
He needs to drink
It's
water.
fine. When I shower, there's water all over.
You don't open your mouth and drink it like a turkey.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'll
When he
have a
stands in front of my front
Drink
lawn,
that
the
cup of water in
sprinklers
front of me
turn on.
right now.
No. I don't think it's full.
Look, I like finish. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine. On a serious note, it's been, since we were all in a pandemic and we were all alone in our homes, it's been nice to know that I can work with a group of people and collaborate and make comedy and do things that are outside of just me sitting at home and being by myself. So it's been a wonderful learning experience, and couldn't ask for a better situation for me right now.
Good, I like that.
Thank you.
So lastly, I'm going to go ahead and start with Creed on this one as well. Is there anything you'd like to thank the fans for this
here
last
we
year and
go.
for this last experience that we've had interacting with them
Yeah.
directly?
Get
Straight up,
ready.
just thank you for coming. This is a big deal for us. We can interact with you guys in the Discord and in Twitch and YouTube chat and all that stuff, but to be able to see that that's not a bunch of bots is really cool because we love what we're doing, and the fact that you guys are entertained in the least bit by our shenanigans, it makes us so happy. And so thank you for being a part of that, and thank you for supporting us, because it means the world to us.
I want to say thank you to all you guys for giving us a shot, because I know that there were so many expectations and so many things online of what this was going to be, and so many folks were like, it's not my G4, it's not what it used to be, and those people are, maybe they're hate watching or maybe they stopped watching, but like you guys are still giving us a chance and sticking it with us, and we really appreciate that. You have no idea. Every person who's this weekend who said, hey, I love G4, who is here in the room with us right now in the Discord, like, you guys have no idea how much energy and creativity this is filling us up with right now. When we get back to LA, that we're ready to go to make more stuff for you guys. So thank you.
In the same vein, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us, watching with us, and interacting with us, and giving us the opportunity to do this and making us feel so loved. Whether it be just watching, talking in the chat, making stupid-ass edits. We're really grateful for you guys. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. And also, can I get a selfie with you guys really quick? Please?
All right, everybody say cheese.
Get in here, Creed.
Thank you for the light.
I can't.
1, 2, 3.
Real quick, thank you guys so much for believing in us, and thank you guys for believing in us and giving us a chance. This has been a really wonderful time with everyone here.
All right, we're getting played off, so Cassim, say thank you, and then somebody take that cake.
Who's controlling that?
Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
That's my man going down.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to PAX 2022 and the Tripwire Presents panel. My name's Jared Creasy. I'm the Senior Community Manager here at Tripwire Interactive and Tripwire Presents. And that's kind of where we're going to start things off. Who knows Tripwire Interactive as opposed to Tripwire Presents? Does anybody out there know the difference? That's what I thought, and that's kind of why we're here. So you might know Tripwire Interactive from some of our many titles, Killing Floor, Maneater, Red Orchestra, or Rising Storm. I see some hands out there. Thank you, thank you. Tripwire Presents is all about us helping our friends out there in the industry get recognized, get noticed, and bringing some awesome games to market. So let's kind of dive on in and talk about some things, and we're going to kind of go over 3 titles today. But joining me up here on the panel, we have our publishing director, Brian Etheridge, over there on the left. Hello. We've got Mike Stone, our senior producer, right next to me here. Hello. And we've got Mason Moreau, our digital marketing coordinator, sitting in between.
How's it going?
So, Brian, do you want to talk a little bit about Tripwire Presents before I dive into that little intro video?
Yeah, sure. So Tripwire as a company, obviously, I think like what Jared said, you all know us for like Killing Floor and Maneater. One of the things that Tripwire decided a long time ago is, as a developer, they wanted to find ways to help other developers and to create sort of a community of developers with publishing in mind, because sometimes publishing can be a challenge, especially for up-and-coming developers. And Tripwire was kind of one of those up-and-coming developers at a point, so they decided, well, how can we turn this into something that we turn around to other developers and help the industry? And so Tripwire Interactive had published their own titles for some time. We decided to turn that around and find some other people. And actually, one of the things that sort of helped us do that was PAX. And a lot of the games, well, all the games that we're talking about here today sort of had a start at PAX here in some way. And so we wanted to talk a little bit about that. But I think one of the things that kind of makes it a little bit different is, so we have our internal team who, work on the sort of the main franchises that you know us for. And then our team, finds other games from, all around the world or from anywhere. So if you know Espire 1, or if you know Chivalry, or if you've seen some of our latest titles that we've just announced, those are titles that we've found and sourced from other developers and studios that were kind of in similar situations to Tripwire Interactive when we were just growing. And so we've, tried to sort of bring that how to grow mentality to those, to those teams and sort of help bring them up to, to make awesome games with, with some of the internal team resources that we have. So we have, 80 plus people sitting there developing, Killing Floor, and, they worked on Rising Storm and all the other titles. So we wanted to sort of leverage that expertise. And so that's really kind of what Tripwire Presents is, trying to find awesome games. And by the way, if you see anything out there, I mean, we've been walking the floor for like 3 days now and probably haven't seen everything, but tell us, because we're always looking for, for more stuff. So.
Yeah, if you've got that friend at home who's been working on that passion game project and they need help bringing it to market, send them our way.
Yep.
But we've got a pretty little video that helps introduce Tripwire Presents with words from many of our friends and partners that aren't here today.
We started out as a remote mod team scattered all over the globe. We've specialized in first-person shooters over the years. Our strengths lie in multiplayer and co-op play, ranging from the more serious end with the Red Orchestra and Rising Storm series to the more blatant fun and silliness in Killing Floor.
We're not just one genre, and I think we've proven that even through our internal development with Maneater.
The difference between us and perhaps other publishers is that we're developers first and foremost. So you know what it's like. Someone breathing down your neck going, no, you must do it this way. It's not a collaborative style, it's not helpful.
It's your game. We just come with recommendations based on past learning experiences that work for us.
We put our game director up on every title. And we explain it to people, but we're going to give you feedback on your game. And we will require you to answer that feedback. But part of the answer may be, no, that doesn't fit with our vision.
It's just a natural thing to value your own ideas over other people until you really step away and look at it again. So there's an inevitable clash, and it's all about how you handle those clashes and how you recover. And I think that was just a valuable learning experience for us to go through that.
It made everybody on both sides challenge themselves to make the best product and make sure that it was going to be fun for the audience.
One of the things that a lot of small developers don't realize is how important each piece of the puzzle is. The role that customer service, customer support, community management, marketing, good production, good QA, how essential they are to getting a game out there and doing it right.
Some of the studios that are newer and a bit smaller and don't really have a lot of knowledge about accessibility. And so being able to get in and to provide that help or guidance early on in a project and then being able to see those things get implemented.
We have great relationships with the platform holders, so Sony, Microsoft, etc. And we can pull from the larger Tripwire organizations. So if they need audio help, well, we've got audio engineers. If they need development help, well, our technical director can kind of step in.
Chivalry is known for its fantastic sword fighting system that's really intricate and very well developed.
There's cutting off the heads, the limbs, and the constant roaring of the crowds and such. It just makes it an overall fun experience.
Translating that from a keyboard and mouse to a controller is a big challenge. And we knew that there was another massive audience out there that really wanted to play that game, but didn't have access to a high-end PC. That's a great example of a way that we can help take a game and bring it to the over 1 million units that we sold.
A big part of what we do is help the developers with funding. And when deadlines are at risk, that funding becomes crucial. It makes the difference between being able to continue to make the game or they go out of business.
We always try to make sure that our developers are not left out in the cold in terms of royalties. Live ops is obviously a buzzword that's going around the industry. So we try to always make sure our developers feel supported and are earning money right away so that they can continue to develop that content.
In the publishing group, we meet with and evaluate a lot of games on a weekly basis. We get submissions that come in, we attend events all over the globe.
One of the things that's important to us is to branch out. We want to do more about storytelling. We want to do more about exploring different styles of game.
Titles have really unique selling points, stuff that will help us expand our portfolio that is very different.
One of the things that we see a lot of developers do is that they try to make their pitch too broad or too open or too much like something else that they've seen.
Tell me exactly what makes your game different from any other game out there. What's exciting about it?
Be upfront about your inspirations, about your motivations. Be upfront about your costs and your troubles and the things that you need to overcome as a company.
If you're going to pitch us a game, have something that's playable.
We want to have a playable build so that myself and the rest of the publishing team can get their hands on it and actually see if it's a product that we might really want to get behind.
We see what the fun is. We see how this can be a really great game. And so do you as the developer. You already know how to make this a great game. Now, we just need time and money to get it from this half-formed thing to the complete version.
So if you're out there and you're a developer and you have this great idea, but you just don't know what to do with it, or you don't feel like you have all of the parts quite yet, come talk to us.
We're not just trying to make a game just for the money. We care about our products.
We care about what you do, how well you do it, how we can help you to do it better. All of that matters.
Jared. So that is Tripwire Presents in a nutshell.
I have a question.
Okay, go.
Can I never hear my voice played through a video ever again? Because it's like
yes.
the
Or
most
see
awkward
myself.
thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of both of those, ironically. Send that
One more time.
Hey, one more time.
So, one thing you saw in there is Chivalry 2 from our partners at Torn Banner. Sadly, none of them could make it out here this week, and they are an awesome group of people, and they've been making an awesome game. Hopefully, many of you have played and enjoyed. If you haven't yet, thank you. There are at least 2 stations down in the Intel booth where you can play it if you haven't played it yet. See if it's a game for you and your friends. At its core, it's a 64-player medieval brawler with team versus team combat. It is brutal, it is visceral, and it is a fun, funny, fantastic time where you throw bees at people.
And chickens and bread.
Pigs. Everything. If you can find it on the ground, odds are you can throw it heads, yes. It's there to be used. And I think we're quite proud of Chivalry 2 and how it's come and kind of how we helped bring that to market and give it the time and space it needed to kind of reach its runway to land and get out there compared to some of the original estimates of where they were going to be on release versus where they ended up, and even now their ongoing support plans and what's coming next.
We were big fans, us here at the table, and a lot of the management and leadership at the studio of Chivalry 1. We established a relationship early on with the Torn Banner members, and just, the opportunity struck where Chivalry 2 was, about to go into development, and through, conversations and such, that we wanted to be there, and we wanted to further establish relations and that be a partnership to publish Chivalry 2, and it came to fruition. As Jared said, they're a talented bunch, really great folks. We went through some interesting times just due to the pandemic, having to release this one from really from home. But we did it, and I think it came out great. How many of you were here at the 2020 PAX? Cool. Did you attend the demo of Chivalry 2 at that time? Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Yeah. I mean, the feedback from that was terrific. We took a lot of that feedback back to the studio. We changed things based on some of the feedback. That was our first showing, and really our only showing to the public, just due to the pandemic. And I think, thanks to you all, it turned out, even better, just based on feedback. So it's a product we're definitely really proud of. So again, thank you for your support for it.
And quick round of applause for everyone who came by and played Chivalry 2 in PAX East 2020.
Especially to those of you in the audience who said you were here in 2020 and helped play test it and gave your feedback there on the spot. You're part of the reason why this next trailer exists.
But only maybe.
Nope, it did not want to play.
Maybe the trailer doesn't exist.
I can describe what's in it.
Go ahead. Give me the verbal play-by-play.
There's a head.
Maybe some screaming.
Yeah. And I think one of the things that kind of came out of that, and I wasn't here at that PAX. I wasn't actually with the company at that point, but a lot of the sort of feedback that we had gotten on the spot apparently was, sort of on what really needed to go sort of into the game next. And I think that's probably kind of one of the messages is, once we were able to sort of get out there and in the public and put it in people's hands, a lot of times, developers and even publishers, they get so close to a title that they can't quite see kind of like what needs to be done, right?
Woo! And that's the Torn Banner Studio bunch. As Jared said, they were unfortunately unable to make it here, but that's most and partly due to them. They're working on what's to come next. We think you're all going to be very excited on what you see coming soon.
Yeah, I just want to say, they're a Toronto, Canada-based team. They're full of passion for their product, and I can't say any more right now. And trust me, I've tried. And Alex, I know you're watching. I tried so hard, and you wouldn't let me say it yet. There's some more information coming very soon, so stay tuned. It wasn't quite ready to announce just yet, but the best is yet to come. So get excited. Get hype. It's coming.
Can't hear you.
I can't give you a date yet. Trust me, we want it as much as you do.
Yes.
I guarantee you.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Yep, that's some from imagery from PAX. There's top left, there's Jen, the community manager over at Torn Banner Studios. She's great, helping everyone out. Torn Banner was at that PAX. It was a really great time. Like I said, they're just a really great bunch, and it was just really fun collaborating with them in this in the PAX environment as well.
Is that kid in the picture here by chance? No? That'd be awesome.
Oh.
Yeah. I think we've talked a little bit about, the next the Steam launch, a big update coming this summer. And more and more details to come in the next few weeks. I think that, we've kind of seen how that title's taken off and had to react with content. And hopefully you all are happy with the stuff that's come out, because it's been a wild ride to see it go from what it was at launch to how quickly it's become sort of twice the game, I think, at least. So
and
thank you so much for
more coming.
Yeah, for that support.
So something you may not have heard about, but hopefully you caught some buzz when we made the announcement just a few weeks ago. But we'd like to reintroduce you all, or introduce you for the first time, Deceive Inc., from our partners, the Sweet Bandits.
It's a good one.
It is.
Yeah, I think one of the things that makes Deceive Inc. very cool to bring back here to PAX East is that it was discovered at PAX East. So if you all haven't been down to the PAX Rising Showcase, that's like a really cool place to go and see some of the best games that are out there on the floor that are from indie developers, and that's the kind of group that we're always looking for. So we spent probably the better part of the last couple days there. But Deceive Inc. was actually one of those games there at that PAX Rising Showcase in 2020, right as the pandemic was really taking off. And so it's a lot of fun to be back here a couple of years later and to talk about kind of all of the stuff that we're doing and working with that team on, and to show the sort of the gameplay and how it's evolved from when it was a lumberyard title to what it is now, and kind of how different it is, and to see all of the development, especially in kind of the characters. So if you haven't seen the game or watched some of the stuff that we've put out there just with the recent announcement stuff, it's a social deduction shooter. So sort of the pitch of the game is you are a spy, sort of a super spy, and you infiltrate these mansions or these underwater layers that are sort of very Bond-esque. And your job is to, essentially get in, grab something, whatever it is in each level, and then get out. And so you have sort of central to that experience is you have this sort of holograph projector that makes you look like anyone that you see in the level. And so you can walk up to a waiter and grab a waiter's disguise. And part of the tech that really makes it neat is it doesn't, what you are perceived as moving isn't quite what you're doing. It's hard to explain, but if I'm walking this direction, I can look this way but still be walking in that direction. So it's not super obvious that you're a player.
Yep.
But it is part of the sort of the core gameplay is trying to look like and imitate NPCs there are hundreds throughout the level. And so using that, you need to sort of get in, you grab intel, which is some of your, which is your currency, and then you infiltrate different areas, and your mission is to get in and steal this briefcase. And then if you're lucky enough, you can get out without the other spies catching you.
So without further ado, and I want to preface this, that what you're about to see is essentially pre-alpha footage from recent playtests. Everything you see is in development and not just subject to change. It will all change as development continues. Let's take a look at Deceive Inc. So we're dropping in as a player who is currently Squire, one of our agents, and they've entered the level.
So right now in the lower left, oh yeah, you can see that he has a disguise on. That image in the lower left is who he currently is disguised as. And so he looks like an NPC. Aside from maybe his movements, might look a little suspicious to a smart player.
Like that person just jumped, that was kind of a giveaway that it was actual player.
Yeah, so NPCs won't jump, and if you ever see someone else jumping, that's kind of a dead giveaway.
He previously, scanned a chair so he could disguise himself at it, but then he's decided to use his other bouncy mat tool to escape to an upper ceiling before continuing to run away. Because oftentimes the way to win as a spy is to run away and fight and steal another day.
Right now, he's, the player's gathering intelligence, which allows you to open up safes that require a certain amount of intelligence, some doors to get to various sections and such. So you're always trying to acquire more intelligence as you move along throughout the level.
Right now, you can see his health bar is pretty low, so he's trying to gather intel so he can find a restroom where he can find some more health. There's health stations inside restrooms. This is actually one of the, this is Phil, right? So
Yeah,
this is one of the
this is
owners
Phil.
of the Sweet Bandits Played. So he's super knowledgeable. He knows every aspect of the game, and we almost never beat. I think I've killed him once.
Whenever Phil plays, we try to get to the next server.
Yeah.
He just destroys us.
So there's also like a color coordination system. So you can see he entered a room that's green. Right now, he is out of disguise, meaning he does not have the correct disguise. You can see up at the top it said wrong cover. So players entering a green room should have a green disguise, like a servant or a waiter. And if they don't, then guards and other people will notice them. And if they stay in the wrong cover too long, they will be revealed. And so it's essential to sort of keep an eye on your surroundings and make sure that you're grabbing the right stuff. So now he's entered a blue room. You can see the guard
the
is
blue guard.
Yeah, reprimanding him.
Now he's
so
a
why not
chair.
turn into a chair.
So the guard's chasing him out, and he decides to run away before the guard decides to do something about it.
Yeah.
And now he's grabbing the guard's disguise.
Now, where would security guards go?
That's the player's character talking. So yeah, there's gonna there's multiple maps, all with nice verticality within them. Lots of items to scan to be to kind of blend into the environment. The chair. There's a toilet.
There's this goo that will knock players out of their disguise as well as slow them down, making them easier targets if anybody's keeping an eye about.
So because that goo was there, he knew that a spy was nearby.
Yep.
And so he shot,
giveaway,
took him out of disguise, and then when he noticed that the other NPC was not cowering because a gunshot had gone off, then he knew that that was also a spy. So that's why he unloaded on that person.
And he scanned that garbage can.
This guy knows how to play.
I was gonna say, what's everybody's favorite holographic disguise?
Unlocking my
Toilet.
full
Toilet?
potential.
All right.
I like the water cooler, the 5-gallon water cooler.
Is that your favorite disguise?
I'd say.
Gonna say, I don't think it's in this particular footage, but there is a scene I watched of a playtest recently where somebody had the toilet disguise and they were out in the middle of a hall, and the team that was previously chasing him just completely overlooked him and kept going.
Always toilets in a hall.
That's where toilets are, right? Halls.
And now he's that garbage can.
So in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the objective is to disable the vault terminals. So the first phase of the game is where you're collecting intelligence, gathering upgrades, trying to take out other spies if you can, but really the key objective is to disable those vault terminals. You can see that one icon in the upper corner, the question mark when they're scanning around. That is where the vault terminal is located. So your objective is to get in and to try and hack those vault terminals to open the main vault. Then you have access to get into the where the briefcase is. This is a different level called Silver Reef, and
A resort.
It takes place in an underwater resort. Everything is sort of like, well, where would a Bond villain sort of live or exist? So this is another example. So choosing to run away from the firefight, I'm ashamed. He has nothing on his mimic tool though, so he can't turn into something yet.
So you probably saw that NPC washing hands. You can do the same. You can interact with the environment. Wash hands, use toilet, etc.
Pretty good at this.
Anything the NPCs can do, you can do.
Yep.
I can barely remember to clean my own room.
Very true.
We have one of the other people here at PAX with us is sort of an expert at acting like an NPC, like maintaining their walk speed and run speed and not turning.
Easier than I thought.
Really, really good at disguising himself in plain sight. And so, that might be something that, as a player, you maybe want to go sort of like crazy, like, very aggro, like this, like Phil does, or like our other Brian, you may become the person that really likes the sort of stealth element and chooses to play that route.
We're still working through the bits of it, but there's going to be solo mode, there's going to be a team mode, so there's going to be various different ways that you're going to be able to play this game.
So there was a perspective shift there. Did you want to talk about that?
So yeah, Cameron has switched to the spy that he had previously tried to jump. So that spy obviously won that particular engagement and then stole a bunch of material to move deeper into the map and try and get to the loot. And they've stumbled upon, obviously, another spy fight, but they didn't need any of those cards because they previously picked some up. And they're continuing to move deeper and deeper, trying to get into the vaults. But it looks like somebody got to the vault before them.
So that character right there that they just saw is one of the VIPs, NPCs within the level. They're actually the supervillain, essentially. So they thought that they were a spy, and it turns out they weren't. But then when they turned around and saw another one, that was a giveaway. Yeah.
Yeah, even no matter where you are in the level, you can see the objective on the top left, but also the music will change, just kind of letting you know that the chase is on and the game is about to end. Basically, try to get that person before they escape out.
We're living on borrowed time.
So here is where the final objective is. This is the item. This is not a briefcase. This is a starfish necklace, right? It's a necklace print. So one of the things that you have to do is you have to grab that. But if you're maybe a really smart player, maybe you choose to wait that out or not. And so they've chosen to let the other players sort of take it and then follow them and try and take it off them. Paid the price.
And there they are. It's a development team talking.
So one thing that happens is the spy who currently has the final objective, the faster they move, the more their kind of location radiates out to any other spies in the world. So you want to plan your escape route, but be perhaps not fast about it.
So, that was deceiving. As Brian alluded to earlier, that game in 2020 at PAX, that was absolutely our favorite hidden gem discovered on the floor. There are a bunch of us seasoned FPS veterans that formed their own studio. Super talented, super collaborative. They're extremely just pleasant to work with. We encourage you all to check out on Steam and such. Sign up to their Discord. We have plenty of tests coming up soon.
And if you would like to sign up for those, you should scan that QR code right
Scan that code. We just had our first Friends and Family Alpha that went really well. So please, we're looking for you guys to sign up for some future tests and some more information to share.
Yeah, we've been loving how Deceive Inc. has been evolving over time, and it's only going to get better, and we'd love to have all of you come join us and help make it the best game it can be.
Yes.
All right.
So I'll give you guys about 30 more seconds to take a picture of that or scan it with your phone.
And that one is coming in early 2023, so
yes.
Deceive Inc.
Yes.
Come join us. Be deceitful. All right. Ready?
Here we go.
And away we go. To Aspire 2, the game that was announced just days ago as a sequel to the hit Aspire 1.
Yep. Yeah, if you guys haven't played Aspire 1, it is a VR title. It was released on Oculus Quest, Quest 2, PSVR, HTC Vive, a number of titles. Aspire 2 we're bringing to Oculus Quest 2. And if you didn't get a chance to play it, the premise is that you are a special agent who sort of mans or helms a robot. In the case of the first game, you had a single, what we call Aspire frame that you could sort of occupy and control through the VR headset. So the game is sort of has a meta element that you're essentially using VR to control this robot and infiltrate areas, and it's a stealth shooter. So if you haven't played it, it's got amazing gunplay. It's got really cool, just sort of sneaking and stealth elements. Your job is, essentially to save the world in Aspire 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And so we've been working on Aspire 2 for some time with Digital Load. Digital Load is the team that developed Aspire 1. They're located in Melbourne, Australia. And we just got to see or show the first little bit of this game at the Meta Oculus Showcase. And it was up there with all the other titles that got announced. And so we're really excited for people to start taking a look at this game, tell us what they think, and we can talk a little bit more about kind of what we've done differently with this one after we show you a little bit about it.
Yep. I mean, the Digital Load team, they won me over with Aspire 1 just because they mailed me a boomerang. I mean, and from Melbourne, Australia. How cliche, I know, but it was really cool. Thank you again, Michael.
The year is 2036. Automation has ruined the lives of billions. In Australia, the Aspire program is resurrected to take down the techno-terrorist network Opus. Your code name is Poe. Nobody knows you're alive, and nobody can know. You will take control of Aspire and shut Opus down. But first, it's time to select your frame. Choose to be a formidable foe in combat, causing mayhem within enemy ranks, or fly under the radar using an array of smart tools. Choose wisely. We've got nothing left to stop them besides you.
Drop your weapon now.
Poe, we need you. Time is running out. We only have 10 days. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Assimilate, infiltrate, eliminate. 2022.
Quick show of hands. Who are the VR players in here? Anyone? And then how many have played Aspire 1? Anyone? Okay.
Nice.
Definitely go and check it out. Yeah, they're doing some pretty cool stuff with the sequel here.
Yeah. I think there's two sort of main things that we've really done that are very different with Aspire 2, and it's awesome to see a team take something that worked really well and try and refine it. But one of the key things is actually just getting feedback from players, right? So a lot of people wanted to feel a lot more stealthy, right? So one of the things that you would do in Aspire 1 is you could go in, grab a bunch of guns, and actually just bulldoze your way through the level. So we wanted to allow that to still happen, but then accommodate sort of the more stealthy play. A lot of people really like to play games like MGS or something and go in and try and get no one saw me. I mean, I used to do that with Thief, like try and get a perfect run. And so we wanted to accommodate that sort of play. So one of the first things that they did was they created this alternate frame, and that's that little guy that you saw there that is, when he's racking the shotgun, it looks like it's too big for him because he's actually, in comparison to the first Aspire 1 robot, he's almost half the size.
Would you say he's the odd job?
What's that?
Is he the odd job of the situation?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's definitely odd job with grenade launchers in the stack. So if you play as the smaller frame, you can still use weapons, but obviously the recoil is going to be stronger, but that's counterbalanced by all the abilities that they get. So they're the ones that can actually track guard paths through the level and utilize that sort of Aspire vision to be able to see where the guards are going so that you can go through and get that sort of perfect run and play the stealth route as opposed to just going through. And if you really sort of like that, grab every gun and really get the feel of those guns, because if you've played Aspire 1, you know that feeling of sort of like using these controllers and looking through an actual sight and like shooting the guards and stuff is like, it's very, I hate to use this term visceral, but it is, and it feels really good. So we still accommodate that, obviously with the bigger robot, and it's a ton of fun to just say, okay, this time, instead of actually trying to get a perfect run, I'm gonna just blast through there and just like grab the grab the shotgun and just take people out.
No, but I just kind of add on to that. Michael and the team have been taking in a lot of player feedback about what players wanted to see or what they wanted enhanced about Aspire 1. And you're going to see a lot of that come to fruition in Aspire 2 with better AI, improved lighting systems, and everything just kind of, it's great. I can't speak well enough to it, and should be coming to players sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the team is, really leveled up in terms of, just experience and what they've learned from Aspire 1. The team is growing. It was interesting working with the group all the way in Australia, but we found our groove, and we just think you guys are going to be truly excited on the sequel here, especially if you played the first one. But Aspire 2, you basically, if you never played the original or the first game, you can jump right into Aspire 2 with no problem. You'll pick it right up.
I was going to say, speaking of like leveling up compared to where they used to be, there's actually a funny story about how we stumbled across Aspire 1 and Michael and the team at Digital Load. And it's because we found this little old video on the internet where an excited Australian was talking about this prototype that he made, and he just kind of wanted to share it to the world, and it had like 10 views at the time. And we're like, holy crap, that looks good. How can we help them? And
this video
we've got it right here.
The first prototype of Aspire 1 VR operative. In this mission, the player needs to take a photo of these secret documents using their PDA. They need to have a clear line of sight to the documents in order to get a correct photo and complete the objective. Players have many options for non-lethal takedowns. This tranquilizer dart gun is one of them. The slide gets jammed and it has to be manually released after every shot.
Wicked.
This guard is now unconscious for a few minutes. The player could move his body or steal his weapon, but his weapon is not silenced. Here is another use for the PDA. The player has detached the camera from the main PDA body and can use the camera to spy around a corner.
Yeah, if you're into Metal Gear or Splinter Cell type games, this is the game for you.
We've missed. The boxes have knocked off the shelf and the AI will now investigate the source of the sound. We're out of ammo now, but this magazine is going to be of some use. Freeze! I'm using the VR headset's onboard microphone to allow voice commands in the game. And this has been a first preview of Aspire 1 VR operative.
If you haven't played Aspire 1, they've expanded that a lot in Aspire 2, the ability to sort of generate different commands, and it has a voice recognition tool that can recognize what you're saying. And so there are several commands that you can bark out to guards, make them drop their weapon, etc. And probably the biggest thing, actually, which we didn't even get to, was the fact that the game is coming with co-op. So there's a co-op campaign, too, so you'll now be able to play along with a friend. Yeah.
There's some of the team there, and if you've taken a glance there, you see John Romero in the bottom left there and the bottom right. He became a big fan of the game title. It was really cool to have him, and it was like one of Michael's idols to have him there, and that, I think, just truly made his weekend at that PAX.
Yeah, because that was one of Michael's first big shows, because Aspire 1 was his first video game.
Yeah. Yep. And if you've ever watched any videos of Michael, you'll know that he is like VR's biggest fan, and that's just what their team is dedicated to. So they're an awesome team, and they have a very clear vision to make awesome games in VR, and they're doing it. It's so cool. And if you have ever thought that, I love Splinter Cell or Metal Gear, and I'd love to see kind of like what this would be like in a VR experience, man, Aspire's perfect for that. That's exactly the experience you get. So cool. What else?
Supposed to play. It's supposed to.
yeah, something you notice from this footage that may kind of be in contrast to the original eSpire 1 footage that Michael was playing earlier is that the forearms are completely rendered and they're fully animated. They have gadgets within them. They look really cool, and it's super realistic, kind of looking down at your arms and seeing these like robotic arms that kind of feel like your own.
Yeah, it's super tight gunplay. You can tell the lighting has improved since the original. It's just really leveled up everything up.
If you still want to act like you're John Woo's kid as a robot, you can do that.
Just missing the doves.
Yeah, Aspire time is you get the ability to essentially enter like a bullet time type mode. There's also silenced lethal and non-lethal takedowns now. So.
That's also very fun to do.
Who doesn't want to do that?
Also, the very intense hacking is probably my favorite.
It is the best hacking in any video game, hands down. I'm just going to say that right now.
In that case, they were using their stun tool to take out a camera so they could move through the area. So if you see those little lines on the ground, that was from the perspective of the smaller Aspire frame, so that you can see that they have the ability to see pathways that the guards will follow, which lets them sort of plan their route a little bit better, so you can get that sort of perfect stealth score. But it's best to use a tiny guy, because then he knows where you're at. See how massive the gun is. It's so cool.
Put the whole ammo in this. The monkey at the keyboard there.
I want anybody to tell me that's not how you hack right now and prove me wrong.
Mm-hmm. And it's, as you can see, it's totally the way you want to play it. Stealth, go guns a-blazing. Really your choice.
Go stealth until things go loud. There are many options in front of you.
One of the big things that you're actually not seeing here, because it's still in development, but we've been playing it back at the office, is the co-op mode. So there's a co-op campaign, and so you can go in with a friend. You guys can choose to use the same frame or two different frames, and it totally changes how you do everything, right? So you can choose to both go in stealth or have someone be sort of the bait and attract the attention while the other one does the sort of the dirty work or the wet work or whatever you call it. But probably my favorite moment was the first time I was playing it with Adam Hatch, our game director. We had both utilized one of those zip lines at the same time and gone up with pistols and we're riding a zip line taking guys out. It's so much fun. It's just like a John Woo movie.
Something with the smaller eSpire frame is they have a gadget that they can launch out, and you can use the mics on the headset to speak into it and get a guard's attention. So when I was doing my co-op playthrough, it was actually very fun to have my co-op partner kind of hang around the corner and attract a guard to them and let them take them out. It's a really fun way to kind of work with someone to do the stealth gameplay in a bit different way.
Yeah, this title is the type that just fully takes advantage of the environment that you're in and the objects that are on your person. There's just so much to do. It's really fun.
And once again, I'm going to iterate that with some pre-alpha footage. Everything's subject to change, but boy howdy, is it getting a lot of love internally, and hopefully you all will enjoy it too.
Awesome.
Cool. So what we got next?
Well, next, I think we're ready for any questions out there. And
boy.
as we answer questions, I think we're going to hand out some of the cool stuff we happen to bring along with us. So if anybody wants
has a question?
want to go to those microphones,
Yeah, best question. May get some prizes here, so think of them.
We've got a ton of prizes up here, so if you have any questions at all.
What does the worst question get?
Hey,
I mentioned prizes. Everyone gets up. All right, all right.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good.
Question on the Deceive video game.
Yeah.
So when you're walking around, like, I saw that character was carrying a pistol and even aiming,
Yes.
but nobody else was reacting. Like, what does it look like to them? When
Well,
you're doing
to everybody else, he's in a holographic disguise. As you probably saw in the lower left-hand corner, there is an NPC picture there. Sometimes it's a generic NPC, sometimes it's one of the guards, sometimes it's one of the waiters, sometimes it's the VIP, because any NPC you can walk up to and scan them and essentially look like them.
But like even when you're aiming.
Even when you're aiming,
Yeah.
you look like you're just an NPC walking around unless you start acting weird.
Yeah, if you start acting out of the normal, so like if you want to get down to a lower level, for example, quickly, and you jump off a balcony down below, that's just a dead giveaway that you're not an NPC. Or if you
you're
jump up and down, NPCs won't do that. That's a giveaway.
Or you're, let's say you're a civilian and you're in a guard zone and, oh no, another spy sees you and they're like, wait a minute, civilians can't be here.
One of the ways to think about it too is like the classic like D&D trope, like if you cast an invisibility spell and then you attack, that's when you break visibility. So, break invisibility. So there are a few things that can cause you to come out of your holograph mode and then reveal your true form. One of them is attacking people. Other spies have gadgets that they can set traps that will cause you to lose your cover. I think those are.
I think
the majority of
to
them.
put a button on it to your question, like if you're disguised as an NPC, but you're looking around with your mouse and such, like wildly or not, the player isn't going to see that.
Okay.
It's very specific kind of giveaways that one would do.
To put that in more perspective, like if you hit W and walk forward, but you're looking around to the right, everybody else sees your character just looking and walking forward.
Yeah.
Yep.
We actually have a mirror in the tutorial that kind of shows you how it works. It's really fun to watch because if you walk forward but look left, look right, your NPC just looks completely normal. But if you change directions, then the NPC will change directions. And so that's sort of foundational to kind of like how the hologram works and like how, as a player, you can try to act more like an NPC or look more like an NPC so that you don't come
blend in.
Yeah.
And because that question dealt with, a lot of how a player moves, why don't you come up here and grab a keyboard? Next question on the right over there.
So when you all are looking for developers to partner with, what are things that you look for them to already have versus things you don't mind them necessarily lacking because you can help bring that to the table for them?
Sure.
That's going to be different for each developer, and Brian can go into a lot more detail, especially if you want to hang around afterwards. But to kind of tag team with Brian here, it's you telling us what you bring to the table, what are your skill sets, and we also come to the table like, this is how we can help, like we can provide funding, we can provide QA, we can provide marketing. It's essentially how can your needs mesh, or what we offer mesh with your needs, and it's like, where are you in development? What does your prototype or your slice look like? And like, can you show us the vision? And that's really all it takes to get that conversation going.
Yeah, how can we best collaborate? And I think Brian can go into a little bit more of that.
Yeah, I think we should definitely chat afterwards, but what we do hope for is a clear vision. What we don't expect is a very polished thing, right? So if you have a game or if you're working on a game or work for a company making games, like always focus on what the unique selling points are first, right? We've seen games or demos where people have brought them in, they're like, well, this is a hybrid MOBA RTS thing or whatever, and they've put movement in but haven't shown like what is unique about the game. That's a terrible example, but always focus on what that thing is that makes your game special first, because visuals and things like that, like gosh, we've been making games for a long time. We can look at something that's in gray box and try and extrapolate out kind of like where it's going to go. So I would say realistic plan and something that really shows what your vision is. Those are like the essential things.
Next on the left.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I think Tripwire Presents is like a great concept for like the indie space. And I was just curious, for games that are like traditionally AAA titles, a lot of their funding and timeline can be heavily influenced by like pre-sale figures.
Yeah.
And I'm curious how Tripwire Presents handles that kind of funding for smaller titles, and how you guys are able to help studios who may not get like the kind of pre-sale numbers that a larger title might get,
Sure.
and continue to fund them throughout things like the pandemic, for example.
Yeah. So we aren't, like, I have heard that, and I've heard that, I've seen a lot of small developers try to put a title out there and really generate buzz so that they can get funding. To us, that's not typically how we want to operate. While we'd love to have a playable and the most polished thing possible to take a look at, that is not necessarily the right way to market a game. So one of the things that we find is that getting the game out there and having a big splash, which is a little old school compared to kind of like early access model and things like that, or going through Kickstarter or something, doesn't have the biggest impact. And so, we want to treat small games the way we treat our big games, which is have a big, really just have a big presence when you announce it, when you launch, et cetera. So we don't want things to be broken up in chunks like that. And so how do we, I think your question was, how do we determine kind of like what the funding would be? It's really all based on whatever that realistic plan is for your development. And so, if, a developer comes to us and they said, hey, we've spent this much money up front and now we're looking for this much more to be able to finish a title, we just want to know realistically like what those numbers are. Don't trim it down, don't try and make it too small, just like be open and honest and tell us what it is that you're looking for. And we're going to do our due diligence, like we're going to look and do forecasts and models and see if it makes sense. And if it doesn't, like we'll help you try to find ways to get there still, or we'll offer some advice. But we just like that open, honest collaboration about like what is it really going to cost you. So we can chat afterwards too.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool, awesome.
Come on up.
On the right, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm a big Chivalry 2 fan, a big Torn Banner as well. I think what they've done specifically with transparency and the roadmap, I have the little link saved for their, oh, hey, this is in development here. I think they've done a really good job of that. And, if they're 20 people and they do a better job of updating their game than, I don't know, DICE, but that's neither here nor there. But I just want to say, are you guys that kind of transparency where they update it and they say, hey, we're working on a bug, or hey, this, that, or the other? Are you encouraging some of the other developers to have a roadmap, do all that? Did Torn Banner come up with that? Did you guys? I was just curious, because that's really awesome to see. Like, okay, here's update 1, our expected date. Here's what we're working on. They let you know exactly what what they're doing, which I think is awesome.
Yeah, I think as far as roadmaps go, especially with Chivalry 2 and Torn Banner, it's a bit of a mutual understanding. Honestly, we like to be very transparent from the internal Tripwire team, and we kind of bring that to the forefront with the games that we're publishing as well. But a lot of times it's just they have the same kind of understanding or interest to be that transparent as well. We don't want to put anything out there that really shouldn't be out there yet based on timings and such. But we are transparent to the level that, hey, we really don't want to hide anything, because one, we want that feedback from the community, and we want that establish that relationship early on, that we are the type of developer and publisher that will interface with our community and listen to them. So with the Torn Banner team, with the Sweet Bandits team, that's the mentality that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, definitely would want to see more and more games do that. So
yeah,
cool. It's a little bit about setting expectations, because the one thing about game development is things are always changing and not always for the best in terms of timelines. So that's the challenge there.
Thank you. Come on up.
Next up on the left.
Hi, this question is actually from my son, who's home at sick today.
I hear that.
Yeah, he just got a little bit of a stomach bug. He was here yesterday, but and he specifically wanted to come here because he likes Man-Eater and a bunch of other games.
Awesome.
And his question is 2 parts. He wants to know, is there going to be a Man-Eater 2? And we spent a lot of time during like remote learning and during the pandemic where in between classes, I'm a school teacher, in between his classes and mine, we'd play Man-Eater together. And he wants a multiplayer session. And what he wants is a mix between, You remember that really old, bad Jaws NES game?
Yes.
Okay.
So hard.
It's really bad, but it's a lot of fun. He wants a mix between that and Team Fortress, where you have the humans who are trying to save money for the corrupt mayor of the island by getting rid of the sharks, by building booby traps and hunting down the sharks, or you can be the sharks trying to kill off everybody.
Does your son have a resume?
Yeah.
No, he's only 10.
All right.
To answer this complex question is, while being as open as I can, let's just say you're going to see more Maneater in the future. This is the first of a franchise.
Good.
There's more to come. Stay tuned for when we next make a big splash. And as far as the wants and needs people want to see out of future things in that franchise, we are listening. So.
Well, he wrote an email and he never got a response, so I told him to keep trying.
Sadly, we don't respond to every email in, but we are reading pretty much everything out there.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Have him send another email. Attention to the PAX panel. We'll get him a response.
If you really mean that, he will send you a ton.
Go ahead and send it in.
Thank you very much.
What is your son's name? I hope James feels better, and that is a super cool idea. Please
thank you, James. Appreciate your support, buddy. Feel better.
On the right, we've got only a little bit of time left, so let's try and keep this a little quicker.
Sure. So it seems like you give a lot of feedback to the developers who sign up with you. And one question I had is, when you started doing VR games, did you have to kind of rethink any instincts you had, or did you make mistakes initially?
Yes.
Can you talk some about them? I'm kind of curious.
I mean, when we first jumped into VR, VR was still fairly young. Like, it's still young now, but it was the pure Wild West when we kind of jumped in with Killing Floor Incursion, our internal title. And by the time we were finishing up work on that, like, where VR was already even changing. And that was kind of the feedback we got when we shipped Incursion, especially in the Steam space. Like, the expectation of like what a VR title should be on Steam had moved past where we had kind of targeted what we were able to make at Killing Floor Incursion's inception. And that's still, to a degree, still happening. It's not happening as fast. Things have kind of settled down much more. But there's still a lot of lessons being learned and challenges that people are trying to find the perfect answer to. Because there's a lot of, hey, we can do this to kind of get around this challenge, but there's still a lot of, this isn't the perfect answer to this particular question yet, that is still out there.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the questions around VR were whether or not there was an audience there that would stick around. And as of late, especially with the success of the Oculus Quest 2, it really feels like there's an audience there that really, really cares about the games. And so with eSpire 2, we have partnered with MetaQuest on the game. They're developing it from the ground up for MetaQuest. And we found a lot of benefits from kind of starting it like that.
Mm-hmm. Come on up and question on the left.
Yeah, so first off, me and my friends, you might have heard the audible whoo after Deceive 2, or Deceive came out on the screen. We were big fans of that when we came across that PAX 2 years ago. So if any devs are listening or here now, we love you.
Sadly, they're not here, but they are probably listening.
Of course, all right. But the question that I have, currently I'm actually going through university, computer science, and lucky enough to have a design in video games concentration. For someone who's a young developer who may not even want to be, making their own game, but to break into that industry, do you have any recommendations for those developers outside of just the academic credentials?
Make your own project, join a mod team, do something that shows you know how to use the tool sets.
Yeah, I think just getting your name out there, build a portfolio website, open an art station, just drop a build on itch.io or something, just like put your name out there in whatever way possible. Give yourself a presence on the internet, and it kind of will find you.
Ship a thing, get feedback, update a thing.
If you're into it, stream what you're talking about. There's a developer channel on Twitch, for example, where people watch folks making their games. So there's plenty of avenues for sure.
If you if you want to work in mobile games, maybe get to know Unity really well. If you like console and PC, maybe get to know Unreal really well. Those probably would be the great place to start.
All right, I think this might have to be our last question, sadly, but we do have a few more prizes, so
and
some
hang
people might
around.
want to stick around outside and chat with us. To the right.
What's that?
So I'm a big fan of Maneater, and I tried out the Deceive Inc. last year. It was a lot of fun.
Awesome.
So my question is, I really like the verticality in some of your games. Like, there's a lot of thinking about going up and down. And then with a lot of newer games, I have an HTC Vive, and with a lot of these new games, there's a lot of cool looks into how to do different things with verticality. So my question is, going forward, especially with games, in VR, how do you see verticality changing? Do you see with your new spy or your new, I guess, robot spy game? Are there going to be open air levels? Are there going to be where do you see the verticality going?
Yeah, there are open air levels that we currently have in campaign. Obviously, a lot of it kind of takes place in more confined areas because you're infiltrating places. But I think you had mentioned Deceive Inc., and one of the levels that we are not showing yet does have a lot of verticality. So I think it's funny because one of our game designers who's really super duper smart and has boiled things down into little nuggets of knowledge sometimes said I think he said verticality is like a multiplier on terms of difficulty and learnability. And so if you're looking at a level that's flat, if it goes vertical, you add a multiplier on that to how hard it is to learn, which in some cases can be great, right? Because you want maps that take time to learn.
Brian?
So yeah, I don't see them going places, but I do think that sometimes VR is a little challenging for that.
All right, Brian, I was going to say I have to bring you to the end here because they're telling us we have to go.
Okay.
So sadly, no more questions in here.
Thank you.
We'll be right outside perhaps to chat a little bit more and perhaps hand out our last few prizes. But thank you everyone for joining us.
Thank you.
Please enjoy your PAX East 20.
Thank you so much for coming to our voice acting panel. This is our very first PAX, so it was very nice to receive such a warm welcome. Our panel is mostly going to be a Q&A today because we want to know what you guys want to hear. But we should probably introduce ourselves quickly just because not everyone is familiar with our work or what we've done. My name is Kira. I am a voice actor based in California. I am the voice of 2B in Nier Automata, Jolene Cujo in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I've been in a bunch of fighting games like Street Fighter, Soul Calibur, Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle, Dead or Alive, all sorts of things, and a lot of other projects, but those are just a few. We also did a panel earlier for our Bloody Roar redub project in which I play Uriko, so yeah, lots of stuff.
Well, I can't top that, but hi guys, my name is Casey Mangelo, and some of you guys might know me as the voice of either Score Bunny, Raboot, Raichu, Cinderace, Alistair from Pokemon, or the protagonist, Nahabino in Shin Megami Tensei 5, or Shinji Ikari in Neon Genesis Evangelion, and everyone you've ever killed in Red Dead Redemption 1, that's me. And some various people that you've heard me in Elder Scrolls Online and Star Trek Online and cool stuff like that. So I'm probably missing something big I'm not even...
Yeah, it's hard to remember everything.
I'm trying to think of the ones that you guys might know. But how you guys doing? All right. Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah, so of course we want to know what you guys want to know about, or if you have any questions on kind of getting involved in voice acting, whether as a hobby, because we both kind of started as a hobby online many, many years ago, and now we do this as our full-time job. So if you guys have any questions about that, or if you want to ask us any questions about our work, or you want to tell us your favorite meme, I don't know, then feel free to make an orderly line down the center here, and we will just go ahead and call on you.
Yep, so the microphone, you'll see it right in the center of this aisle. So feel free to line up, and if you have any questions at all, feel free to ask.
Hello. So I'm dabbling in like hobbyist level, trying to get into VO, done a few auditions, and a lot of people say commercials, commercials, commercials. Do you guys still do commercials, or how did you make the transition from doing commercial work into games and anime and such? Are there any tools out there for that, like Voices or Voice 123?
Well, I actually haven't really done commercial. I always started in character work. That was my background. So kind of my transition more was I did a lot of online and indie projects. I used to do stuff way back in like the mid 2000s. I was like, was anyone here on newgrounds.com back in the day? I was like every female voice in the mid 2000s in Flash cartoons. And then I kind of started doing like anime and then worked my way into games. So, everyone's journey is a little different. I've always done character work, so commercial work is kind of a mystery.
Mine's the
Casey, I
complete
know you did
opposite.
some
I started
art.
doing video games, and I did commercials when I was living in New York City, and that's where I did stuff like Star Trek and Red Dead Redemption and all that stuff. I got a little bit started with commercials, and I had an agent out there, and I'd be sent, once in a while, just, some commercial copy, and I would just book it and go, oh, well, that's cool. And then you do a job, and then you're driving in your car one day, and then you completely forgot you did it, and then you hear yourself on the radio and go, what the? So and that absolutely happens. But as far as like getting those kinds of jobs, you can absolutely get them on stuff like voices.com, Voice 123. At least I used to as well a really long time ago. So I can't really say if those sites hold up nowadays, but back when we first started, like 15 years ago, it was a good way to kind of get your feet wet.
Yeah, now it's kind of the opposite. Commercials are mostly with agencies, so, and it's kind of hard to get an agent if you're just starting out. I mean, even for people who are really established, sometimes it can be hard to get an agent. So, I would say if you want to do more character work, get involved in online indie stuff. There's a ton of indie games that cast online now, even on Twitter and stuff like that, and just get involved that way, and then when you have more material, when you have acting training, that sort of stuff, then you can look into getting a demo made and submitting and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hope that helped.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
So I always come to like these panels and like to get like all different perspectives and questions, and I feel like every time I hear from you guys up there like how you got your start, it's always I had this theater background in school, or I was a singer when I was young, or I was this, or I was that. Do you have any advice for the people who like found this late in life and are like already in like another full career and maybe don't have that like acting background and but found a passion for this later and are ready to like try to jump into it, like without having that like that foundation from a young age, or even as as far as high school? I'm in my mid-20s, and some people are even obviously older and start this later, but don't have any of that. How do you have any advice for people who are really trying to break out of what they're doing now that has absolutely nothing to do with voice acting or acting in general, and who especially don't have any like previous background in it?
Believe it or not, many of us don't have previous formal background training with acting. We were just nerds who just thought, hey, this could be kind of cool to try as just something for fun, as a hobby, whatever. And then, maybe it took us somewhere we didn't think that it would take us. Right. And we just would think, this is something maybe I could do, but could it be a career? Could I, make enough money to sustain, just like to live? Could this be a viable career option path? And, for everybody, I think, asks themselves that question, and no one really knows. So you just kind of go out there and give it your shot. And, even without formal acting training, a lot of us just, myself, I'm a huge gamer, and I love to really break down. My ears are always open, even when I'm playing a game, like as far back as playing like Fallout 3 and stuff like that. And listening to the way the voices were done, I'm like, these are so good. So this is what it would have to sound like. So that's the kind of thing I was always, tuning into when I was playing these games. Like, this is what they would want. So I need to kind of like, not so much emulate, but learn how they're getting to where they are in the game, how they sound and why they made those choices. So that was kind of how I kind of taught myself in a weird way how to do it. Mm-hmm. And from there, it might sound goofy and stupid, but it's really not. You can make mods for video games. A lot of those games like Fallout, Elder Scrolls, they encourage it. And there's a lot of voice actors that actually started out doing mods. And I used to make them, and me and my friends and stuff. And now we're like in the games for real, and it's just wild. And like, it really is like how you teach yourself how to do this and how you approach it, as far as how you build a skill up, if that makes sense. Like how you learn how to, you can get into the booth, but you have to know how to do the job. But
I do think it is really helpful because I didn't come from a theater background either. I knew specifically I wanted to do voice, but the thing that really kind of like helped break through for me was when I did take a general acting class when I was at university, because for the majority of people, and that was something that really helped, because I was stuck in where a lot of people are now when they try to do this, where they're like, oh, I can do voices, I can sound like these characters, but that's such a small part. They say it's like voice acting with the acting really big. So you think of it like that. Right. So I think the majority of people, I know I certainly did, can really benefit from just taking some type of acting class. It doesn't even have to be a voice acting class, anything that will teach you acting fundamentals. Now I know sometimes, training's expensive, which is totally understandable. So you can even like go on YouTube and just look up acting foundations. There's books, there's online articles, there's all sorts of things, and definitely, play games, listen to media, listen to stuff that's either classic but really good, or that's currently booking, so you know what kind of performances are expected, and just try to absorb all this stuff you can. But I think the biggest thing, if you don't come from that background, is going to be just making sure that your acting fundamentals are solid, because that's the biggest thing that's going to book you the role.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hey there.
Hey there.
So much of this is mainly directed towards Kira. So first thing that is completely off topic, what do you think of the new Demon Slayer coming out?
I have no idea when. A lot of times we don't know any more than you guys do in terms of things like release dates. Everyone's like, when's the next part of JoJo? When's the next part of Demon Slayer? It's like, we'll find out when you find out. But I mean, I have heard that Mitsuri gets more development later in the manga, so I'm very excited for if and whenever that comes.
Well, the next Well, that's why I was asking, because the next arc they're doing is exactly who they're going to focus on your character, Mitsuri.
Well, I can't wait then.
For sure. Currently, she's my favorite at the moment. Now for the more on-topic question. So you said that you did voice acting as a hobby, and then you became a professional voice actress. So I was a little curious about how that works, because I know that during your time as a professional voice actress, if I'm getting it correctly, you also spent time helping with voice acting with other people's projects. For example, you played Asuka from the Sunrider series, which is getting a sequel soon, and you also was a candidate for the main villain of, I believe the name is called Rosenkreuzstilett, Iris Zeppelin. So how does that come along, where you're playing as both a professional for say voice acting companies, while at the same time doing stuff for like doujins, indie games, smaller projects, translations?
Well, the thing is, indie games are still valid work. It's still a game credit. And a lot of times, indie games do pay these days. You know, it used to be like way back when we were first starting out, it was more difficult for smaller creators to make money off their projects, so it was kind of rare for the actors to get paid. But now you see indie games that pay, you know, as fairly as they can. Maybe not all of them can pay industry standard rates, but they, you know, are doing what they can with their budget and their team. And a lot of times, voice actors will act in indie projects because they like it. They want to help out these smaller devs. They want to, you know, work on something cool. A lot of these games even get on console. An indie game that I voiced the lead in and also helped cast for, Chris Tales, if any of you guys know that one. That was, you know, released on all platforms, that kind of stuff. So, you know, it's kind of like when someone's doing voice acting work as a career, it does take a long time to get that career off the ground. So, you know, there's no like one set point where somebody can be like, oh, I made it, I'm doing this. You know, I mean, maybe if you're doing it full time, like if you're doing that as your only living, but a lot of people will still, they'll look out for any kind of jobs, you know, indie or the bigger stuff.
So you're not bound to a very specific company when you're a professional voice actress. You're basically, it's either, my guess is either you find a character, either the company finds you for a character, or you find a project that you like, a character that you like, and you try to apply for them. Am I saying that right?
Well, basically, we're all freelancers, so we're independent contractors. You know, an actor may have a certain agency that they're affiliated with or something like that, but, you know, that's just kind of one source of auditions. And a lot of times when, let's say, a game company needs voices for their game, they will send auditions out either to a recording studio that handles the casting and recording, and they'll have an internal talent roster, or we'll send it out to agencies in LA, and they will, you know, have people audition for it. Most of the times we don't really get to choose what characters we audition for, what projects we audition for. We get stuff in our email inboxes, and, you know, if there's anyone that we fit, or if they say, hey, we'd like you to read for this character, then we'll audition. The majority of stuff actors audition for, we don't book. So for anyone out there who's doing it as a hobby and you're like, oh, I just feel like I'm auditioning for a lot of stuff and not booking it, that is totally normal. We read for stuff all the time that we don't book, but then they'll say, hey, we liked you, this audition you did for this other thing, we want to put you in this different game instead. Or, you know, so it is just very like a contract freelance. You're always trying to audition for as many things as possible and do those jobs when they come in.
Okay, I see. Because I remember reading about things like how Jayon Bosch wanted to play Mikazuki from Iron Blood Orphans, but got Orga instead. Speaking of which, I'm actually still curious how you like the roles. Like, how do you like playing Mitsuri and the other characters I mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, we all love the characters we play. You know, you have to, I think any time that you get cast as a character, you just kind of have to put whatever you can into that. You know, obviously we want to stay true to the creator's artistic vision, especially when we're working on localized media. We want to stay true to the original Japanese voice and things like that. But, I think there is that element of like we kind of put a little of our souls into each of our characters.
All right. I only asked because I feel like you enjoyed playing Mitsuri, considering how you dyed your hair is the same as hers.
Oh, I mean, I love all my characters. My favorite is probably Jolene because I love JoJo's.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Hello again, you two.
Hi there.
So I was just wondering, because considering you two have contributed in such like huge Japanese-based franchises like you, Casey, Neon Genesis, and the Pokemon anime, and you, Kira, for the likes of Street Fighter, Soul Calibur, JoJo, like you mentioned, and now Demon Slayer, I was just curious if there was like any other big franchises out there that you two hope to be a part of down the line, and this can apply to either anime or games or both.
I would I'd like to do something in a Final Fantasy game, but here's a weird one. I'd love to be in a Tony Hawk game.
Casey's a skateboarder in real life, by the way.
But playing those games, way too many hours for too many years.
I would love to be in Guilty Gear. It's my favorite fighting game franchise. I would love to be the voice of Dizzy if she ever gets an English voice. I would love to be in Smash Brothers. I know that's setting the bar really high, but as a former competitive Smash player, I just think that would be like the coolest thing. And then, of course, I got my #1 dream role of all time, so I can't be too greedy, which is Jolene from JoJo's.
Of course.
And how can I not say Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah.
Of course.
All right, thank you both very much.
Thank you very much for the question.
Hi.
Hey there.
Seeing as so much has transitioned to being completely online, or at least partially online, over the past couple of years, what are some resources that you would recommend or that you think are helpful for people trying to get their feet wet in the voice acting game that are online or that are restricted by their location?
Has she got the answer for
I'm
you?
so glad you asked. Okay, so, pardon if this seems kind of like self-promotion, but I am the founder and one of the admins of an online community called Voice Acting Club. Have any of you guys heard of it? Okay, a few. Well, all right, so basically what the Voice Acting Club is, we started as an online forum, but now our main form of communication is Discord server because, the way that people like to communicate has evolved. So it's primarily centered on our Discord server, but we do still on the forums have a lot of articles, and I write a ton of free guides and articles. You can go and see all sorts of things about how to get started, red flags to watch out for, all this kind of stuff. We also, our community originated something called the Indie Rate Guide, which helps smaller creators and actors figure out how to fairly price work in the more online space if they don't have the budget that a major company does. And on our Discord server, we're currently at 18,000 members. Obviously, not everyone is active, but it's a great place that you can go to not only just ask questions if you want to, you're like, hey, how do I do this? How do I use Audacity? How do I, whatever. And you can find answers from other people. You can make friends with other people who are in a similar career path as you, who are also looking to do this. And also there are casting calls posted there. We have a few channels, so we have some for just the hobby, like just for fun collab projects. And then sometimes people post paid castings as well for like indie games and animations and stuff.
It's a lot easier, well, I don't say easier, but it's very saturated now, but there's still a lot more resources now than there were 10, 15 years ago, like when you started. But we had more back then than people who did this stuff long before us. So it's kind of ever evolving and things are always changing. And the landscape is just always changing. So, I mean, now is a pretty good time as far as resources go, because you can just Google it and find how to set up a mic, what mics work best for you, and things of that sort. But the, other end of the stick is there's so many people now who are trying to do the same thing that you're doing and we're doing. So yeah, it can get pretty competitive. So I guess that's the trade-off with what we have available to us to as resources.
Yeah, I try to like come up with the resources that I wish I had when I was first starting out. So, and we're constantly adding more stuff to the community. So it's voiceactingclub.com, super easy to remember. There's a link to our Discord server, all that kind of stuff. The Twitter community is pretty active in that space if you want to do like indie voice acting and stuff. And, just take some time because I know it can be overwhelming at first. So take the time to read the articles. There's also a great site called iwanttobeavoiceactor.com,
Of course,
which
how could
is
I
a really
forget?
good
Yes.
resource too.
I want
if
to be
you're
a
looking to get started.
voiceactor.com. It's a real site, trust me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hi.
Hey there.
So are you guys part of an actors union? And typically, from your experience, do you know how many voice acting jobs are union in your experience?
So this gets a little complicated. Usually what I tell people is you don't have to worry about union stuff until you're at the point where, you're really established in your career. Maybe you have an agent, all that kind of stuff. And then at some point you become like a must join, like you become eligible for, it's the same union as film actors. It's SAG, Screen Actors Guild. But unfortunately, a lot of jobs aren't covered by the union. It's something that a lot of actors are trying to change, but especially in smaller spaces and things like that, a lot of the work is still non-union, which has its pros and cons.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. So just to touch on an earlier couple of things that you said, about the commercial and hearing yourself in the car and going, and then also like the listening to the Fallout 3 NPC's voice acting and dialogue. How do you ever get over the sound of hearing your own voice and thinking, oh my God, that's horrible? Like, how do you get to the point where what you recorded sounds acceptable and sounds like what you hear in Fallout?
I guess there's a point that, so, and you guys can probably really, as gamers, people who play video games, you can play a game and hear really good voice acting and go, that is really good, right? Of course. But I can never hear that in me with any of the games I've ever, I could be like, it's okay, or I could have done that better, or maybe the direction was weird. But I'm never like, man, that was great, I'm so great, never, at least not for me. But it is always strange to hear yourself, just at first, like you play a game and you really get immersed in the game, like really immersed in the game, and then you hear your voice and go, oh God, I forgot I was in this. And that happened to me when I was playing Bug Snacks and I voiced Floofty Fizzlebean. And I was getting really into the game for hours. And then I go back to Snacksburg and I have to go talk to my character. And I do that without even thinking. And I'm like, why is this character sound? Oh my God, that's me. And it completely like takes you out of it. But you know how you get when you're so immersed in the game, you're just in the zone. Yeah. So when that happens, it's like, kind of weird, but it's like, oh yeah, well, wow.
So the question for me was more around how do you, when you've got that feeling of what you did is not good enough, how do you settle on, okay, this is good enough for an audition, I think this could be, the take?
Really, it's something that you have to learn is that you can't really spend a lot of time per take. So if you're doing
a lot of times the auditions are due within like a day.
Yeah, we'll have auditions for like, it'll be a few pages of dialogue and it's due that night or the next morning. So you don't have time to like sit with it and research it and study it or anything because you don't even know what it is. Everything's code named. You don't even know what game it is or what show it is or what it is at all. They just give you kind of like a fake character name and some sample dialogue. And you pretty much just have to, and you're gonna have a lot of auditions because you have a lot of them coming through. So you're gonna have to kind of like bang them out. So you don't really have time to think really. And that's where cold reading really comes into play, is learning to cold read is essential. But I would just do do one take. And if it's good, and if I have time, I'll do one more. If it's not super long anyway. And if I'm okay with it, I'll send it. If I think it sucks, I'll try it again. And if I still think it sucks, I just won't send it.
Well, I think trusting your acting instincts is really important. You know, it's okay to go back and refine things that you hear
Yes.
in an audition, but you don't want to do it so much that it sounds over-rehearsed, because acting is all
Yes,
about being
yes.
authentic. You know, we have to believe you as the character. And I will say that when you're starting out, it is normal to spend a little bit more time on your auditions, because you're still kind of going back and saying, ooh, I didn't, you know, if you listen back, do you believe that character is saying that, or does it sound like a person reading lines? Because if it sounds like a person reading a script off a page, then it's like, okay, what can you do to go back and connect with this copy somehow? You know, it's, again, it's all cold reading. We don't have time to sit there and really get into the character's head and all that, but just, okay, how can I connect with this? How can I make it meaningful and sound like a person talking, like a person is actually saying this stuff and not an actor reading words off a page?
Yep. And that's where listening to games like Fallout comes into place, because a game like that has so much going on. Characters are happy, sad, distressed, whatever. And you hear how these actors will deliver these lines. And you go, wow, they did something kind of like this with their voice. They got kind of soft, and you know, my child died, and blah, 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 blah. And you know, I'm so happy I won the lottery, or whatever. So just like you really just observe and learn and go, oh, okay, well, these worked for these scenes. So you can kind of remember how these act, just how I do it anyway. Everybody's different. I'll kind of think of how these actors might have done it. And then if I see a script that calls for that kind of attitude or that kind of read, I'll kind of channel what I remember from these games, and I'll kind of pull from that, almost as if I'm that character.
Yeah, listening
If
and
that makes
observing
sense.
is really helpful. And, you know, and remember, it's like we all have access to all these emotions because we're all human. I mean, I hope. So, you know, it's, yeah, so you can access all those things. Even if you've never experienced something like that character has experienced, you know what it's like to feel happy or sad or anxious or, you know, yelling at people to give orders or what have you. So if that helps.
I hope that helps
thank you.
somewhat. Thank you very much.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, are there any specific exercises that you try to practice and or use when trying to land a specific vocal inflection for whatever role?
So one thing that can help, and it gets kind of like a bad rep among people because a lot of people do this instead of acting, which is not the right thing, but listening, you know, like Casey said, listening to games, watching shows, anything with like a character type that you want to portray. So you can think about like, hey, I really want to get better at this specific archetype. Like say it's like you want to do better like soldier voices or something. You can listen to games that have good performance and you can imitate that just to get a feel of how to do it. You know, obviously it's like when we're auditioning, we're not doing impressions of existing characters the grand majority of the time, but that can form a base for you to kind of learn how to do it, learn how, you know, a really good actor who's working all the time does it, and then you can kind of make it your own from there. Because it is
more like a foundation that you kind of, you know, you're not taking their thing, but it is like a foundation, and you kind of build upon that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Hi. So, I've got two questions. So I'll start with the more advicey one. So, you know, like pre-pandemic, I kind of had this whole stint where, like, me and my friends, we would gather around like a screen that's got a visual novel on it, and we'd all voice act the different characters, and we had a lot of fun. And I was like, damn, I actually really like this, and so that's kind of how I got into the whole like kind of desire to be like a voice actor.
Cool.
But then, you know, pandemic happened, and I went to college, and I kind of lost all that. But I've been getting more interested into it recently again. And so I just wanted to ask, for somebody who's like at that point, what would your advice for the next step be?
Well, I mean, if you like doing that kind of stuff, like, you know, voicing over things with your friends, one thing that you could do if you like streaming, if you have a setup for that, you could say, hey guys, we're gonna stream a game that's like text only or has very minimal voices, and you guys do the voiceovers for the characters. You know, you can also come up with your own concepts, like, you know, write a little like audio story and produce it. There's just so many different things you can do. Sometimes like web comics, you can ask the artist if they're okay with you like dubbing over their comic for, you know, just like a little YouTube video or whatever, and you know, and just get involved with stuff that way.
Well, I meant more like not, I wasn't like interested specifically in like doing it with my friends. I meant just like doing it in general. If it's the same advice, that's fine. I'm just making sure you understand the question.
Okay, if you want to join the Voice Acting Club server, I would say just go in and start auditioning for a lot of like the hobby projects and things like that. And you can also just practice recording stuff on your own time, just like try out, that's another thing that kind of ties back to a previous question when you guys asked about like getting over hearing the sound of your voice and stuff like that. A lot of it is just doing it. Just practice recording. You can download Audacity, it's totally free, and just record yourself and listen back and, just think, okay, what does this sound like? How can I improve it? Take like a manga you like or something like that, read some of the dialogue out loud and just record it for yourself. You don't have to post it on the internet, but, and if you are interested in more of kind of like, okay, how does this work? How do I level up my acting? Take classes. A lot of them are online on Zoom now, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then my second question was there any like role where you like say you got the part and you were like, oh, like this is it, like it's something you were a big fan of before and you got it and you were like, oh wow, this is like crazy?
Elder Scrolls.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Good choices. All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. So I have a question. You might have already answered it though, but if you're starting out trying to get into voice acting, how do you market yourself or grab the attention of agents? Do I just dub my voiceover, like you said, over some animes that I love and stuff like that, create types of reels, or how you build that type of repertoire so someone can take notice of you and see that you have like different talents and doing different types of voices and stuff like that?
Well, the thing about agents is that it's kind of probably not something you're going to get at the very beginning of your journey. I mean, some people are. Some people get very lucky or they're just extremely good and they stand out in some way or another. But a lot of times you're going to have to sort of build up some kind of body of work before you are ready to submit to agents. Maybe you're booking on your own. There's a lot of projects that do cast directly, that sort of thing. And eventually when you have training ideally of some kind, you kind of, you're on the right track, maybe like a mentor in the industry said, hey, I think you're ready to do a demo, then you can look into getting a demo done. One thing I would caution everyone is if you are not ready, if you're maybe not trained, this and that, don't rush to spend like $2,000 on a demo because you will outgrow it and you will kind of feel like you wasted your money. So don't spend a bunch of money on a demo unless you are at that point in your career where that's something that you feel like you need to do. If you're doing stuff online or whatever, you can even put together your own demo. I have an article on the Voice Acting Club website that goes into a lot of detail on how to do that. If when you have a demo reel that is at least like some kind of professional sounding demo reel, whether or not it's something that you like commission somebody online or you do get a professionally done demo, then you can start looking into submissions, like submitting to studios and things like that. But you definitely want to have some kind of body of professional work behind you, I would say.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I had a question. What do you think, your guys' favorite, like either line or moment in the booth that you've ever had?
That's such a tough question. Oh my goodness. I was not prepared. That's a curveball. You?
I mean,
for you, how is it not ora?
Well, yeah, there's that, but I was thinking like one moment that really got me very emotional. I mean, a lot of moments got me really emotional when recording JoJo, but it's the part where she's calling the Speedwagon Foundation from the prison, and she's explaining that she's Jotaro Kujo's daughter, and that just like, man, that just got me like, yes, I'm Jotaro Kujo's daughter. Like, I wanted to play Jolene for 8 years to give you an idea of like just how special that role was to me.
And I guess for me, it would be probably in Ava at the very end when everyone's standing around Shinji clapping, and Shinji says, thanks everyone. Like that, at that point, I was so far gone mentally. Doing a show like that is not, like, your brain is like taking a vacation. It's off somewhere, and you're like, oh, I guess I'm going along for the ride, okay. And by the time you're done, you're just like, huh. So you're not even acting at that point. You're just going off of emotions and feelings, and you're not acting. It's usually just like, leave it at the door, leave yourself at the door, and then do your character, and then leave and pick up yourself. With this, it stays with you. And doing that line, I think after we did that line and we wrapped the 26 episodes, we like cried. We're all just like, like it was like, oh my God. So that was like, it was a weird sense of relief because it was like done, but at the same time it was like a happy kind of feeling I got. So it was kind of, that's probably the most powerful line I've ever delivered. It's like just that one in that scene, I think.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
So this is kind of a mouthful here. You can hear me, right? Oh,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
cool.
Yep.
This is kind of a mouthful here. I'm very sorry for like the word salad. So Kenny James is like the prolific voice of Bowser. Rrr, that guy. He works a 9 to 5, I believe, still as a propane and propane accessories guy. The question that I have, it's a two-parter or a multi-parter. It's like those state tests from high school. The first question that I have is, being somebody who works a 9 to 5 myself, how do you juggle a 9 to 5 with what you're passionate about, in this case, voice acting? And what do you do to prioritize all that? Plus, oh wow, I have dinner with family, I have friends to play airsoft with or whatever. On top of all of that, without getting tired, I already know the answer to that one. But how do you prioritize like all of that plus the 9 to 5 at the time? This question is for both of you.
Well, I have, since I moved to LA like 4 or 5 years ago, I've been pretty much doing nonstop voice acting, but I do know people that do have families and have 9 to 5s. And I know that the main thought is, God, I can't wait to quit this 9 to 5. So like, it's just doing voice acting full time is usually the goal from my friends who are living that life. So, you know, I think that is probably their goal. But starting out, it's a juggle. It's finding any bit of time that you can to learn and grow as an actor that you have for free time. Still, of course, tending to your job, your family, your own needs, your health, and, you know, and anytime you have, do some research a little bit here and there, do a little thing for fun, record a little thing for fun, or just play around, see what works for you. Listen to some tutorials online.
There's
go
no strict
through,
timeline.
you know.
You can do one thing a
Yeah,
day, or if you don't
absolutely,
feel up to doing
yeah.
anything that day, that's okay. You're human.
Fair enough.
I think another thing that can be a good goal for people in that situation is to try to get to a point financially where they can transition to doing their day job part-time. Because I know at that point, especially if you're doing things that require live sessions with clients, it helps to have, you know, kind of that flexibility. So I've had a ton of jobs. I've been a barista. I've worked in retail. You know, in jobs like that, you're working evenings and weekends a lot. So if you know, yeah, maybe you have to work every Saturday and Sunday, but then you have a couple of days free if a client needs to book a session with you. You know, auditions, it doesn't really matter because you just do those on your own time and send them in, but you know, I think if you can sort of transition to part-time work, that helps with the mental and physical energy and vocal stamina.
All right, cool. My next question, building off of that, is at what point did you find it suitable to transition from a normal 9 to 5 work for a living to making your passion your 9 to 5? Actually, the better question would be, when do you suggest doing that? Because I understand you just said do it when you're like financially stable on one aspect,
yeah.
but when would be a good time to just say, all right, screw working all together, pardon my language, this is gonna be my 9 to 5 from now on?
For me, it was when my schedule with recording got so crazy that I just couldn't have another job anymore. Like I just couldn't make it work schedule-wise because my last regular job that I had was I worked as a kitten nursery, neonatal caregiver at a kitten nursery, and I would only work like 3 days a week, but it eventually got where even that was too hard because then I was just like recording all day and stuff. So at that point, you know, if you're booking that much, even though like stuff like anime is kind of known for not paying that well, to be honest, if you're booking that much, then you're probably at the point where you're like financially stable enough to not need that other job. But, you know, it's very specific to each person, but you know, basically when your work is stable and consistent enough that you can justify not having that, because, you know, income goes up and down when you're a freelancer. Even when I was working on Nier, I was recording the lead in Nier, I still had another job.
That's fair, yeah, that's easy to understand. I mean, I work full-time right now at an Amazon, and I don't know how I do all of that, plus what I do on the side, and it's like, how am I not gray yet?
Yeah.
So
The
it's
day
just,
will
wow.
come. The day will come.
It is. It's a lot of energy drinks and coffee.
Oh, boy.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the advice.
Absolutely. Thank you for the questions.
All right. Hey. Hopefully I'm in the mic. What's going on, everybody?
Hey.
This is more so for advice and voiceover. So to give a quick background, I've been doing voiceover the past 4 years.
Sweet.
Got my agent last year, so it's been a really interesting experience. And basically, I've gotten commercial, radio, some video
Yeah.
games. But
Get
one of
it?
the things I don't get
Oh,
really are the bigger video games and anime. So my thing is, outside of this, I also do content creation full time as a Twitch partner. So it's like I'm trying to go every avenue to say, hey, I'm a voice actor. Give me the auditions if you got a chance. So should I be emailing these studios directly, or hey, I need to get another agent because the agent can reach out to them directly? So just kind of looking for your advice as to what's the next step, if that makes sense.
Well, one of the challenges that I think where do you live, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, so one of the challenges is that it is going to be hard if you're not in LA, especially for the bigger video games and a lot of the anime stuff. Anime is mostly done either in LA or in Dallas, Texas area. With the pandemic, there has been some leeway for remote, but a lot of studios are trying to go back in person, especially for those bigger video games. A lot of times, if we see auditions from our agents, they do say that you have to come in if you book those big games. So I think, the location thing is going to be kind of a hurdle, but you can reach out to studios directly and ask if they work remote if you have a broadcast quality home setup and, everything's like kind of, what these studios require. You can always say like, hey, here's a page with my home studio information, here's my demos, here's my resume, all that kind of stuff. One way to kind of find out what studio worked on a game is if you look at the credits or you look at a site like, I think like Moby Games is one of them and stuff like that. And it will list what the recording studio was for the game, or maybe who the voice director was, who the casting director was. So those can give you some leads to kind of look up how to reach out to those people.
Okay, and if I may ask another question, once you're in these places like LA or Texas, should you just hit the floor running? Of course, don't show up at the studio, please, nobody do that in person.
No.
I've seen that on Twitter. But, it's like, what's that? Okay, now I'm here. I want to look at these auditions. Or is it more agent-focused, you'd say?
It's a little of both. I think, before moving, you still want to make sure that you kind of have connections with those LA studios already. And, that's where kind of like doing a bit of research and figuring out who to reach out to and kind of how to get on those internal casting rosters.
And since you said you have already been doing commercials and some games, right?
Yeah, I've been doing
So you have some material to show a potential agent, which is good.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So
all right, thank you very
you would
much.
absolutely have a chance just because of the
Yeah.
previous experiences you had. So, yeah.
Okay, well,
Heck
thank
yeah.
you very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Best of luck. Sweet.
Okay. So I have a question mostly for Casey, but here, if you want to jump in. So Casey, you played the second dub for Shinji Ikari in Evangelion.
Yes.
When walking into a role like that has such history behind it and a passionate fan base, what role did the older dub, if any, play in how you chose to voice Shinji?
How I chose to voice, you mean like the previous cast? I actually had never seen I've actually never seen Ava, period. So I had never heard any of their performances before. When working on the show, we listened to the Japanese, and that was what we had to go off of. But taking on the role was terrifying. And when I found out what it was, I actually tried to back out. And I'm like, I can't do this.
You
I
tried
can't
to
do
run
this.
away.
I tried to run away, and I'm like, thanks, guy. I went for the call back, and I'm like, oh, this is what this is. Oh, thanks, but I think I'm gonna go. No. Just sit in the booth and just do a couple, just do a quick scene. I'm like, okay. So I did it. Like, I love your energy. You don't want to do it. That's perfect for the character. And I'm like, what do you mean? And
They are the same person. I don't think people realize.
and it was like, it was really, really scary. So I I ended up booking the part, and I was told, well, you've been cast by, the team in Japan. And like the creator of Ava is like him or his right-hand man picked you. And I'm like, oh, well, how do you, okay, I guess I'm doing it. And I'm like, I don't think I'm ready for this. I don't think I could do it. And my director, Carrie Kiernan, who also voiced Misato, there's a little bit meta here. It's like her talking to Shinji. She's just like, I'm like, I can't do this. I'm not ready. And she's like, you think you're not ready, but you're ready, kind of stuff. And I'm like, this is weirdly meta, but maybe you're right. So we pushed through it, and we just kept chugging away. It was like 4 hours, sessions at a time. Mostly just me screaming, getting really emotional, and just kind of in between takes, I'd just be sitting there going. It was not easy on the brain to do it. It is not a mentally easy show to do at all, and especially if you have like depression, anxiety, or anything, any traumas or past, like I do. It is something that kicks you in the butt. So I was really scared to do it, but I did it. And I think we did an okay job. I did meet the previous cast later on, which was great. And they're all like fantastic people. And we got to meet up, and it was really cool to get to know them. We were talking, and we were just like, this show's crazy, isn't it? And I'm like, yeah. And we were just talking about it. And it was really cool to get to connect, and and it was really nice to, be welcomed by them. And we're just like, cool, like we're part of one big, crazy, weird Ava family. And it was pretty neat.
And with Kira, you playing Jolene, and the JoJo fan base being passionate, to say the least, I think, if this is a dream character for you, how did you deal with that sort of tension of, did you feel like you have to land it perfectly, or did you just go out there and say, I'm going to do it, and how it comes out, it comes out?
Well, I was so scared when I did my audition, because it was kind of like, this is the moment. I felt like, in some ways, I guess kind of in contrast to feeling like I'm not ready, I felt like, of course I'm ready. I've basically been preparing for this moment, like, not my entire life, but it feels like my entire life, because, for the previous 8 years, this was my biggest goal. And, so I felt like I knew, like, inside I'm like, I am the right choice for this character, but at the same time, it's so scary because casting is subjective. You can be like, of course I'm the right choice for
Hey,
this
you want to know something hilarious, but like terrible for Kira? Is I was sent Jolene's audition by mistake, and she didn't receive it. And I'm like, did you get an email? No. Oh. Can you take a look at, because I'm not reading for this. I think this was meant for you. But it wasn't sent to her inbox
email mistakes
until like a few days later.
stuff, yeah.
So for those days, she's like, oh my God, what did they do? Just like freaking out, like, oh my God, what if they don't want me for Jolene? And then there's like a mix up or something, and they're just like, oh, we meant to send it to you. So I got it, and she was like, what?
But it's like, to kind of go back to the whole, like, even if you're like, I know that this is like the part that I've meant to play, or that I've worked towards being the right person for this role, casting is still subjective, and you don't know what, like, the clients or the casting director, sometimes they want something totally different. I've had auditions where I thought I nailed it, I really wanted to book the part, I'm like, I think I did great, and then I don't get cast. And then there's other things where I'm like, oh, this is trash, I'm not the right choice for this character, but I send the audition anyway, and then I book it. So, it's really weird like that. Like,
that's
even
common.
For 2B, when I auditioned for 2B, I was like, I never book characters like this. Are you sure you want me to read for it? And they're like, yeah, just try it. And then, I booked it, which was a total surprise, because at the time I never played characters in that archetype. So you just never know. All you can do is your best, and if there is a certain goal that you really want, then rather than just wanting it and hoping something happens, you kind of take steps to be like, okay, what are the steps I need to do to get to this goal?
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hey, so, with the nature of voice acting sometimes, and the way these things work, that sometimes, like, auditions come in and, you know, you get like a character that you're not really familiar with, or it's like something you don't really know until like you get in there.
Oh, yeah.
So I was always wondering, what's the process to get familiar with a character that you might not be familiar with? Like, you know, like you got, for example, Kira was like in Blaze with Cross Tag is like Heart I Know, and you know, Arcana Heart's a pretty niche series. So I'm like, did you like play a bunch of Arcana Heart or something like that, or how did you like get into these roles of characters that you know that you might not be familiar with initially?
Well, a lot of times, you know, as we kind of mentioned, we don't know when we audition for something. Like, you know, when I auditioned for Heart, you know, I think it was kind of, it didn't say like what it was, because a lot of times it's very confidential that this character or this franchise is being added to something like that. So, you know, it's kind of, here's a little description of the type of character we're casting for, the type of voice we want, and here's some lines. And then, you know, you just give that your best shot. And then it's often when you get booked for something, then you go in and you are kind of told a little more about the project and who the character is. And a lot of that falls on the people who will be directing you. So most of the times we'll have a voice director whose job it is to make sure that, you know, everyone's reads fit in the style of the game, that everything's going to sound good when it's put together. And a lot of times you'll even have representatives from the team, you know, like the localization company, or sometimes
That's
the writers.
sometimes scary.
Yeah, it can be scary if you see like a bunch of clients in the room, but you know, they basically give you whatever context you need to do your job properly.
Okay.
But it's not like a play or you know, something like that where we get to study lines in advance. Like most of the time we just get them as we're doing it. So that's why we tell people practice cold reading. It's very important if you want to do voice acting.
It's the most important thing because we don't know what we're going, but we'll be like, we get an email being like, hey, can you come in tomorrow for a game? Sure. No name of the game, don't even know what kind of characters. Sometimes they'll have me in there. I'm like, okay, I have a session at 3. I wonder what kind of characters I'll be doing. It'll be like a little boy, some like older woman, and some weird alien, and you know what I mean? And it's just like, I don't know. And then you get hit with your lines, and they go, okay, go. You have no time to even read through them. You just go. And that's what cold reading is being able to look at that and just going, okay, all right, I got something, let's go. And it's be able to pull something out of your toolbox. Like, all right, I have a kind of a voice. All right, I have something in my head for this. When you read the line, you kind of go, okay. And then you do it, and then they go, okay, yeah, we like that voice. Or let's just try it a little bit higher or lower or gruffer or something. But yeah, something like that. You know, cold reading. Cold reading. Anyone who wants to do this, I cannot stress enough, cold reading is like the most important. Like learning to act, of course, but cold reading, being able to read and act on the fly. Because I feel like anyone can get into the booth, but you really have to be able to hold your own behind the mic. Because if a session doesn't go well and you can't cold read,
yeah.
It's not going to be a good day.
And you can just practice, like they used to say, like read a newspaper, but I know newspapers aren't much of a thing anymore. So an article from your phone, a book, a manga, you know, whatever, just like pick something up and read it and record yourself reading it. And it's okay if you mess up. We all mess up in the booth, you know, it's no big deal.
Oh, yeah.
That'll get you more comfortable with just looking at something and reading it.
Okay, thanks. That was pretty insightful.
Awesome.
Okay, one more quick thing, though. You know, other than like the Jolie role, is there any time you came in for a cold read and you knew exactly what character this was going to be?
Yeah, I mean, usually they tell us by the time we've actually booked the job, because then we
Or, like,
sign
you
an
knew beforehand
NDA,
or
so,
something like
you
that?
know, they'll tell us what it is. But a lot of times in the audition process, we don't know.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay,
All right, so we've got like 5 minutes left, so I want to try to speed through the rest of the questions as quickly as possible.
yes.
So at
6
this
minutes,
point,
5 minutes
I'm
left.
afraid like we'll just have to ask you guys to keep it to one question if you can, and we'll try to answer as quickly as possible so you can all get
Cool.
Were there any more experienced voice actors that gave you advice for your careers?
Lonnie Manella. She's been doing this longer than I've been alive. And when I did one of my first video games, she was in it. And she took notice of me, and she reached out to me and was like, hey, you're pretty okay. How long you been doing this? I'm like, 3 months. And she's like, let's chat. And Lonnie Manella, she's like in everything. If you look her up, you'll know what she's been in. And she was very kind enough to like be over the phone with me and be like, give me advice and like what I could do better and what to do, what not to do, and what I'm doing right. And, we've become friends since then. So we've been friends for like 15 years at this point. So definitely Alani Manila is one of the best, friends I have that are kind of veterans, along with my friend Ben Diskin, who I think everybody knows who Ben Diskin is. He's also like, if I have like a question or something like that, I'm like, hey, this audition sucks. Can you give it a listen? And they're like, no, that's pretty good. I'm like, okay, I trust you. You?
Yuri Lowenthal comes to mind because I reached out to him when I was much younger and just like a dumb weeaboo, for lack of a better term. And I was like, hey, here's my terrible voice demo that I made myself. What do you think? And, he actually took the time to like talk to me and be like, hey, next time you're out in LA, you can sit in on one of my sessions. And,
That
I
is
just
so
thought
cool.
that was so cool because he didn't have to. He could have just easily deleted that email, but like he took the time to respond to me and I never forgot that. So I try to do that for other people when I'm able to.
That is really cool.
Yeah, and he remembered it. I brought it up on Twitter years later because I was like, I never forgot this. And he's like, I'm glad to see you're doing well in your career.
That's dope.
Thanks.
Absolutely, thank you.
So I know in like the art and design world, there's a trend of clients not valuing the artists and wanting to underpay or wanting to do it for free. And I know in the screen acting world, people's desperation for making it sort of has driven down compensation. So is there, and you did suggest, you said that you started out doing free stuff and then you've suggested doing the hobby projects. But is there a point at which you said that is a signal for demanding further more compensation? And also, are there any red flags that would suggest a client is taking advantage of an actor?
Absolutely. In terms of the red flags, if you go to the voiceactingclub.com website, I've got some articles there that go into kind of detail about things you want to look for in contracts, stuff like that, where it's like, this isn't so good. One big thing is, real quick, that's a red flag, is don't lend your voice to AI projects where they're trying to make a clone of your voice. That can just lead to a lot of complications down the line. I think in terms of like how to know when you should be getting paid for a project. So I tell people, if you're doing a free project, it should be a hobby, collaborative thing for everybody involved. It should be, maybe somebody's making a student project, maybe they're just like, hey, I want to make something for my friends and just, put it on YouTube and it gets 100 views or something, But if you're working for people who are doing this for profit, for some kind of commercial
Yes.
endeavor, they're making money, then you need to be making money as well.
Yeah.
So anything, for example, where they're like, hey, we're doing this as an ad that we're putting on social media, of course you should be getting paid for that. A game that they're selling or a mobile game where they're doing microtransactions, stuff like that. Of course, all the creative contributors should be compensated. So, one thing that you can kind of look at, like when you're in the industry, there are kind of standard set rates for things like video game recording, anime recording, stuff like that. In the indie world, sometimes developers don't have that kind of budget necessarily, but if it's something you want to do, you can kind of look at, is the rate fair for what this company is, the size of their team, and the scope of the project? And that's where kind of the indie rate guide came into play, which gives those parameters. It's kind of like, hey, here's ideas for what to pay that's still fair if you, maybe don't have the budget that a team typically would.
Cool.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And we have like 3 minutes left, so let's make this like a lightning round because I want to make sure everybody has a chance to ask.
Hi, sorry.
No worries.
I was just curious because I know that when you want to start doing it, like for auditions and stuff, you need to have like good quality stuff. It's just, I'm at that point where I have no idea what I want to do with my life. I'm in college and I have a major and I just don't know what to do. Like I have a major, but I don't know if I want to do it. It's just, how do I make that decision of I want to do this, but do I need to buy the stuff for it?
You can get something when you're starting out. You can get something like, a Blue Yeti and things like that. And stuff for like streamers is even fine.
And
Don't
they
get, like,
won't
a
break the
headset,
bank.
That's not
You
good.
can
but-
get something that runs you like $50 to $100, and it's you could honestly throw a sheet over you like a towel or something. You don't need a booth. It's good to just kind of something really cheap.
And that'll be enough for like online projects and things like that. You
Yep.
know, eventually, if you get to the point where you're working for like studios and stuff, you will need to get fancier equipment. But you don't have to do that right out of the gate, especially if you're still deciding if this is something you want to do. You can, even for like if you're taking workshops online for voice acting, having something like cheap is enough for that. You know. All right, I guess they're cutting us off, so I'm
You're
so
at
sorry.
time.
to
I'm
anyone
so
who
sorry, guys.
didn't get their questions answered, but again, voiceactingclub.com. You can also tweet at us, and we'll. do
Thank
our
you,
best.
everyone, for your questions.
No, I don't think you're on. Am I on? Oh, I'm on.
Hello. Hey, there we go. What's going on, everyone? Hi. Hey, there we go. Okay, it's after dinner time. I need a little bit more energy than that. Let's go. How's it going, PAX? Better. Good. Very good energy. Thanks for coming. How's it going? My name's Abdallah, and this is Steve right over here from Pokemon Podcast. What's
Hello,
happening?
hello.
Hello, welcome back. So we're going to be doing a very awesome Pokemon Legends Shiny live hunt. It's going to be so much fun. How many of you guys have your Nintendo Switch and are ready to hunt some shiny Pokemon? Yeah? Okay, that's actually really good. That's a lot of people. Okay, here's the thing. I know some of you guys already have some shinies preloaded. That's not going to work today, so cut that out. Anyway, we've got a lot of fun things happening today, so let's just jump into it. And we're going to teach you a little bit about, about everything that there is with shiny hunting in Pokemon. So ultimately, this is our agenda for today. We're going to do the history of shiny hunting with the previous generations, because I know a lot of you guys are brand new with Pokemon Legends Arceus, and it is a lot easier, but it's great to pay homage to what it used to be back in the day. We've got some really awesome trivia with prizes. Friends over at Pokemon hooked me up personally with some awesome items here, including a Legends Arceus travel case. We've got an OLED Switch little side controller thing. We've got the Elite Trainer box, and we've got some really awesome Arceus pins. So we're going to be giving those out to people who are good at trivia. So get studied up. Other than that, we got some opportunities to shiny flex. How many guys went and played Pokemon Go Community Day? Yeah.
Ah, nice.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so start counting how many shiny Stuffle you have, because maybe the person with the most in the room might come up here and get something. Just saying. Other than that, we are then going to spend the later half an hour of this panel doing a live shiny hunt. Steve and I will provide a whole bunch of tips and tricks that we use in order to fill out our shiny decks, and we'll go from there. So hopefully the first person among you guys to find a shiny right here under our conditions will get some pretty cool stuff. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. Big hype in the chat. Hey, what's up, Twitch? What's up, YouTube? Okay, things are looking good. Okay, so let's start off with the history of shiny Pokemon. So Generation 1, how many Gen 1ers in the house? Okay, a lot of people starting off with that. That's great. Hey, there we go. So Steve, tell me about shiny hunting in Gen 1.
It was great. It was so fun that it didn't actually exist.
Boo. No shiny Gen 1 Pokemon at all. So don't waste your time in the grass. It's just not a thing. So
there is a small trick.
Okay,
not really a trick, but it is possible that if you caught a Pokemon in Gen 1 and transferred it into Gen 2, it could be shiny based on its DVs.
Yes, absolutely.
But no hunting method.
No, absolutely not. So I think the best way of kind of breaking the ice with you guys is getting you ready for some trivia. What do you guys say? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Okay. We're going to start off with an easy one. Yikes, you may not have seen that. Trivia time, here we go. So the first person to raise your hand is who I'm going to call on. Wow, you already read it. Which shiny Pokemon was a static encounter and able to be caught in Pokemon Gold, Silver, Platinum? Who did you see?
I saw right here in the black.
Right here in the black?
Yes, the long black hair.
With the long black hair. Who's that? Wave, hi, hello.
Right here. Yeah, you.
Who?
Yes.
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 Go up to the mic. Round of applause, everyone. Here we go. Whoa. Which shiny Pokemon was a static encounter? Go. Whoa, Mike. Gyarados. Okay. Hey, okay. Good job. Come on up. All right, that was easy. How many guys knew that one? It's easy. We have to start easy. Okay.
Oh, sorry. We are blinding with lights up here, so it looks black to me.
Thank you. Okay, super simple. How many guys, your favorite generation of Pokemon is Gen 2, right?
Oh, I expected more.
Honestly, that's one of my favorite generations, man. Okay, well, anyway, Gen 2, pretty fun generation. We had 3 games in the series, and the shiny odds were pretty intense back then. Steve, why don't you tell us a little bit about shiny hunting in Gen 2?
Yeah, so I can spend the next 5 hours telling you about shiny hunting in Gen 2, but we don't have that much time. So there's a couple things. In Pokemon Crystal, there is actually what is called the odd egg, which the daycare man gives you, and that has a very high chance of being shiny. And that can be your Tyrogue, your Igglybuff, your Cleffa. Not as interesting as the breeding method that exists in the game. So I mentioned DVs earlier in Red and Blue, and they exist here as well. So those are called, those were short for determination values, and they actually got changed in Gen 3 to IVs. So DVs don't exist anymore, but the DVs would determine whether a Pokemon could or could not be shiny, which in the clip here, this is a really interesting thing. Both the only shiny unknown that existed in Gen 2 were both I and V, and that was because they rolled different DVs, and the DVs also determined whether they were A, B, C, D, E. So they actually didn't have the 1 in 8,000 chance to be shiny because they were set to be specific letters anyways.
That's crazy. I'm looking at this clip over here, and that reaction is priceless, man. That took a while.
I spent 2 weeks on that one.
Yeah, that's tough, but
I'll never get it back.
It's good. And then obviously we've got the shiny Gyarados, which everyone and their mom has, which is perfect. Cool. Like,
Yes.
Let's do it, right? All right.
And then there's the breeding in Gen 2.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that.
So the breeding in Gen 2, a lot of people online hear that it's 1 in 64, which is incredibly great, but it's 1 in 64 in 2 specific conditions. One specific condition would be if you have a shiny Ditto. The eggs that come from that Ditto will have a 1 in 64 chance of being shiny. Or if you have a shiny parent, and the Pokemon is 100% a specific gender, whether Miltank's a great example. Miltank can only be female. So if you did like a Miltank and a shiny Stantler, those can oddly breed together. Then your Miltank would be a 1 in 64. Otherwise, the game determines, the game can only pass down shiny to the opposite gender. So if you have a shiny male Gyarados and a female Ekans, the male Gyarados will pass that to any female Ekans, so that would be a 1 in 128 chance of being shiny. And that's how the breeding worked in the game. You unfortunately can't put 2 non-shiny Pokemon in the daycare and just magically get a shiny like you can in future games. Everything was determined by the DVs, the determination values. That were passed down.
So with that, when you got the shiny Gyarados, it was really a gateway Pokemon to help you get a lot more breeding shinies within the game.
Yes, yeah. The cool thing about Gyarados is it's in the Water 2 egg group and the Dragon egg group, and Ekans is in the Dragon egg group and the Field egg group. And the Field egg group reaches a lot of different Pokemon. So you do your Pikachus, your Cyndaquils, your Rattatas. So really, if you wanted to get started with that, you would start with your shiny Gyarados and probably do Ekans and then go from there.
Okay, awesome. All right, we'll move on to the next generation. Any folks out here start with Gen 3? Okay, that's a lot of people. Hey, that's great. Those are some really fun games for sure. I love the remakes. The Fire Red, Leaf Green, those are definitely good. And Rayquaza, oof, Emerald was fun. Anyway, so moving on with this one, it was pretty much copy-pasted. There were slight alterations based on shiny determination factors, such as your original trainer ID, secret ID, and all that stuff. But TLDR on Gen 3?
Nothing great. The 1 in 8,000, yes, this is where they moved away from determination values and moved to IVs, and then they had what are your OTs and a secret ID that you never get to really see unless you do some weird stuff. That's what determined what could or could not be shiny, but that's all under the hood stuff that you don't really have to worry about.
And there was a weird thing where, like, if you knew you had a shiny Pokemon in an egg and you trade that to another person, like, it wouldn't be a guaranteed shiny out of an egg because it would be a different...
Because the secret ID would be different.
Yeah, because the secret ID, it was really interesting, but oh well. Moving on. These games, anyone play these games? Pretty obscure. Colosseum, Gale of Darkness. Yeah, some of you guys like that. Good, good. I thought Colosseum was really awesome. I haven't played both these games in a long time, but believe it or not, there's legit shiny hunting within these side games, which is pretty insane. So why don't you tell us a little bit about these two?
Yeah, I could spend an hour about these two. So Colosseum was a little bit bugged, and you could actually get shiny shadow Pokemon, which they ended up fixing in XD. You can no longer do that. The interesting thing about the Colosseum game is that you could catch a Pokemon and then purify it, and then you could catch a Pokemon and then it would be shiny after you caught it, even if it didn't look shiny to begin with, because you were snatching the Pokemon away from Team Snag'em? You were taking the Pokemon from them, so it would re-roll. So a lot of shiny hunters in this game would a really early hunt, I think, is like Noctowl, and they would just catch every Noctowl they would start the battle, catch the Noctowl, check if it was shiny.
Yeah.
The misconception was if you purify it, it could not turn it shiny, but it determines whether it's going to be shiny after you caught it. So it is possible that you see a shiny, catch it, and then it's no longer shiny because it needs to re-roll.
Yeah,
So you just catch what you see in front of you, and that's how you can get a shadow shiny Pokemon in that game. In XD Gale of Darkness, they fixed that. So the Pokemon you can hunt are very limited. You can see in this clip I found a shiny Aeron. So there are 3 cheese spots in the game, which are fun because your little cheese radar will go off.
Yeah.
And each spot will have 3 different Pokemon. So in the cave, I think it's Aeron, Zubat, and oh gosh, I can't remember the last one, but got lucky with the Aeron.
Yeah, that looks pretty cool.
And then there's a couple other static Pokemon that you can get in Gale of Darkness. But if you want that shadow shiny Pokemon, you have the 1 in 8,000 odds in Coliseum, and just catch it and hope it changes on you.
That's right, man. And the fact that they shiny locked everything in Gale of Darkness is kind of, I don't know if that's a fix, but we'll let that be determined. Anyway, you guys ready for the next trivia? Let's hear it. Yeah? Yeah? Okay, cool. Okay, so here we go. Are you ready? Yes, you are. Boom. What is the Masuda method? Ooh, I saw this guy right here in the white hoodie. Why don't you head on over to that mic? That was real quick. All right, give him a round of applause. You think he's got it? Let's go. All right, go for it. Wow, cool mic. You have to yell out loud.
What?
Yell. I don't think the mic's
Hello.
working.
Oh, there it is.
Okay,
There it is.
yeah,
Hey, there we
we're
go.
good
Mike.
now.
Good,
Okay.
good.
So, Masuda method, if you don't know, is a shiny hunted method. I think it was introduced in.
I don't need the whole history, man. Just tell me what it is, guy. I got time. I got time. Go.
Okay, I'll keep it simple because I have to. So it's a method where you can get increased shiny odds by having a Pokemon in the daycare breed with another Pokemon in the daycare from a different country, and they will have a higher chance of getting a shiny Pokemon.
That's exactly it. That's great. You could probably stay up there for like an hour and tell us all about it. You sound like an expert, man. Hey, man, we got a couple empty seats over here. Anyway, great job. That was awesome. Good job. Yeah, you did great, man. So the Masuda method is exactly what he said over here. This is for you. Enjoy, man. Great job. It's exactly what he said. It's a great way of boosting your chances of shiny Pokemon by using different Pokemon from different languages. A Japanese Ditto with an American Pokemon can give you boosted chances at that. And of course, that was introduced very soon right over here. Gen 4. Any Gen 4 hype? Yeah, there we go. There we go. I know you guys. I know that. Oh man, Platinum was so good. Yeah, so let's jump into talking about our new methods over here. I mean, we just introduced the Masuda method, which was a big help. A lot of people use that in order to breed for shinies and hatching thousands upon thousands of eggs in order to get that perfect Pokemon to come out. And then of course we were introduced to Poke Radar. So Steve, why don't you tell us just a little bit about Poke Radar and how was that?
Yeah, Poke Radar has existed in 3 games now. Well, I guess maybe 3 generations, the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, and then it came back for X and Y, although it's different there, and we'll get there, and then it came back for Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and it is different there as well. But the premise is the same, at least in all of them, which is you have to get a chain of the same Pokemon to 40, and then every step of that chain, your shiny odds slightly increase, and then when you get to 40, you have about a 1 in 100 chance of finding a shiny. And the great thing in the Generation 4 games, and also they carried over to Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, is that chain will continue after you get that initial shiny Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure.
So, boy, do you want me to go into the specifics?
No, we'll keep that TLDR. We're giving you a little summary here. We want to get to the shiny hunting, so we want to keep this history lesson at a really short time. But anyway, Gen 5, yeah, Black and White, Black 2, White 2 hype? Yeah? Oh, man.
Warms my heart.
Yes, those actual sequels, that is amazing. I love those. Oh, man. All right, anyway, we're going to talk a little bit about the brand new introductions of a couple things, specifically the Shiny Charm. Hello?
Yeah.
The origin of the Shiny Charm. Good luck catching all 600 plus Pokemon in the previous games in order to unlock it. Holy moly. Outside of that, like we had, what else?
Yeah, so the Shiny Charm was introduced specifically in Black 2, White 2. So we're still in, from Gen 2 to Gen 5, we're still at a 1 in 8,000 chance of getting shinies. And then the Shiny Charm adds a +2 to your roll, so you're at 3 out of 8,192. So you did have to collect 649 Pokemon, I think.
Too many.
A lot in Black 2, White 2 to get the shiny charm. No shiny charm in the original Black and White. So that's unfortunate. But the shiny charm then carries over going forward in future games. The the Generation 5 games don't really have specific. They still carried over a Masuda method, but they didn't have any specific methods that you could do. The nice thing though is there was taller grass in those games, so you could actually see 2 Pokemon at once. So a lot of shiny hunters. In this clip, I'm shiny hunting in taller grass, but you're not guaranteed a double encounter. But you could see 2 Pokemon at a time, and I think a lot of people will like horde hunting in X and Y, where you can see 5 Pokemon at a time. And in Generation 2 was the first time you were kind of like gifted a shiny Pokemon, whether, you still have to catch the Gyarados, but there was what are called White Forest and Black Forest, White Forest and Black City in Black 2 and White 2, where if you completed the battle requirements, they would gift you either a shiny Gible in Black 2 or a shiny Dratini in White 2. So that was another chance of getting a gift Pokemon. And to beat the game and to go through that tower was a bit of work, so it did feel like a worthy reward. It felt like if you weren't into battling, but you were into shinies, it did feel very earned. And then when you saw the complete national decks, you could go to a forest area where a shiny Haxorus will be standing there, and you can catch him, kind of like the situation with Gyarados in Silver, Gold, and Crystal.
Yeah, that's great. Love that. All right, moving. We're speeding through these. Gen 6, X and Y. Oh, that's one of my favorites. What about you guys? X and Y? Yes? Okay. I remember doing like a full Let's Play of that on YouTube. Super fun. But yeah, this one there was a lot going on. They actually helped us out with increasing our odds pretty much by double. That's great. The shiny charm was back, but getting all 800 plus Pokemon at the time was definitely a slog. Not too many people have legitimately done that and transferred all their Pokemon from the previous games in order to get that going. Other things that were the same, Masuda method, Poké Radar was slightly different, but we won't go too much into that as far as the different types of grass and their shaking patterns. But why don't you tell us a little bit about horde hunting? That was one of the new methods too, right?
Yeah, so horde hunting kind of expanded on the Black and White thing. Instead of seeing 2 Pokemon in the grass at once, you could see 5 Pokemon in the grass at once, and then you could also see the frame rate of your 3DS completely drowned and
absolutely
slug very poorly. The one thing I do want to mention about the Poké Radar that's cool in this game is when you could get what's called like faster music. It almost sounded like Sonic the Hedgehog music, and it would actually give you that 1 in 100 chance early. So actually in this Ducklet clip, you can see I'm on a chain of 3, but because, well, you can't hear it, but I had the Sonic the Hedgehog music. So I was able to get the Ducklet really, really quickly here, that's why I have that dumb look on my face.
Sure.
So we had horde hunting. There was nothing specific with horde hunting. You just saw 5 Pokemon at once. So you could really go through the 1 in 4,000 chance seeing 5 Pokemon at once using something like Sweet Scent to attract that.
Yeah.
The thing I think people gravitate to is probably the chain fishing.
Yeah.
Chain fishing is, as it sounds, you make a chain, you catch the same, you fish in the same spot over and over again, and it will actually increase your odds to about a 1 in 100 chance. I think it's 1 in 96, but we'll say 1 in 100, make it easy. And it was a really, really great way to get a lot of different, if you like Magikarp and Goldeen, it's a really great way to get those 2 Pokemon. But I would always point people to chain fishing as like, hey, I want to get into shiny hunting, I'm not sure where to start. I will say, unlike other methods, like horde hunting or Masuda method, where it requires a lot of patience, chain fishing at least requires you to pay attention. You got to listen to a little chirp. And if you have bad reaction skills like me, it might be a little bit harder, but you do have to pay a bit of attention for that, to listen to that little sound.
Yeah, that's quite intense, and especially if you're not paying attention to the actual catching of the fish, you can completely ruin that.
Yeah, you could break the chain and start over, but it was really easy to build a chain, and it was really easy to quickly find a shiny that way, although you are limited, right? There was only so many water Pokemon you could actually chain fish versus like you can Masuda almost anything.
Right.
And then near the end of the game, after you beat Diantha, you could go to Friend Safari. So every game had 3 specific Pokemon assigned to them. And when you traded friend codes and met with other people, you could visit their Friend Safari to see what 3 specific Pokemon they had. So if you were looking maybe for like Camerupt or something, you would find somebody who had like a fire or a ground, and that would be one of their three. Oddly enough, my friend Safari was water, and I had Gyarados in mine. So
Whoa, dang.
no one wanted my friend Safari because everyone already had shiny Gyarados. They're like, ah.
Ooh, that's awesome. And then just moving on to DexNav, it was another way of earning better odds of Pokemon. So for every time that you encountered a Pokemon, be it battling, catching, or just seeing it on screen, you would permanently boost your stats of pretty much getting a better chance at getting a shiny over there. So every 100 encounters with that would boost it permanently, would boost your base odds to a maximum of 999. So with that, did you ever grind out 999 of one encounter?
Yeah, so DexNav was the hunting method in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, and it did not have Friend Safari, but both games shared horde hunting and chain fishing.
Sure.
And I actually, you could start off horde hunting in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, see 5 Pokemon at once, and then transition over to DexNav to kind of like narrow it down. So I've definitely done that for a handful of hunts.
Yeah, that's a lot of work. All right, moving on. We have another trivia time. You guys ready? Let's go. We got some more of these pins to give out. Let's see some hype. Let's do it. Okay, this one, I'm gonna let you know it's a hard one. So get ready. It's pretty obscure. So it has to do with shiny Pokemon and Pokemon Sun and Moon. Here we go. Are you ready? Boom. In Pokemon Sun and Moon, which shiny Pokemon was owned by the NPC Sightseer Marcus? Ooh, you were looking at that.
I thought that said Maractus, and I got real excited.
Oh, okay, it's definitely not Maractus. I saw someone in the very back. Okay, yes, come on up to that mic.
I do know the answer to this, though.
Good. I hope you do. All right, come on. Let's give him a round of applause. That's awesome. That microphone stand is taller than you. Are you good?
Shiny Execute.
Whoa!
Oh, not bad.
Oh, my God, yes! Come on up here. Dang, how did you know that? All right, this is for you. You know, not a lot of people, like maybe 10 people in the entire room over here actually knew that one. Very proud of you. Good job. Yeah, this was really fun because Marcus was available in post-game in Pokemon Sun and Moon, and it kind of marked the first time that an NPC outside of any battle facility or capture tutorial actually had a shiny Pokemon that you can battle against. So,
ooh, can I give a fun thing of trivia?
You can.
So the in Black and White, the Minccino that stands next to the professor in the intro, can be shiny.
No way.
There's a 1 in 8,000 chance. You can't do anything with it. It's just
there.
It's just a pink Minccino when she boots up the game. So.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really fun. All right, let's talk about Gen 7, Sun and Moon. Yeah? Hype? Yeah, some of you guys like that game. Okay, so same amount of applause for Ultra Sun and Moon, right? Crickets, nobody liked that game. Oh, I liked it. It was fine. Ultra Beasts are great. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, it was going to be the same better odds. So 1 in 4,096. You see that term thrown around a lot. We have the shiny charm. We have Masuda method. We have a brand new method called SOS hunting, where you can battle a Pokemon, get his health all the way down to really, really low, and he'll call for backup. And then once that backup comes on screen, you would essentially knock out that Pokemon and then have him call for backup over 31 times in order to boost your max odds to 14 times the amount. So a lot of people did SOS hunting in order to do that. And one of the other things we did was wormhole hunting. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the Generation 7 games really made shiny hunting more accessible. Wormhole hunting was exclusive to Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, and not only did it have all the legendary Pokemon in it that you could find, but it also had 4 different color wormholes, red, blue, green, and yellow. And inside those wormholes, each had 5 unique Pokemon. So for example, the red one would have like Altaria, Yanmega, Swellow, and then 2 others, and those Pokemon would have boosted odds, and it would be dependent on how far you traveled in the wormhole and how many rings were around the wormhole. So you could actually increase your odds to about a 36% chance of getting a shiny when you went through one of those 4 colors, depending on your distance and the rings. The other thing to mention here is in Gen 7, you didn't need a complete Pokedex. Unlike X and Y or Black and White or Omega Ruby, you needed every single Pokemon minus Mythicals. In the Generation 7 games, you only needed their specific regional decks and not the national deck. So it was much, much easier. For example, in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, you only needed 400 Pokemon to get the shiny charm.
Yeah, really awesome. Okay, so speaking of Community Day, a little bit earlier, we have our next game, which is Pokemon Go. Who's got that on their phone, yeah? Okay, that's great, actually. That's actually really good. It's good to hear that. How many guys spend hundreds of dollars on raid passes and incubators? What? Okay,
handful.
that's okay. That's all right. I mean, this game makes millions every month, so keep on doing what you're doing. Yeah, this game was super fun. I have gotten into this game again more recently, searching for shiny Pokemon, hundos, all that fun stuff, even Go Battle League. So this one is, they've introduced a lot of new things, such as just in general, the shiny base odds are kind of hidden, but generically throughout the entire community, it seems to be approximately 1 in 500.
Yeah, that's reported by the Sulphur Road, which does a lot of data stuff, and they're pretty confident on that, but Niantic will never tell us.
Yeah, they won't do that. What's that hashtag? Hear us, Niantic?
Yes.
We won't go into that. Sometimes they do limited shiny releases, meaning that not every single Pokemon that you see within the game can be shiny. They'll re-release it a little bit later on and make something exciting out of that specific release. So it's a great way to keep the game going and fresh every now and then. Other than that, we have Community Days, which we did today, which was Stuffle Community Day, which was awesome. It's approximately 1 in 25 Pokemon that you click on will be a shiny one. And of course, there's boosted events and field research rewards. Anything else we're missing here?
Yeah, no, that's about it. Yeah, they have turned off shinies before, which is unique to Pokemon Go. Like Meltan cannot be shiny currently, but when they do turn it on, people lose their minds. And there was like a Cubone and a Ponyta event very early on. I think it was like 3 years ago, but like they did not follow the 1 in 500 or the 1 in 25. They were closer to about a 1 in 100 chance when they came through. So Pokemon Go odds are kind of all over the place.
Yeah, it feels pretty special when you get one, though, for sure. Outside of Community Day, that is. All right, so speaking of Community Day, we are going to do something called Shiny Flex. So grab your Pokemon Go, and I want to know who's got the most shiny Stuffle today. All right, pull out Pokemon Go right now, and if you have the highest amount, and we're
Are we
going to
doing
shout it out.
one phone? Because some people do 2 phones.
Okay, one phone that you could bring up here and I could take a look at and verify. I'm going to start with how many that I caught today, which was 19. So someone caught more than 19 today. You did. How many?
Yeah, at the back, yeah.
27? Okay, I don't know about that. Who got more than 27? 27? Wait a second. Did it get 27? You got 5 accounts over here. You got like all the phones and everything. All right, why don't you come up here and let me see that? All right, let's give him a round of applause. Mr. 27 over here.
I believe it.
All right, that's some good odds. That's really good. I'm very impressed. Other than that, you guys got like 10s, 5s. Let's see. Dun, 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 drum roll.
27.
27. Hey, here we go. Good job.
Nice
That's
job.
really good. Yes, there we go. Not only shiny
Took
luck.
all my luck.
Yeah. All right, this guy stole all of your shiny luck because that's exactly how that works. As he walks away. Good job. So honestly, that's one of my favorite things to do whenever Community Day happens is try to see how many shinies you can get. And if you can get a shiny hundo, anyone here have a shiny hundo? A couple people, dude.
I only got one.
You have one?
Not from today, but I have one, yeah.
That's amazing. I don't have any. Dang it.
Mine's a Pichu if it makes you feel better.
Okay, that's lame shiny. All right, we're going to speed through these next slides because we want to get to the live shiny hunt. So right now, we're going to talk about Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Big hype in the chat for that generation and that game. Yeah?
Oh, that was pretty good.
Yeah, there we go. Because this is the chat right here, of course.
Yes.
That's the chat.
Yeah, so no Masuda method in Let's Go. There was no breeding. Kanto could not afford a daycare, unfortunately. You do have the base odds of 1 in 4,000. The cool thing about Let's Go is they added lures, kind of like in Pokemon Go, and when you activate that, that actually gives you a +1 to your shiny odds. So it'd be 2 out of 4,000 without any shiny charm.
Yeah.
And then the method in this game is called the catch combo. And it's kind of the same as Sun and Moon. You get to a combo of 31, and then your shiny odds max out. Obviously, in Sun and Moon, you're knocking out. In this game, you're catching. So I think a lot of trainers really, really love the fact that these shinies appeared in the overworld and you could see them. And at least for my audience on Twitch, when Sword and Shield did not have the shinies in the overworld, that was like a bummer to them. So when they brought it back for Legends, people were very, very excited.
Yeah, you love that. So that was really awesome. I loved shiny hunting in that one. I loved standing around in the grass and waiting for things to pop up because that's totally how it worked. Anyway, moving on. Okay, Gen 8, Sword and Shield. Yes, give me some hype for Sword and Shield. We love that game. Oh, this one was so fun. Oh my gosh. Same stuff as before as far as Shiny Charm, Masuda Method, but honestly one of my favorite things was Dynamax Adventures, where you can pair up with 3 other trainers and you go through this like predetermined like adventure, and you do like 4 or 5 battles, and at the very end you would have whatever legendary Pokemon at the end, and if you had the Shiny Charm, the odds were 1 in 100 to get a shiny Pokemon at the very end of that. So it was super fun, and it was a great way of doing that with friends. So yeah, that was definitely one of my favorite things. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Brilliant Hunting and Promoted Raids?
Sure, yeah. So the promoted raids are the raid events that the Pokemon Company will do. The last one was Tyrantrum, and then Sudowoodo was the last one. Sudowoodo, and then before that was Tyrantum, and those are usually like a 2%. And that's finding a specific raid den, and what you could do is you could like fail it and then invite your friends, and then everyone has a chance to catch it. But they've been cycling through those pretty much every month for the last couple of years, which has been a great way to at least go back and play the game again. Brilliant Hunting was something that was actually mistaken in the community for quite a long time, and we recently found out just a couple months ago how it actually works. Even like a lot of sites did not have the correct stuff, and then a brand new data miner looked into it, but pretty much that when you get just like in DexNav and Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, the game will keep track of how many Pokemon you've either caught or knocked out, and it will increase the chance of Brilliant to a 3% chance of a Brilliant Pokemon spawning. So in this case, I had over 500 Crams knocked out. And then a Brilliant Pokemon would have the increased odds of being shiny. So specifically, even if you didn't have it, if you didn't have the Shiny Charm, if you didn't have like 500 knocked out, any Brilliant Pokemon would have an increased chance of being shiny in the game.
Yeah, really fun. Congrats on that Cramorant, man. That's a cool color.
It was a good hunt.
Yeah, I like that. All right, here we go. The remakes, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Yeah, big hype. You guys like this one? Oh, this one was a great game. I enjoyed seeing how they remastered it. There was just a lot going on, but apparently the Shiny Charm was a little busted in certain ways. It didn't work as the way we thought it would, according to data mines. But yeah, it was programmed to only give you a boost to the Masuda method hunting and literally not anything else. So if you were expecting to go into a certain area and continuously grind, you wouldn't have any boosted chances with that Shiny Charm.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a bummer. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl has been updated quite a few times. And funny is because people thought the Shiny Charm was also broken in Sun and Moon.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, not Sun and Moon. Sword and Shield, the game we just talked about, because of how like people didn't understand how Brilliant worked until recently. But yeah, the Shiny Charm only works for Masuda method. There is Poke Radar. It is a bit different than the Gen 4 radar, but at least in this, unlike X and Y, you can continue your chain after 40, and X and Y ended at 40. And then there was the Diglett thing, the underground method, where if you collected, I think it was 30 Diglett.
Yeah, something like that.
Everyone that was hunting together would have a slight increase of finding a shiny for the little 4 to 5 minutes the little timer went off. So the underground method, it was okay, I guess. I mean, obviously better with friends. Radar is as good as it was. You either love or hate radar depending on how good your RNG is or whether your chain breaks at 39 and then you want to throw your switch. But yeah, it just seems like they purposely made the Shiny Charm only work for Masuda, so while people say it's broken, it seems very intentional for whatever weird reason they decided.
Weird reason indeed. All right, so that brings us to Pokemon Legends Arceus. Are you guys ready? Okay, this is good. So now we want to see another shiny flex. So start getting your Nintendo Switches out with Pokemon Legends Arceus, and I'm looking for someone that has the most shiny Pokemon in their boxes total. Dun, dun, dun. I know that's kind of hard to count. You may know how much you have, but yeah, let's take a look at that. Shiny Pokemon are just really awesome. Hands up to all of you guys. Are any of you guys doing a shiny dex within the game? Okay, a couple of you guys are. That's awesome. How many guys are just collecting shinies for the sake of doing it? Yeah, there we go. That's a lot more a majority. Anyway, so we'll revisit the Shiny Flex a little bit later because I know you guys are all getting your games out. I'll save you one pin towards the end, but what I really want to do is I want to get to the actual Shiny Hunt because I think it's time for that. So what do you say? Okay, so yeah, let's talk about Generation 8 Pokemon Legends Arceus just a little bit. Get your games going. Get over to Jubilife City. I'm giving you guys the quick head start right now. Get your games out. We're gonna play in just a couple seconds. So Steve, let's talk about a couple of our favorite things about Legends Arceus, and then we're gonna actually switch up into our game screen over here, and we'll show you some hands-on tips before we jump into that live Shiny Hunt.
So Legends has two different shiny hunting methods, mass outbreaks and the cleverly named massive mass outbreaks. For the most part, they're pretty similar, except on how they spawn in. Mass outbreaks has slightly better odds than massive mass outbreaks, but massive mass outbreaks has Pokemon like Hisuian Zoroark, right?
Yeah.
Which is very exciting to find.
Honestly, the odds are just great. This game was more along the lines of rewarding you for playing and completing Pokedex entries. It was just so good to go through and, catch 20 of them, and then you get a little check mark, and you get boosted odds. So the more you play, the more you listen to what the check marks are, the better your odds of getting actual shinies. It's the easiest in the entire franchise. So
it was kind of an extension of the Sword and Shield stuff of getting specifically to, increasing that Pokedex number, like catching 100 Cram or 200 Cram or 500 Cramorant to get more Brilliant to spawn, and then obviously leading hopefully to a shiny Cramorant. So, they just document it a lot better in this game.
Oh yeah, it was absolutely so much fun. So I think that we are just about ready. Let me see where we're at. Yeah, let's do it. Dun dun dun. Yeah, let's switch it up. Why don't we do that?
Switch it up? You want to do yours?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
So we'll switch up our screen, and then we'll show you guys about 5 minutes. 5 minutes of some tips on what you guys can look forward to. And who is that? Okay, I don't know why he came out. Anyway, so yeah, one of the things that you want to really learn about is I would say item management. Item management is super cool. All right, so yeah. So the main Pokeballs that you want to use, Ultra Balls, Jet Balls. Do you use anything else in the game, Steve?
I love the Gigaton balls. I like the big, heavy backstab and hit them in the back of the head and catch them that way kind of Pokeballs.
Absolutely. So if you haven't already, talked to Anvin over here, buy as many of the materials as you can in order to craft as many of these high-tier Pokeballs as possible. And while you're at it, I would definitely say learning how to use Sticky Globs in order to stun Pokemon is another tip that I would definitely say to learn. And in case you don't want to craft them, you can come over here to this guy. If you've already done the side quest to expand the shop, I would say go over here, 800 Pokedollars a piece, and just buy a bunch of them. So yeah, let's jump in. Steve, why don't you tell us a little bit about Jubilife City and entering all the different areas and how exactly the massive outbreaks spawn out?
Yeah, so every time you leave here, there's a chance for either a mass outbreak to appear. You got 3 of them right away, and then a massive mass outbreak, which is the question mark that pops up. So I don't know if you're going to choose one of these. I would choose Chatot personally, because Chatot's a good boy. Yeah, so the game will generate those off the bat, and actually, when the game originally came out, you could actually keep cycling through Jubilife over and over, and I guess Game Freak didn't like that, and they actually patched that out, oddly enough. But still, it's still easy to get outbreaks, and it's still easy to go to them.
Yeah. So yeah, ultimately, what we're going to be doing right now is, since this is the one area that we've kind of shown, I'm going to say for all of you guys that want to participate, and when you guys do participate, here are the ground rules really quick. While we're doing this, I'm going to show you how to do it. You guys can play on your own, but it has to be in the Cobalt Coastlands, all right? So the first person to catch a shiny Pokemon, literally
in the coastlands,
in the coastlands within the next 20 minutes, you come up here and you get your first pick of any of these prizes. So feel free to yell out loud with your Nintendo Switch.
But before you catch it, save in front of it, and then don't catch it so we can verify.
That's right. So as long as you have it on screen, don't catch it, and then you're gonna come up here, and then we're all gonna watch you catch it together. Does that sound good? Yeah. All right, so your timer starts now. good luck, and then I'm going to be competing along with you, and we're going to be providing tips and tricks along the way. So one of the first things that I like to do, honestly, is head on over to the map, and I like to pin it just because it's a little bit quicker. And then if you have already the camp set up, you can typically warp over to wherever it is, and it's going to be super fast for you to do so. What else do you do, Steve?
I usually like to empty my bag pretty fully before I go out. I just, if I'm in my hardcore shiny hunting mode, I just like to grab, Ultra Balls, Jet Balls, Gigaton Balls, and then Sticky Globs, and just kind of go from there. I like to be able to switch between my item menu without going through berries or anything else that I don't really need.
So ultimately, this is just a massive outbreak. As you can see over here, the chat tot are seeing me. But what you can do is you can kind of sneak over here and try to catch as many of them as possible. There's only 4 of them that spawn at a time. And then once you catch all 4 of them, another set of Pokemon will come out. And there's an odd that one of them could be shiny based on how much work you did on the Chatot's Pokedex entry.
Do you have a shiny Chatot?
I do not have a shiny Chatot.
Oh, this would be a good one. It would be exciting if you get it.
Was that a shiny? I don't know. You got to be paying attention.
I didn't hear him. It's a red bird. Hard to miss.
Okay, here we go.
Very good colors on Chatot.
Now remember, if you guys get a shiny. No way! Hold on. Did you really? In 2 seconds. You didn't preload that. Do we all believe him? All right, let's come on up here. All right, come on, let's give him a round of applause. You didn't catch it, right? All right, come on up.
You want to take your Joy-Cons out? Your Joy-Cons out so we can dock it?
That's right. All right, now come on up and you can take the third mic over here. All right, shiny luck, man.
Oh, I'll take your Switch. You keep the Joy-Cons. There we go.
There we go, boom. All right, here's a Cobalt Coast Lens.
And we're paused.
All right, you could take Mike over here. We're paused. There we go. All right, here we go. Let's give him a round of applause again. Okay, why don't you do me a favor and introduce yourself? Who are you and where are you from?
My name is Matt. I'm from New York.
Yo, Matt. Big Matt hype. All right, go ahead and catch the shiny. What the heck?
Oh, there it is.
Hey. Come on, Matt. Come on, Matt. Okay, so while we're cheering him on, start thinking of what we are all going to nickname Matt's shiny Pokemon. Hey! Go, Matt. Go, Matt. Okay. Good job. Save the game. All right, give me a clever nickname for the Drift Blim that we just had. No. Yes.
Gosh.
I didn't hear it. Hold on. Hands up, class. Go. What is it? How do you spell that? Arcus? What does that even mean? Oh, okay, that's okay, interesting. Give me another one. You. What? Louder. Kabula. All right, give me something good, man. What? You. What is it? Hindenburg. Is that 12 letters? I don't know, man.
I can't spell that.
You. What? Banan? Oh, like banana? Okay, so out of all those, what do you like, Matt?
I like banan.
You like banan? All right, banan it is. Name it right now. Okay, and then we're going to resume the hunt. Which item are you going to get?
Oh, geez, I didn't even think about this.
Well, pick quickly. We're not all waiting for you.
I'll take the case.
Okay, cool. You got the case. Hey, thank you. Awesome.
I will switch you back here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, dude.
You want me to? I have one. Yeah. That way you can talk.
Yeah, let's do it. Jump in. Hold on. We got another shiny here. We were just switching docks over here. All right, come on up. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, come on up. This is great. How in the world are you getting them so fast? What is happening here? You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let her.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Remove your Joy-Con.
Yeah, just pop out your Joy-Cons. I'll take your Switch.
Okay, you guys don't stop. We still have more prizes, and I want to see some really good shinies, all right? I want to see someone get a shiny alpha, so I don't think that's going to happen. Anyway, okay, so really quick, into the mic. Into the mic, tell us, oh, I know, it's cute. Tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Garrett, and I am from Methuen.
Okay, I couldn't hear any of that.
Brain lag right.
Louder through the mask.
My name is Garrett, and I'm from Methuen, Massachusetts. I was having a brain lag with where to find a Pokeball.
There we go. Do we get? Yep, yep, that's in.
Light work.
Hey, good job. Okay, that was a shiny spiel. So what did you do to find that? Was that a massive outbreak? Was that a random?
Mass outbreak. So now I have a shiny Spiel and a shiny Celio.
Okay, well, you better go save that game before you get owned.
This dude is about to...
That was awesome. Okay, shiny spiel. While you're thinking of which one of these items you want to pick, shiny spiel, we need a nickname, a good one. In the back with the hat. Grape nut? Grape nut. Okay, wow. All the way in the back. Yes. Larry. What? Larry. We need some better nicknames. I don't like Larry. All right, I'm just kidding. You over here. What is it? Dude, hold on. One person. Guy with the hat. Beach ball. That's very original. I like that. Same shape. How about all the way in the corner in the back with the mask? Spherical.
I mean.
Oh.
This is a spear.
I mean, yeah. We're going on shapes here. All the way in the very, very back. Yeah, you. I think you're wearing overalls. No, not you. You. What? Dude, masks are hard, dude.
It's a bit tough to enunciate.
All right, yeah, that one was cool. Awesome, good job. All right, how about in the white shirt all the way in the back here? You better yell. You, yes. Boba tea. I actually like boba tea.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, so out of all those names, what do you like?
The boba tea.
Boba tea it is. Hey, okay, good. Great. Cool. Well, thanks for joining us. Take one of these prizes.
I was going to get that.
Did I hear another shiny?
So you can either
Hold on. Who got it first, though?
I'm taking Pokemon cards.
Oh. Hold on. We have 3 shinies?
Congrats.
4? All right. You're already standing up here. We'll get you next, okay? Come on up. Let's give him a round of applause. Hey, shiny.
Running out of prizes.
I know. I only have one more.
Yeah.
And then I'll save that one for Shiny Flex. Okay.
Yeah,
well, cool.
yeah. I'll take the switch.
Yeah, this is great. Why don't you introduce yourself? What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Evan. I'm from Stoneham, Massachusetts. Just recently moved there.
Hey, okay. Round of applause for Evan. Hello. We got a shiny over here. What shiny is it?
The Psyduck.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so press home.
All right.
Spoilers. Let's see, what'd you get?
Oh, no, you're good.
Good. Let's see where it is. Go. Cobalt Coastlands. Here we go. Where?
Oh, I see him.
Where? His little blue head. Oh, yay! You're just gonna lob a great ball at him? Nice.
Oh, right in the noggin.
Right in the dome. You get him? Hey, blue duck. Good job. Hey, that was really good. You guys are going quick. I thought I was gonna be playing alongside with you, and we're not doing that, but either way. Okay, so we need a nickname for Blue Psyduck. Give me something funny, something punny. Hands, please. Thanks. You in the orange. Golduck. You're gonna name him Golduck. No. Next, in the black. Donald the Duck. Okay, a little more punny. Okay, anything else? Blue Psyduck? You, with the mask. What?
Migraine.
What does that mean?
Like a migraine.
Migraine. Okay, yeah, I don't know, man. Okay, migraine's good. Yeah, kind of with the anime. With the hair. What kind of duck? Cyan. Oh, cyan duck, like the color. Wow.
like
it
that
matches
one.
the color of your hair too. That's pretty good. And one more. Give me a funny one. I already called on you guys. All the way in the back. Paul Blart. Wow. Look at these guys. They're not even attacking you. They love you. All right, I'll take one more Psyduck name.
They're very chill.
With the blue hat. Is that Gino? Who's that? Next Gen. Okay. These are some fun names. I think that should be an idea for a panel. Just like, let's nickname Pokemon. Anyway, that was good. So which one do you like out of all those? You have to name it.
Like Cyan Duck.
Okay, Cyan Duck. All right, Cyan Duck.
right.
Good job. Awesome work. What do we? Ooh, we have like 10 minutes left of this panel.
We are running out of
We are
time.
going through. All right, I'm gonna do the guy all the way in the back. All the way in the back with the shiny. Come on up. You still have it, yeah? All right, he still has it. Come on down, round of applause, let's go. You can take your pick. Actually, you know what, that's the only one left. Yeah, that's you.
Boom.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Cool. And then all of you guys that are still shiny hunting at the very end, remember, I'm going to save this pin set for those of you guys that have the most shinies. So put them all in a box so I can count them easy. We're going to shout them all out. So start counting if you guys are going to be doing that, okay? Unfortunately, we're out of prizes, but yeah, you're good. Congrats. Who do you have over here?
Glammeow.
Glammeow. Ooh, kitty.
Oh, you're in the battle. Nice. Good call.
Oh, okay, great. Let's see. Let's see. Are you going to be able to catch it? What's the strategy that we use?
Throw an Ultra Ball at it.
Throw an Ultra Ball. Okay.
It's a sound strat.
Yeah. No false swipe anymore. That's not a thing, huh? People don't do that? It's too old
Yeah,
school?
you can still false swipe. Yeah.
Too old school.
Too mechanical.
That's right.
We just like to lob Pokeballs now.
That's right. You just throw a million Pokeballs and you got them done. Good job. Way to go, Glammeow. Okay, so why don't you introduce yourself and tell us where you're from?
Tony, I'm from Bangor, Maine.
Hey, okay, cool. That's great. Okay, so we got a pink kitty. What are we gonna name it? Pink kitty, pink kitty, pink kitty, pink kitty. You in the back. Not meow. Okay, not meow. That's right. Yes, you. Yes. Anyone. Periwinkle.
Ooh, I like
okay,
that.
I like that one. I like not meow and periwinkle. Anyone else? All the way in the back, waving at me. Hi. What?
Meatballs.
Meatball? Looks nothing like a meatball.
Maybe.
Okay,
like
cool.
A Garfield
Yes.
kind of situation.
Pink Panther. Ooh, okay. So I think that's a little better than meatball. Just kidding. I like meatball. And then right up front, right over here. Pearl. Okay, that's good. One more. You. Yzma. Okay. What's your favorite out of those?
I think I like Periwinkle.
You like Periwinkle. All right, good job. Cool. A round of applause. Thanks so much for coming up. That was good. Yeah, we'll do one more.
One more.
We'll do one more. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so was there another shiny? You. Come on up. That was fun. You guys are doing really well with doing all these shinies. Seriously. I didn't think we'd have that many people get
I
them.
didn't think so either.
I thought we'd have to be over here trying our luck back and forth. This is great. Oh, pretty cool stand. I love that.
I got you.
Okay, so why don't you introduce yourself? What's your name? Where are you from?
Hi, I'm Bear from Randolph, Massachusetts.
Bear. Got it. Okay, here we go. What do we have?
I have a static Bibarel.
Oh, let's take a look. Which one?
It's the one I just threw up by mistake.
What?
That was so fast.
Yes.
I don't know about that. After Bidoof winning our other panel, almost winning our other
Almost
panel,
winning, yeah.
I don't know about that. All right, let's see it. Is it in your party? What do you got
It's
here?
not my party, but I'll fly over to the thing real quick.
Did you
I
save
realized I was
beforehand?
throwing.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna wait over here. We didn't even get to see it in its glory, the bee barrel. All right, so let's take it out. Yep, definitely talk to that guy. I like his sideburns. Whoa, was that like a shiny unknown Dex?
Yeah, I got a full shiny deck.
Dude, this guy's flexing over here. I don't know about that. Came up here to flex. All right, there it is.
There he is.
Yeah,
there
take him
he
out.
is.
Take him out. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, put him in your party. And then throw him down on the ground. Give him a little love tap. Ooh, cool. That was great. Congratulations. All right. Any other shinies over here in our stage before we call? You got one? I think we could squeeze in one more.
We can squeeze in one more.
You didn't catch it, right? You're not in mid-throw. We want to see this shiny. Awesome. Well,
too excited.
good job. Dude.
That's okay. No,
Good job. Yeah, come on up.
Congrats.
We got time for one more. Easy peasy. Oh, beefcake. Yeah, there we go. You know what? We didn't do the naming. I think I'm biased against Bee Barrel and Bidoof, so.
Yeah, we learned that yesterday.
You did learn that. Why?
I didn't know that about you.
That's weird. All right, come on over. Here, we'll take this. Ooh, you guys are going to love. Wow, cool. Oh, you're going to love this one. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Ambipom. That's cute. Okay, go for it. What's the strategy? You can look right in front, right here.
Yeah, right in front, actually.
There we go. What's your
Much
strategy?
easier, no neck pain.
Your strategy is throwing the Ultra Ball, not even caring. Can it not run away? Is that not a thing?
They could run, yeah.
Ooh, run. Oh. Oh, here we go. A hard-hitting stance. He's going to hit you with those two tails. Where's the Master Ball in this game?
Yeah, first game without a Master Ball.
Yeah, what's the deal?
Crazy.
Didn't have the technology? You got it. Good job. Hey! Okay, why don't you introduce yourself and where are you from?
I'm Justin. I'm from New Hampshire.
Okay, Justin, we need a name for Pink Monkey with the two tails, Ambipom. Monkey name. We got 5 minutes left for a monkey name. You in the back with, yes. Curious George. I think that's more than 12 letters, but maybe you can reduce that. Okay, you in the jacket. Washu. Cool. How about you in the side with a hat? What is it?
Mojo Jojo from Powerpuff Girls.
Mojo Jojo.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I totally watched that show. Just kidding. All the way in the back because I want to hear you yell. Yeah, the person that looked behind. Yeah, you. Harambe. Wow. Is that too soon? No, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Dude, that mood, man. I don't know about that. All right, you with the fingers and yeah, do that. Yeah. What? Yes. That. What was that? You weren't paying attention either. Okay, great. Sorry, I didn't hear that one. Give me one more in the back with, you're holding like a skateboard. Yeah, that thing. Oh, that's a sword. Okay, great. Love, what? Yeah, that. What did
I
you say?
didn't hear that one.
Okay, did you hear that, SpongeBob? Just kidding. Which one of those names did you like?
I'd have to say JoJo.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mojo Jojo.
Mojo Jojo.
Great. Mojo Jojo it is. That is awesome. Okay, awesome. Let's hear a round of applause for him. That was fun. Let's actually switch that up. Yeah, let's get that over here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Switch this.
I failed at my job. There you go.
No, you're good. Can we get this switched? That'd be great. But yeah, that is going to be our awesome little shiny hunt. Who has the most shiny Pokemon here? Looking for someone that has like over 100. What do you have? You have 91. Who has more than 91 shiny Pokemon? Other hands? 1, 2 up front over here. How about you in the black hat? I'm sorry, you have how many?
I think he said 95 recounting.
103. Who has more than 103 shiny Pokemon? I see one hand. Anyone else? Scanning the room. How many do you have? 323. Are they all legit, or did we use a hacking device and trade? What did you use? Which method did you use? Okay. The resetting method for over 300 shiny Pokemon. How many shiny Pokemon do you have?
I'm close to 100.
Close to 100. I think I have like 60, but
Yeah.
yeah, it was fun. Hey, all right, well, that's great. That's a lot of shiny Pokemon coming up. Come on up. That was great. Here we go. Enjoy the Pokemon Legends Arceus pin right over this way. You did awesome. Hey, good job, man. Oh, I trust you. I trust you. You were destroying over
We
here.
went through their decks. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that was really great. But anyway, that is going to be it. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. My name is Abdallah. This is Steve. We're going to be doing a meet and greet over in the community room. So if you guys want to show off any of your awesome shiny Pokemon to us, or if you want to take a picture or get an autograph, we got a lot of cool things happening. So follow the enforcers. We are going to do it in the community room, room 1. Yes, at 8 o'clock, so which is right around the corner.
everybody. How's it going? Welcome back. All right. Give a shout out if you've ever heard of Boundary Break before. All right. Cool. So let me tell you guys how this goes down. I'm going to be doing a live Boundary Break for you guys. We're going to be doing 2 games, maybe 3. I don't know yet. But we're going to start with Elden Ring. Have you guys been playing that at all? All right, we got a couple people. That's okay. If you haven't played Elden Ring, you guys ever play Smash Brothers before? Okay. A little something for everybody then. I'm going to be pulling up this mask this whole time. But so anyways, I'm going to be doing that and also occasionally taking questions from anybody that wants to stand in front of the mic and ask a very specific question. You can ask me anything. You can ask about Boundary Break. You can ask me what my favorite type of pie is. Doesn't matter. I'll answer anything you want. But also, if you want to just, what's that? Blueberry. Yeah, blueberry. But yeah, if you don't want to get up in front of the mic, the one thing I will encourage is that when we go through and do this all live, you can recommend anything you want to see and just shout it out from the audience. You don't have to get in front of a mic. I'll usually ask you guys and just tell me. And I'm happy to do requests so that we can make this a collaborative effort. It's not all on me, it's on you two. But let's have some fun, right? Let's do it. All right, Elden Ring fans. Elden Ring fans, let's show you something that wasn't in the Boundary Break episode. So one thing I forgot to mention is the tree itself. I fact-checked it. I called it the Eld tree before the panel, and I was like, oh, okay, we got to figure this out. Thankfully, I got the facts right before we started, and one of the things that's kind of cool about it is that one thing you can't see right off the bat is that the limbs of the tree at the very top are normal-looking limbs. They look like a regular tree, and I thought that was pretty cool. But that's not the most exciting thing. The thing that I found really exciting is something that the developers also put in through their art department, and that is little branches that are kind of drawn onto these stems as well. So there's like stems on top of stems that never get seen by the player. It's kind of interesting. I thought that was really cool. Thank you. Yeah. So there you go. There's a little bit of an exclusive for you. But let's do a zoom out of the entire area for you. I know I kind of have to rush these along on the show, but for us in this hour-long program, here's it all at once for you. And it just keeps going and going and going. It looks really, really nice, honestly. So there's one thing. We got rid of the fog in the game, so it looks a lot more clean. But the one thing that is not considered fog, it's actually just a giant texture. It's this little kind of like massive fog gate to hide the other half of the game. So like it's right in front of the tree itself. And you can see it right here. I have it like set so it's not too zippy. And there it is. It's like a giant cloud, basically. But if we take the camera all the way over here, too, we can see some low poly models, which are always my favorite. There's supposed to be a giant dragon. For those who have played the game, you know what I'm talking about. But when we take the camera over here, we got a low poly dragon. It's beautiful. It is supposed to be like a stone dragon, but it's supposed to be way more detailed than this, so there you go. He's happy. What, go in the mouth? All right, let's do it. Yeah, nothing exciting. I would have been shocked. I'll tell you something. We're going to move on to Smash at the 30-minute mark, and there are things that I never thought to look for. And there's lots of things that the audience kind of suggested and we found together. And I'm going to hype it up now, but it's like one of the best discoveries I've ever seen, and I didn't even get to be the one to kind of break the discovery myself. So I'm really excited to show you guys that one. Are the sewers modeled? So in some instances, yes, and in some instances, no. When the sewers are like or like any underground environment in Elden Ring is small enough, it will be modeled on the inside because it doesn't really tax the game very much. Like right here, we're not underground obviously, but I've just taken the camera inside and you can see a fog gate for an underground area. And not everything's loaded in, but you can see elements of what would be inside of said cave. So this is like the very start of the game where you take the elevator up, and this would be the fog gate. Excuse me here. Yeah, this is the fog gate where you need the stone sword keys in order to access that putrid, poisonous area with that annoying chariot. So yeah, there's an example right there, and all the fog gates kind of stay in because it doesn't really behave the same way as some of the environments do as far as, just for some reason the word's escaping me right now, but going invisible essentially. So go back up. Is there any area you guys want me to check out while we're checking out Elden Ring for right now? The volcano? Okay, let's do that. Go there, and I'll try not to do the most spoilery areas, so that you guys don't feel a little nervous if you're in the middle of your game. But this is like fairly, only like a third of the game in, so this one's not too bad. You want to see Rykard's boss room? You want to see that? All right, let's do that. I don't think my character is invisible, so he will die instantaneously if I don't do this right now. Boom. There we go. Saved him. What's that?
Why does being invisible make you immune to fire?
Why does he seem invisible?
Why does making yourself invisible make you immune to fire?
It does not. So if I make some dumb mistake, if I walk off a cliff, I'm dying either way. But the one thing that going invisible does do is that this very handsome looking snake fellow is not going to start attacking me. So, it keeps me alive longer. But standing in fire is not a very effective technique to staying alive. So here's Rykard here. You can go underneath here, you can see. Now the reason why a lot of people wanted to see this for a part 3 video is because the cliffs kind of cut you off very, very early. And there's obviously a whole lot of chaos because it's a boss fight. But there's a whole lot of things going on in the background. So, for example, you got hanging cages and stuff like that. These are kind of difficult to see up close, of course. There's nothing inside of them. So it's not terribly, terribly exciting. But it's got its own biome. So whereas you saw with the last area, it just kept going forever. This is just like an exclusively loaded in room. And in fact, the geometry doesn't have textures on the edges. So you can kind of see like a textureless, model here for the ground where it just kind of like all stops at once. It's kind of neat looking. And take it up, and there's like something up here. I don't know what this is, guys. But it's textureless, and it just really, I don't think it has any business being here. There's another fog gate up there, so it might be just like an unused area, but what's up?
Floating above that corner piece thing.
The fog gate here?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, there is like an unloaded area here, which I'm very curious what it is exactly, because you kind of warp here. Shoot, if I had more time, I would have my character fly all the way up there. Maybe I'll do that for the part 3 video. And then there was like one other thing that was up here. I wanted to take a look at that. Let me see. It was right there. What is that? Is it just another fog gate? Okay. And then this is just a statue here. Okay. All right. So yeah, let's just get that all in one shot, and then we'll move on to another area. All right. There you go. Any questions? No? We'll move on then. Sounds good to me. And I just went too close to the mic. Hey, what's up, everybody? My bad. All right. So one thing I wanted to show you guys was the fire giant, in case you hadn't seen the episode. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode if you had. Let's see here. But this is a great example of something that game developers do. Out of bounds. Oh, we got a question. Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What generally is the reaction of developers and publishers and artists and such from these games of you putting these videos together and putting this content together?
That's a great question. So developers seem to love it mostly. Obviously, everyone's an individual. But generally speaking, I found that developers just kind of enjoy having a program that audiences can now finally take the time to understand how games work to some capacity. And they love seeing for themselves as seeing other people's work kind of dissected in a way. So generally, developers tend to love it and support it and DM me all the time about how great it is. Publishers are very hit and miss. You know, they always want to protect their intellectual property. And so some of them will feel threatened by the idea of someone using a tool set to explore a game out of bounds because it's not what they intended. And they have a lot of contracts and red tape and stuff like that that just makes them very nervous. And so, you know, I got people like Konami and Sega that are like, hey, we champion She Says. We love his program. And then there's a couple others that I won't name by name, but if you're a huge fan, you may be able to think about who those are in your head that have flexed a little bit of a, hey, we don't approve of this kind of thing, which is fine. But ultimately, you know, I get to be able to do this show uncontested. So I really appreciate the developers that, whether they love me or not, leave me be. And the rest that wish me well, I really appreciate the kind comments. Yeah, what's up?
Not a question, but I heard that you have a Twitch channel. Self-promotion, right?
Yo, thank you for the clap. Yeah, if anybody wants to follow me online and just watch me do live streams, it's twitch.tv/Boundary Break, no spaces. So you're welcome to do that if you'd like. But anyways, moving on to, thank you for that, by the way, Hexen. One of the mods, I really appreciate her. Oh, thank you guys, thank you. Yeah, she's great. So, anyways, this is one of the most frustrating bosses in the game. It's the fire giant. If you were to be scaled to this boss, you'd probably be about this tall. And you can imagine how annoying that is with the camera and stuff like that. That's not the point. I just wanted to let that out. It's my therapy. But the thing that is really interesting about this boss is that he has two phases. There's one where he's walking around with two legs, and then there's one where he rips his leg off and he has one leg. And believe it or not, that is not the same model. It's two separate models, and to compensate for that vision that the developers had, the second phase of the boss fight is stored underneath, and you could actually find him in the middle of the first phase. You can even see the eye that opens up during that boss fight. So it's really cool. One of the things that you'll already notice is that the frame rate for him is really, really low. That's just a open world game technique. When character models are really far off in the distance, they drastically lower the frame rate to save on resources. But you could see here that his leg is severed, making him definitively the second boss fight. I know it's a little hard to see because there's no lighting, but you can probably make out the shapes and stuff. One of the cool things, too, is that they usually turn them invisible, and this is one of those instances where they did not, but you can always kind of figure out where those bosses may be because of the fact that they have to make a platform for them to stand on in order to exist in the game world and then be called in later. So although normally when we take the camera inside of this geometry, you would just kind of see like just nothing, like usually like the sea bottom or something like that. The developers had to actually make a ground for the second phase boss fight to rest upon. And like I said, when they turn those other characters invisible, you end up seeing the platform, but not the model itself. But you know they're there. They just basically call it in, or rather call the model in to be used for whatever thing they do next. All right. Do we have any requests for where we want to go? The Coliseum. Okay, I could do that. And you had a question, sir? What's up?
Yeah, so I was wondering if your character's summons were stored anywhere on the map or if they were dynamically loaded in.
They're dynamically loaded in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not like underneath the map or anything like that. Great question, though. All right, so Coliseum. Very cool request. So one of the things that's weird about this game is that there's a series of Coliseums. There isn't just this one, but this is the one we're going to show you today. And it's just unused content. It's basically, for this point in time, there's no DLC available. There's no update that's ever made this area available to the player. They're just giant Coliseums that are normally closed off to the player. But what's really interesting about these Coliseums is that they are fully modeled on the inside. So they're furnished, they have halls and stuff like that. And I'm going to now take a nice slow stroll through the Coliseum and show you what you're missing out on if you've been playing Elden Ring for 240 hours like I have. Let's see here.
Hey, man, he has a question.
Sure. Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
It's so hard to see you, so I apologize. What's up?
No worries. Out of all the games you've ever you've done this for, what game was the hardest to get the debug tools working on?
Oh, geez. The hardest one, or at least a hard one. Let me think. Sonic Generations was a real tough one for a while. There was a camera that was like orbital for a game that's 2D. So it was really, really hard to get shots that I actually wanted for a good, solid time. And I did like half the episode with that camera that just wasn't cutting it. But I knew that fans really, really wanted it. So I kind of had to make it work. And it wasn't until like, I'd say like on the last week that what was it, Gamma actually came back and was like, hey, I got a fully functional camera now that works great. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Oh man, I spent so much time on this, but let's do it. Yeah, so yeah, that one was tough because again, I spent most of the time collecting all the footage with a camera that was really restrictive. Like, you just couldn't quite see what you wanted to see, and you kind of had to like zoom out and kind of ease it into certain shots and stuff like that. It was a nightmare. And thank you for the question. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so here's the Coliseum. This one's blocked by a giant jar. And actually, we're inside the jar right now, if you can see that. Let me see if I can get like the time to look a little nicer. Can we get like, oh, there we go. Night, day, day. All right. So here's the entrance to the Coliseum. That's not it. What is this? Oh, this is a low poly version. Okay, wait a second. Maybe, will that work? Can we do it that way? Let's try it that way. I don't want to have to walk all the way over there. That would be a pain in the butt. But I could, and I do have a question, so maybe I will do that. All right, hold on one second. I'll take your question and I was going to say something really lame like 2 shakes of a lamb tail, and I was like, who says that? Okay. Well, what's your question, buddy? What's up?
Of all like the boundary breaks that you've done, do you have a favorite Easter egg or like lore piece or something from a game, or like a handful?
Dang it. You know what? We got the question. I have a prepared answer for that question. Thank you so much for that question. Would you guys like to see my favorite discovery on Boundary Break? Yeah? Okay. All right, let's do it. So it's in Punch Out for the Wii. I'm going to boot that up right now. And so the story behind this tale, folks, is someone on my Twitter was like, hey, you should check out what Piston Hondo is reading in between rounds on Punch Out, because I always ask people, like, what do you want me to see? And I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. I wasn't expecting what you're about to see just now. Hopefully, oh, did it crash? Aw, that's what happens when you do it live. It crashed. Hold on, one second. Can we cut the, I'm just gonna pull it out unless you can remove it from the TV screen for a moment here. Are you able to do that? No? I'll do it. Okay, just gonna remove that for 2 seconds so I can set it up. But basically, this is a pretty good story. So what happened was I looked, and there was something you don't ever see on a show like Boundary Break. You see an intellectual property that doesn't belong to Nintendo in the pages of that book. It's very, very famous. Some of you may already know what that intellectual property is, but for those of you that don't know, it's a manga, a very famous manga that was made into an anime that was made into a very famous anime. And, okay, we're going to boot it up right now and show you. I don't want to spoil it just yet, so if you know, try not to say it out loud. But this is easily my favorite discovery on the show, bar none. And there's this whole story, too, where I got in touch with one of the developer that actually put this Easter egg in. And wow, it doesn't want to load. Maybe it has something to do with Elden Ring. I'll tell you what, let's close out Elden Ring and see if that works. And from there, we'll switch over to a Nintendo game. How's that sound? All right, cool. And hopefully, this it won't be as fussy. Oh wow, this did not happen before I set up this panel here. Okay.
Hey, Chi says, while you're doing that, I have somebody that wants to ask you a question.
Sure. What's the question? Where are you at? Oh, hey.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
Do you ever reach out to any developers or publishers before you post a video for their game? / have you ever had to take down a video based on, maybe copyright issues or whatever it may be?
Yes. So I reach out usually to have them as guests, not to find out if they're okay with it or not. I try to just, maybe they won't find out. But usually in my case, what I do is if I know they're an English-speaking developer, I'll take the time and effort to see if they want to guest on the show. The first guest developer I ever had was someone that worked on Simpsons Hit and Run. Yeah, and he was like the lead programmer, and he guested on the show and answered a lot of cool questions. I'll give you guys a little bit of an exclusive here if you're a fan of the show. The next episode will have its developer on. It's the lead developer of the Stanley Parable. And the narrator will guest to intro the show in. Yeah, so it'll be really fun.
And then there's another question for you.
Hi.
Hey there.
What's up?
I just want to first ask, who's excited for Breath of the Wild 2?
I am. Yeah.
And I loved your exploration of the first game, and I've always wondered, where did the dragons go? Not actually where they go. What's your fictional interpretation of that?
My fictional interpretation of where those long dragons go?
Yeah, the dragon portals in the sky.
Oh, man, you're putting me on the spot. I would say they rip open a portal into the Earth's crust and hang out there, and they turn into a giant pretzel with one another. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for the question. All right, I think we almost got it here. So, let's see. Thank you for all the questions, though, to kind of bide the time for me. Let me see. Oh, I know what's going on here. We need a nunchuck available. Yeah. Refresh. Close.
Hey, I got you another question.
Okay. What's up? Where?
Howdy there. I was wondering if you...
Oh, hey.
Do you miss Arlo Cast as much as the rest of us?
Yes, I want him to bring it back. He's a good guy. I love talking to him about food.
Yes, that was the best part.
That was my favorite part. Okay, here we go. Oh, awesome. Okay. We can, yeah, I would love to. Obviously, me and Arlo, we actually bonded over PAX East. I was like, Arlo, bring your blue fuzzy butt over here. I will room you up because I had a house in Massachusetts. And we will, you don't have to pay for a hotel. Just get over here. And so he stayed at my house, and we talked about butternut squash for a good while, watched Kung Pao together. And we kind of bonded. And yeah, he loves having me on the show to talk because we became pals essentially. And I would love for him to bring that podcast back because it brings out a more genuine side of good old Arlo that I really grew to appreciate while hanging out with him at PAX East. So, yeah. Arlo, if you're listening, bring the podcast back. All right. Okay. Let's see. Oh, man, we are just having a rough start here. Man, this went so smooth in rehearsal, I swear. Let's see. We just needed to press A. And we'll just make that the B button now. Okay. Is it back? Can we get the, oh, we can't get back on screen because I haven't plugged it in. There we go. Boom. And then we'll just go boom, boom, and resume. Okay. Now, last time, you may have remembered I was talking about an intellectual property that did not belong to Nintendo. So the guy reached out to me and told me the whole story. And, it's a rough one. So what happened was he asked the director of the game, he's like, can I put this in the game? And he was like, yeah, sure, why not? And then 2 weeks before launch of the game in the US, the director kind of just had a sudden change of thought and was like, I wonder if it is okay. Let me ask the guys at Nintendo, hey, we got this in the game, we're gonna launch this in 2 weeks, is it okay? And Nintendo of Japan was like, no, that is not okay. What makes you think that would be okay? And so the guy who put the art in kind of took the bullet for that one, even though he asked for express permission, he got the boot, and Nintendo reached out to Bandai Namco themselves and said, hey, we're sorry, this is in our game. We're just going to give you $2 million. And hopefully everything's cool. And so Bandai Namco was like, yeah, we like $2 million. Thanks, appreciate it. And they never even get to see this. So they spent $2 million for this out-of-bounds secret, which is Piston Hondo reading Sailor Moon manga upside down. These are actual panels. These are actual panels from the Sailor Moon manga. Yeah, crazy stuff. And so, yeah, they weren't happy about it. I would be too if I lost $2 million. But yeah, it's there forever. And then when they released it in Japan, unfortunately I don't have the ISO to show you guys, but they replaced the panels with a series of different shades of gray triangles. No, not 50 Shades of Gray, just regular triangles. No properties, just, I'm surprised to put anything at all in there, honestly. I thought it'd be blank pages, but yeah. And that was actually the guy verifying his identity. He was like, yes, you should find that in other versions of the game, that is not in there because they did fix it for the other releases that released a little bit later. And sure enough, it was verified, and I was like, yeah, this is legit. So I'm so sorry you got fired. And he's like, yeah. So there you go. That is my favorite out-of-bounds discovery. And that was never documented anywhere, as far as I could tell, on the internet. So it was like I kind of broke that story to the internet. Very cool stuff. Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys. Let's move over to Super Smash Brothers Brawl. Let's do it. And hopefully it works without a hitch. And I'm going to say, hello? All right, let's just remove it, turn it back on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 0, 1, 1. No? Okay, hold on 1 second. It'll take 2 seconds, I promise you. Uh-oh, there's my desktop.
Hey, because I know that you just love technical difficulties, I got you a question.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't know if I'm supposed to ask this, but in your video, you said this would be your last panel ever.
Yeah.
And I was wondering why that was.
It's just, first of all, I love doing panels. You guys are amazing, especially PAX East. You guys have been the best audience ever. That was like my favorite panel of all time. Just the big reason is that they take a lot of work, and I feel like I kind of fulfilled everything I wanted to do with panels. So, you know, I love doing them. They're a ton of fun, but then I have to catch up a lot with work after I get home and stuff. You know, it has to do with like the travel, the planning, and all this other things, and that's basically why I was like, okay, you know, I had a great run. I really, really enjoyed it, but I think this will probably be my last one, so that, you know, I can say that it didn't get old or anything like that, or people are like, oh, he did Super Smash Bros. Brawl again, you know. But yeah, that's basically why. I appreciate the question, though. You were totally welcome to ask that question. Thank you. So, thank you. Hey, thanks, guys. I hope you're having fun, too. All right. So first, this is a stupid, silly thing, but the one thing I want to show you guys is that I like to break the rules, and for some reason, outside the boundaries of the menu, you can find the rules. I don't know why. Even if you get to the spot where it says rules, it doesn't get called in, so that's just a rules that just hangs out of bounds at all times. It's kind of interesting. One other silly thing, too, that I wanted to show you while I was messing around with the menus last night was, I think it was, let's see, Vault, maybe? Nope. It was, let's see, Solo? No. Group? Yes. Okay. Oh, I see now why. Okay. Yeah, but see, even if you go out of bounds still, you'll still see it. Here it is. So, this is so dumb now that I realize it, but like I was like messing around with it last night, and I turned around, and most of the textures are not double-sided, but there was one texture, for whatever reason, that was double-sided, and it was right here. Yeah, it was for the rule book, and like when you place it over it, you can see that, yeah, it does flap, and that's why. But yeah, okay, so let's show you something cool. So the first thing I want to show you is Sonic the Hedgehog. And then, who's the second character we're going to do? Anybody? We can't do Kirby, because someone in the audience hates Kirby. But, no, Ice Climbers, okay. All right, we'll do Ice Climbers. Where are you, Ice Climbers? I never pick you. There he is. Okay. So don't worry. We'll be able to pick other characters in a little bit. Just keep in the back of your mind which ones you want to see. So this is the thing. This is like the greatest discovery you guys made while doing panels. So, you know, you guys can absolutely tell me what you guys want to see. Please, I highly encourage it because of moments like this. But someone was like, hey, what does Sonic look like when he's in a ball? And I was like, it's probably just nothing inside. And I was like, but, you know, I'll check for you. I was super wrong. It's really disturbing. You guys ready? Hopefully it happens here. Let me slow it down. Here we go. Okay, here we go. And nice and slow, and you go inside. Meow? No, for some reason, I don't know why. It's great, though. Sonic's mouth and eyebrows stay culled in when he goes into ball form. So what's really happening here, yeah, I know, is basically like his whole body's inside of his ball, and his ball is always inside of his body, and the model just kind of decides which one to choose, and usually if one is being used, the other one's being called out. It's invisible. But for some reason, Sonic is a very special exception, and he gets to keep his mouth and eyebrows. So there you go. He kind of looks like the Jersey Devil. Anybody ever play that game? It's kind of interesting. Okay, and we got Ice Climbers over here. So nothing's going to top that. So just keep your expectations kind of low at this point. But so I wanted to take a look inside of the Ice Climbers. We can do that real quick. We could show you, well, yeah, you can see like the fuzziness of their little outfit there. The way that works is it's just single layers of texture layered on top of each other and slightly adjusted so that when you look at it from far away, it looks really fuzzy, but when you look at it from this angle, the illusion's kind of turned on its head, and you can kind of see each layer of the fuzziness to the shirt, to the outfit. There's the bottom of their feet, and there's that. Go inside there, go inside their head just in case. Oh, there's something going on here. It looks like there's a little bit more of the cranium than you would think, and I can move that out. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Yeah. Just kind of keeps all his hair on his bang, and that's about it. Yeah, okay. That's kind of cool.
Hey man, this is such a big brain moment, but I have a question for you right here.
Okay. Where's it at?
Hi.
Hi.
Over here. Hi.
There's-
Quick question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hi, sorry, I'm behind the podium.
Oh, hey. Out of bounds
Who do-
discovery.
Who do you main in Smash?
Okay, that's a layered question. In Smash 64, Ness. In Melee, Falco and Fox. In Brawl, it was Wolf and Pit. And in Smash 4, it was Cloud and Little Mac. And then in Smash Ultimate, it's Banjo-Kazooie by a mile. And I like to pocket Ridley, even though it's just an uphill battle. Thank you for that question. All right. So we got that. Now let's just do a zoom out of Final Destination, and we'll move on to another character set and stage. All right, what's up? Yeah, it's all, what's the word? Particle effects. So I guess I'll unpause here so you guys can kind of see it from another angle. This is almost the entirety of the stage in one shot. And can we speed that up a little bit? Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, it's all the way over here. Yeah, hold on. So there we go. You can kind of see it now. There's a housing that never changes, I don't think, but then there's like this right here. So you can, oh, they're doing their final smash. Nice. All right, hold on. Let me slow it down a little bit.
Holding hands in my panel?
Oh, you got a question. What's up, man?
Yeah. Did you ever set out to make an episode for a game and the developers did just such a bang-up job of not including any unused content that you just couldn't make a good episode and had to abandon it?
Yes. One of the earliest suggestions I ever got on the show was for Poke Park Wii, Pokemon. And yeah, I tried really hard to find any content for it. But what ended up happening was you get a zoom out of the island really early in the game, so a zoom out is pointless on Boundary Break. And then looking inside of all the models, they were all super clean, and there was just nothing to find. And it's such a small area that the whole game is housed in, so there's not like a whole bunch of environments to try to find something interesting. So there was like nothing at all, and I felt so bad. But I did personally apologize to that person in the comment section that was constantly asking for the game. And they took it pretty well, honestly. Like, they asked like 50 times, and then I finally was just like, hey, I actually tried and couldn't find anything. I'm so sorry. And he's like, yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So here's the results screen. And you can see there's a lot more to it than you would think. It's kind of like, it's heaven. Heaven in pill form.
Dude, that is so heavenly. And I have another question for you.
What's up?
Hey. So I noticed that you do a lot of games that are recently released, but are there any that are maybe special to you or just like weird games that you've always wanted to explore, but you were never sure if like the audience for it was there because it wasn't like the new fresh hot game?
Thank you for asking yet another great question. Yeah, there is one that I would love to do. There's two that I would love to do, but I just don't think the audience would go for it. One of them is Star Tropics. I do think I could find some stuff out of bounds, but I don't think the audience is there, and it might be more of a challenge than it's really worth. And the other was Time Splitters. Time Splitters would be one that I'm a personal huge fan of Time Splitters, and I would love to crack open the Future Perfect in 2. But it's just, I just feel like the reason why we don't see new Time Splitters is because nobody bought them in the first place. So it'd just be like, okay, I'd be doing this just for me. So, yeah, great questions, though. All right, guys, what characters do we want? We want Snake and Olimar. I heard Snake and I heard Olimar, and we will definitely get to the other suggestions after this one. Olimar, there we go. All right. Snake, great suggestion with Snake. Who said that? Can you raise your hand? Excellent suggestion. You're going to find something really cool in 2 seconds. What is it? What? All I heard was, oh my God. No, what was it? Sakurai's cat. Okay, I actually know what you're talking about when you say that, so let's do it. All right, that's Pokemon Stadium 2. And I just got to find it on, here we go, here it is. Now, we just kind of have to wait for that to happen, sadly. So hopefully it pops up. But for Snake, let's start off with something really interesting about Snake. This is like a really fun one. So Snake's also a special case. Something about the guest characters just had a little bit of sloppiness to them. Snake, well, two things. One, keep an eye on his eyes. Yeah, when I advertised for the stream, you probably saw people reacting to it. I'm sure you guys have already seen it, so I'm not expecting you guys to lose your mind over this, but never mind, I was wrong. Yeah, he's got some veiny eyes. But it's not even about grossing you out. It's about keeping an eye. No, don't do the puns. Remember how this eye looks, because we're going to revisit the concept of said eye. But that's not what I wanted to show you. The thing that's kind of interesting about Snake's face is that he has two sets of teeth. Now, yes, so in this game, there was supposed to be a set of teeth for the victory screen that is more detailed, and then there was supposed to be a battle set of teeth. But for some reason, even when you're playing the game, Snake gets both. So when we zoom in here, so yeah, he's got you can already see the detailed teeth poking through the low textured teeth. Yeah, where it's gridded, and then you can kind of go inside and you can see his tongue and stuff like that. Yeah, it's kind of cool. He's got chatterbox teeth. Yeah, and then, I don't know if this is going to be interesting, but.
That's.
Hold on. There we go. We got a 2-for-1 deal here. So someone just asked to see inside the box. What's inside the box? Snake is, of course, inside there. The reason why he is fully modeled inside is because there is this little Easter egg of seeing him look through, and then also the characters can kind of open up the box and reveal him in this position inside. It's fun, and since, we got a smaller audience here, why not? There you go. There's the snake butt.
Ace.
This is my audience. I love you guys. All right. So for Olimar, okay, hold on. Just wanted to show you some fine details to Olimar. He has a patch on his arm that says Hakotate. He also, I believe, has a sticker on his backpack, but he's being kind of crowded by his own Pikmin at the moment. Let's see if I can get that to move around a little bit. Almost. Oh, there we go. That's going to be good. So move it up and over and to the left. And there's his backpack. I could have sworn he had a patch, like a little sticker or something. One of the things that's kind of cool about him, though, is that his back is fully molded, even outside of his backpack. So take the camera inside, and you can see that there's a texture and everything. Yeah, it's kind of neat. Let me see. Maybe it's in the front. No, but it's kind of cool. There's a lot of fine details to Olimar. One of the cool things about him in Melee, although he wasn't playable, he had a trophy. His mouth had he kind of has that here too. Yeah, he's got like a cone for a mouth. It just kind of like sucks in. Yeah.
This is an. Oh.
There you go.
That's an interesting view, and I have a question for you.
Okay.
Hi there.
Hey, man.
I was just wondering if there's ever been a game for one reason or another that you just couldn't find a way to break it.
Like break the boundaries with it?
Yeah, like do any photo mode or see anything interesting just because it would crash constantly or just stuff you couldn't get to work for one reason or another.
Yeah, well, okay, so there was one game where it would crash constantly. And the game that I simply, I had a camera, but the game would crash. It was also very laggy. And it also was a bit limited in terms of what you could do with the camera as well, was Age of Calamity. Legend of Zelda. So that was one that I was working on, and then unfortunately, due to limitations, I was like, I have to drop this episode because it's too jank, sadly. But anytime in the future, maybe. So here's Snake's Final Smash. It normally looks like this, and you would hope and pray there'd be a helicopter above, but sadly. So sad. Well, here's the ladder in different angles. It's kind of cool, right? It's got a grenade launcher. I don't know how they snuck that into the game. That was a whole issue. What is that? Oh, what's in the grenade launcher? That's a good question. Let's see. Let's go inside. Let's see if there's anything. I don't think so. No, sadly nothing. Dang, what a disappointment. But in his pockets? Oh, let's find out. Oh, geez, not that pocket. Let's try this one. What's up? He does have a gun holstered. Is the gun fully modeled, folks? Do you think it's fully modeled? No. No. That would have been awesome. Let's see. Any other pockets? Any other pockets?
Hey, man, while you're looking at his pockets on Decent, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Howdy. You mentioned the Jersey Devil. What's your favorite cryptid?
I actually do have an answer for that. What is it? It's like the witch. She has like a big giant kind of cone. What is it? Yes, that's it. The Flatwoods Monster. I think that one's like a nice, particularly good type of creepy. I really like that one. Thank you. Okay, so we're just gonna try to run out the time a little bit. Oh, dang it, it's the wrong one. Come on, we need ice. Can we get ice before? Oh, what about the Pokemon here? Let's see if they're any good. Cubone. Oh, we're gonna check out both. So we're gonna check out Doug Trio and Cubone over here. Oh, the fossil too? Yeah. Let's take a look. Oh, man. Oh, okay, not fully modeled, but that's kind of cool. There's a little bit more to him than you would think. Yeah, look at that. The only thing that's missing is his snout. It's close, but not quite. It even has the back of its head. Look at that. It's kind of cool. I'm a little impressed. So under the Doug Trio, buff bodies, no.
I was hoping for Muscular Man, but no, we're all disappointed. Thank you, Jesus.
Yes, no problem. Delivering tons of disappointment to all the kids.
I also have a question for you.
What's up? Hey.
Do you find it, yeah, absolutely. Do you find it, yeah, right here.
Hey.
Do you find it more interesting to break newer games where developers have less restrictions in terms of pulling things out of memory, or older games where there are more concerns with that?
I think like the best era was probably GameCube, PS2, because like they had a lot more resources to make some funny, muddy mistakes, and they would just leave it in, and you know they had the strict like timing and stuff like that. So like they had to get games out fast, they had to get them polished, and so there's so many instances where it's just like, just leave it in, whatever. No one's ever going to see it, and they were wrong. And then you know. Older games, they tend to just not have the resources to make those sort of mistakes. And then with the newest games, yeah, you can find some cool stuff from time to time. Sometimes they put it in on purpose, which is great. But a lot of times, they'll just kind of be like, we know about this boundary break guy. Don't leave that in. Don't do that. But yeah, no, I still find some really cool stuff from time to time. Sometimes I find some really inappropriate stuff that I can't even mention here on this panel. But, you know, let's just say that there's a lot of men that work in the video game industry, and it shows. But yeah, thank you for your question. I appreciate it. All right, so I see I got another question here. What's up, man?
Hi. So after doing this show for so many years,
when you're playing games just on your own now, do you look at them in a different way, or do you still kind of get in that just normal gaming mindset?
It's really hard. Yeah, it's true. It's like so hard to actually just kind of play a game and immerse myself in a game now these days, because I'm just kind of like, yeah, what's over in that castle though? Is it nothing? Let me write that down on my notepad. Maybe I'll look at that later or something. Ooh, this is another good one to check out. But yeah, oh, here's the sticker, by the way, that I was thinking of. Over here, there's a little angel. I like the woo. Is it modeled in the rocket? Let's see what's going on inside the rocket. So, what secrets do you have, Olimar? Let me see. He's got a little steering wheel. That's kind of cute. All right. Let's see. Oh, is his body underneath? Let's see. Oh, that's a dingy steering wheel. Wow. Oh, he's got a seat and everything. That's kind of cool. Yeah, he's fully modeled. And oh, there's like a cool cone going on with like a weird texture going on well underneath where you should be able to see it. So let me just kind of change the field of view here so you can see that better. Look at that. That was a great suggestion. Yeah, that's a new thing. Congratulations, guys. You found a new thing. Every time, without fail. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Probably just a better view, but always doesn't hurt to check. We found the chair. Sit in the chair? Okay, let's do it. We're gonna sit in the chair. There you go. Oh, the view's terrible. No wonder why he crashed on Earth. Jeez. All right. Take it out. Is it the same model? I think it is. But like, is there maybe like a steering wheel inside? I don't think so. Yeah.
I have a question for you, she says.
What's up?
Right, on this side, you're right, left, right.
You can barely see me behind the podium, but way over here. There you go.
Thank
All right,
you.
Cool.
Thank you.
So yeah, props to all the great content that you post.
Thanks,
Just had
dude.
a quick question about like the PlayStation 1 era. This is a very weird game, but Parappa the Rapper, have you thought about doing like a boundary break on that type of stuff? There's a lot of stuff going on in there, so I don't know if there's a lot to look at in that particular game or the second.
You know, I would love to boundary break Parappa the Rapper. I think like if I ever do another PlayStation 1 game, it's either that or Rugrats. I know that's a weird contrast, but the search for Reptar, man. We gotta represent. But yeah, Parappa the Rapper would be a lot of fun, I feel like, because there's a lot of things that go on in the background that like are really difficult to see by normal means. What is happening with this Bulborb? But like, yeah, I would love to cover that game. You know, admittingly, I was a huge fan. I actually embarrassed myself in junior high school by, like, I thought I was doing it low enough that no one could hear me, but I was in the back of the classroom doing the second level rap, word for word. And then I'm like looking at papers and stuff doing it, and I look up, and there's like, everybody's got their backs turned looking at me. And my face was tomato red. It was, I don't know why I shared that story. But yeah.
Hey, she
Yeah.
says.
I'm a really good freestyle rapper, by the way. No, I will not prove it. Sorry.
You have 2 more questions.
Sure, what's up?
Hi, I know you mentioned your Smash main, but I'm really more interested in what your go-to car is in Kirby Air Ride City Trial.
Oh, no, I haven't played Kirby's Air Ride.
All right, I hate you.
Yeah, I know. Whew. Man, tough crowd. No, just kidding.
And here's the other question.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so before this, I've only watched a few of your videos, but definitely now after seeing this live, definitely gonna watch a lot more. But one of the few videos
Thank you.
I've seen from you is your Mother 3 one, where you
with Vinny.
where Vinny Vinesauce was a guest.
Yeah.
I just want to know, like, what was it like partnering up with him, and did you enjoy breaking Mother 3?
That is a great question. So we're going to go back to the stage, by the way, so we can see that Sakurai cat. Yeah, no problem, boo. So, yeah, so I got Vinny on for the Mother 3 episode. The whole story with me and Vinny is He was a fan of the show, didn't know who he was, believe it or not. I was not a stream viewer. And someone just was like, hey, Vinny just mentioned you on stream. And I was like, cool. Hey, I'll reach out to him and say thank you. And I did. And eventually he mentioned me again. And I was like, hey, you should bring me on one of your streams if you love me so much. He was really nice about it. And he was like, yeah, sure, I'll bring you on one time. And we did a stream together. And then I actually got to know him and watch more of his streams. And I was like, this guy's hilarious. He's awesome. So I was like, okay, do you want to be on my Mother 3 episode? And he's like, sure. By the way, before I finish the story, what characters, guys?
Lucas!
She says, before that, sorry about that, you have like 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh my God, well, we got to end it. All right, so really quick, let me see. No, I gotta do it strong, you guys. So here we go. I'm gonna show you Captain Falcon real quick. If we had the time, I would, man. Oh my God, maybe I have to do another stream. I don't know. I said stream, panel. But you guys are awesome. So remember that eye from Snake? Well, Captain Falcon in one video game only has an eye, and it happens to be Solid Snake's eye. So before you guys go, I want to say thank you all so much. And I also want to say thank you to a very special lady in the audience. Her name's Casey. She's my girlfriend. But I'm hoping to change that today, you guys.
Hey, man, sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
I think you're forgetting something.
I am not forgetting anything.
Yes, you are.
What's that?
I don't know, maybe something in your pocket or some shit? Or something?
Oh, maybe.
No? Are you sure?
Casey, I love you. And I want you to be mine forever.
She said yes.
I'm off, guys. We're going to go spend a nice evening together. You guys have a great night. And thank you so much for coming to the panel. Appreciate you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Soundtrack Scramble, the panel of music arrangement mayhem. Today, Today we have 5 phenomenal composers who have been assigned a random mashup of both a tune and a genre, and will have only an hour, the length of a panel, to compose that mashup from scratch. Quickly, my name is Josh Altman. I'm a co-founder of a tiny studio called Digital Daydream, and apparently I have chosen a picture that features as much of a stranger's shoulder as my own face. But I will be your host for tonight's show, and before we dive into the composing, let's go right ahead and introduce our panelists. So we're just going to go right down the line here. If y'all would introduce yourselves, and we'll start with Carlos.
Cool. Hey everybody, my name's Insane in the Rain, also known as Carlos Uni. Hello. Good to see you. Oh, awesome. So I've been, you probably know me from creating video game jazz remixes on YouTube. I've been doing that for about the past nearly, this year's gonna be year 10 of doing this. The channel's turning 10 years old today. I did make a pretty significant shift earlier this year, and I decided to stop posting new videos, which was a difficult decision to make. But that was with the purpose of dedicating myself further to video game music and doing things that I'm really passionate about and doing things that I know can push the art form into ways where it hasn't gone before. So we'll see if this qualifies as pushing the art form. I don't know if it does, but it's good. It's great to be here, and I'm excited to present my music alongside all these other wonderful panelists.
And Rachel up next.
Hey, I'm Rachel Robison, freelance composer based in Salt Lake City, Utah. I'm also a songwriter, musician all my life, and I'm a producer at Imperial Sound and Music.
And Trevor?
What's up, everybody? My name is Trevor. I'm a freelance composer and producer. I also host DJ Dungeon Master, which is a podcast that tries to answer the question, what would a TTRPG sound like if it was run by a noob and scored by a professional? The twist is that they are both me. You can check that out, or you can check out my podcast about people of faith in the entertainment industry called Playing Godcast. And yeah, thanks for being here. And thank you guys for being here.
Noah?
Hi, I'm Noah Beasley. It's really helpful to have these bullet points about myself. I'm a composer based in Boston. I worked on A Token War from Uproom Games. I'm currently working on a queer visual novel called Himbo Hunter.
Let's go!
If that sounds up your alley, check us out on Twitter. And I'm also an organizer for Game Audio Boston and an ambassador for Women in Games.
And Mason.
Hey everyone, my name is Mason Lieberman, and I am a composer and recording artist in the video game and anime industries. Some of my favorite things that I've worked on things like Ruby, Beyblade, Pokemon, Spider-Man, Mobile Suit Gundam, Ultraman, PUBG Mobile, and like a jillion other things. And I am really, really out of breath already, so I'm gonna stop.
All right, so quickly how this works. For the sake of allowing everyone to compose in their own normal setup and not asking them to bring giant rigs here to PAX, all the composing has actually happened beforehand, but we recorded the whole thing, and so now you all are going to get to watch that in real time here while we
Including
also
us.
talk about their process as we watch. So again, each composer is randomly assigned both a musical feeling and assigned a famous video game tune. They're then given exactly 1 hour to compose an original version of that tune with the given musical feeling. A daunting task, but these composers are masters of their art. They are up for it.
Or so they think.
It is also worth noting that none of them have actually seen or heard each other's final products. We kept that for today, so they're all going to be hearing it for the first time along with all of you. So, the musical feelings, we assigned them way ahead of time so that everyone could go ahead and set up their sessions, have their instruments ready, load up their DAWs with whatever they want. But for their tunes, which tunes everyone got, for that, we get to watch that now. And for that, we will turn to the Wheel of Tunes. A living list with more than 40 tunes from video games of countless genres spanning across decades of time.
I love it.
Only the bravest dare to face it. But these 5 have done it. So let's see what everyone got assigned. We're going to start, we're just going to go right down the order that they're here at the table. We'll start with Carlos. Carlos, you were assigned the feeling of melancholic and nostalgic. Is that correct? Did you have feelings on that?
This is correct.
Nice. Let's see what what tune Carlos got. Let's see what we have.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I'll take that.
Sonic Green Hill Zone. What was going through your head when you first got that, Carlos?
Well, my first thought was that, I've covered this song before.
You have.
This is going to be easy.
Carlos has actually covered this song before, but it was a pretty different feeling, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, I just I superimposed it over a Wolfpack song in a very let's say artistically uncouth kind of way.
Well, we're excited to hear this new version now. So next we'll move right on to Rachel. You had Mysterious as your feeling. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let's see what Rachel was assigned.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Fall Guys. Yes. The main theme from Fall Guys. What was your thought when that popped up?
If you saw the frame when you paused the Zoom call, did you see the terror in my face? I wasn't super familiar with this theme, so I was like up for the challenge to just, let's learn it and arrange it all in an hour. Let's do it. Let's go.
Heck yeah. And so it did happen. For Trevor, you had Somber assigned.
I did, and I already know what song I'm about to get, but I'm still so scared.
Let's see what happens.
See what we're gonna hear, Somber.
Something Super Smash Bros.
Ooh, which one?
The Melee menu. I don't know it that well.
That's like a put it up, put it up,
I don't know if you could hear it, but I think, Trevor, you said there you don't know it that well. Is that
I
correct?
thought that, but I realized what had happened is I lost at Smash Bros. So much that I had just erased it from my head. So this was like a therapy session with the thoroughly unlicensed therapist the whole time.
I don't know if that's me or the wheel that you're referring to, but we'll move on to Noah. Noah, you got Funky. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let's see what Noah got for
What will
Funky.
we hear redone funky? Let's find out. Oh, something from Zelda. Theme from Zelda. Nice. That's exciting.
That's a good pick. What's going through your head when you saw that land?
Yeah, I think as you can see on the Zoom, I was very excited. I was like, oh my God, yes, it's something. Well, I knew most of the themes, but I was like, I'm definitely getting something I don't know. And I was so thrilled to get Zelda. I was like, let's go.
I was really excited to hear some funky Zelda. And lastly, Mason, you had Epic.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
To no one's surprise, Mason got epic.
Let's go, gamers.
Let's see what Mason got.
Metroid. The original.
Ooh, I
very
like the ominous
theme.
tone over the crowd as they wonder how I'm going to ruin the Metroid
Sound good to you?
That's a pretty stark contrast there. It's playing now. I hope y'all can hear it. It's a pretty stark, dark theme.
Yeah, the second that I heard that, I had a moment of brain empty panic, followed immediately by, I'm gonna wreck it. And I feel very confident that I, in fact, did ruin this song forever.
All right, so that's the picks. So now we kind of move straight on to the actual process beginning. The very first thing we did was a little sound check, and I had a little clip here from that. It went pretty well.
Piano right now?
Got that,
Yes,
yeah.
got that.
Right, here's mine.
There it is.
Oh no, I lose it.
It's a good sound check. But then, so essentially what happens after this point, every 15 minutes I went around the circle and I just checked in with everyone, saw how they were doing so far with their compositions, and we'll get to see those now. So my first check-in was with Carlos. Let's see what Carlos was doing at the 15-minute mark.
So, cool, so green hill zone is normally that's normally how it goes. I decided to take it up a half step and change it into a slow jazz waltz. 5, 7, and 6 is my favorite chord. That's basically
Amazing.
it. So that was my idea. I don't know why I decided to go up a half step. I'm just making my life harder on myself. But it's originally in the key of C, and so something more nostalgic about the key of D flat, I think. So.
Nice.
Yeah, past me is completely right. D flat is so much better than C.
So what are the first things like going into something like this that you start thinking? It looks like you start laying out chords first thing. Is
Well,
that
yeah,
right?
I knew the tune goes 4-1, 4-1, 2-1 in the chord progression, so I just moved that up a half step into G flat. Then I had to figure out what the bridge was in that, which I think starts like in the flat 6, I think. So I had to figure out the chord progression in my head, which puts the first chord of the bridge at a very nice C flat major 7. Actually, no, that's flat 7 major 7. I don't know, but I was figuring out the chord structure of the form, and then I went to that's the horizontal part of the form. And then I went to the vertical part, and I was like, okay, what instruments feel nostalgic and melancholic and that I can do in an hour? And so I figured, well, I can do a jazz recording really fast, and I think a jazz recording like suits the melancholic vibe. So if you look at the score right there, actually I spent the first half an hour writing everything in Dorico. I write stuff in sheet music, then record it first. So I spent half an hour in notation software. I went with flugelhorn, tenor saxophone, which I knew I could get recorded in that time, piano, upright bass, drums, and then strings. And I'm not a string player, so I just used the audio from Dorico itself to export the strings.
So casual. I can get all that done in an hour. No
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, why not?
Oh my gosh.
So the next in the check-ins, we had Rachel. Let's watch a little clip here.
How are you feeling?
I've been listening to it, and I'm getting the vibe that I'm going for, because like there's this part, like right in the beginning where it's like the whatever noise. And so I'm like, I can make that so mysterious. So I'm excited to get to that point. Oh my God. But my DAW is blank, and I'm just like, okay, I can make this mysterious. I can do it. I got this. But that's where I'm at currently.
Nice.
Oh my God.
What were your thoughts from that point? What was next?
Really feeling the scramble in Soundtrack Scramble, to be honest with you. Totally scrambling, but yeah, like I said, I was trying to like familiarize myself with the theme itself before I could even do anything with it, and so I was like, oh my gosh, I hope I get this. So it's gonna be really close when you watch this.
Now, normally when you start, do you normally go straight into a DAW, or do you go into notation software first, or what's your process?
I mean, most of the time, yeah, just straight in the DAW. I usually start with piano, I guess. Just figuring it out, getting the brain dumping, basically.
Absolutely. I think I remember talking to you, and you called it a digital audio notepad of sorts. You kind of
Basically,
taking
yeah.
the notes in the DAW.
Exactly.
That makes a lot of sense. Cool. And next we had Trevor at the 15-minute point. Let's see. I think you played something for me here. Let's hear it.
Oh my. All right. Woo!
My man's on the board.
Trevor, tell us about what's going on here. Why did you start with these particular parts?
I think one of my first thoughts was like, all right, somber, but also this very epic theme. How low can a double bass go? And then my brain, you said, okay, see you in 15 minutes. My brain went, great, see you in an hour.
Oh my gosh.
And yeah, so I was just trying to lay out the kind of the first feeling that everything would build from. And I felt okay about that because there's snare and there's those big hits in the original, and that's where we started. But, somberer.
Absolutely.
Somber.
Alrighty. So, quick little thing. When I moved around to Trevor at some point, he had a little message for us here as well.
Do you want some like inserts from us while we're here? Like, wow, that's so good.
You put that after my own. Okay, fair enough.
The answer is yes, Trevor. I did want inserts.
Wow, that's so good.
Do you have that on a button over there that you're gonna?
Oh, we need that.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I have a Trevor button over here.
Oh my God.
Next up in the order, Noah, for your first check-in. Let's see what happened here.
That's what I have so far. I started out with the drums and bass and decided kind of what my kicks were going to be. And yeah, I with something funky like this, I always like start out with drums.
Nice.
So I added piano, doing like the harmonies on top of that, and decided the vibes should do the melody, but they're a little low in the mix right now, so a little tweaking must be done. Yeah, I think next I'm probably just gonna tackle like I'd rather have like the whole theme with like not exactly everything I wanted to put in than like half a theme with it. I get really bogged down in details, so I have to remind myself to like keep going.
What were you thinking at that point? You already had like a whole theme down there at that point.
Yeah, I usually like to start things from the drums. So I'm a drummer, and I really like to play things in. I have an E-kit. I decided to eliminate that, to eliminate any troubleshooting that I might have to do. So I just played it right into my keyboard, decided kind of what the kicks would be, put in the bass, and just sort of noodled around on the piano and changed up the harmonies a little bit, did a little pedal there.
Makes a lot of sense. It's already sounding funky. I was getting really excited. Oh, that's a repeat.
We can listen to it again.
I really liked it, so.
Wow, that's so good.
I would really like one of those for mine, too. I would like just a soundboard of Trevor to make me feel good when I'm alone writing at 3 a.m. That would really help.
You can call me.
You know what? I will. Thank you so much, sir.
Last in the order, we had our check-in with Mason. Let's see what was going on.
Here, we have like 5 seconds of, we started this like a minute ago. I did a quick cello track down. I have a feeling I'll use this somewhere. So we got
I did not.
Idea of something I was doing as far as maybe an opening.
Nice.
I'm thinking. Have something going on here. And what I was planning on laying down quickly here.
Oh,
was
that sounds so
like,
cool.
I was gonna go in with some low brass and get like a.
Oh.
So let's see what happens.
Every instrument bigger and darker and louder.
Yeah, emphasis on louder. My goal is to destroy every speaker in this room when I was done. And I succeeded.
I'm going to have to make sure we watch the levels right when we get to that track there at the end.
I'm stupid.
All right, so that was our first check-in, and the cycle essentially continued from there. Every 15 minutes, I checked in. So second rounds, there's quite a bit of change in everyone's track just from these 15 minutes. It is truly absurd. Let's go ahead and jump right in with Carlos's part 2.
This is what I have so far. So notice as that's playing, I'm wasting 0 time and getting my reed wet.
Right. So impressive.
Efficiency, amazing.
Right.
I'm pretty sure in every check-in, Carlos was actively like wetting a reed or like moving a keyboard to a new location or getting some drumsticks ready.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And it works. Alrighty. Rachel, with your second check-in.
Hey, there's two of me.
We have a guest phantom Rachel here as well.
I love that.
Okay.
How's it going?
Good. We're getting somewhere.
Heck yeah.
Are we
Want to hear the draft?
Yes, please.
I'm just laughing because this is like really fun. Is that weird? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Good.
Okay, is that pretty mysterious?
That's so mysterious. That's so good. The voice is such a good idea.
I for sure wanted to do like a creepy kind of vocal thing because of, the beginning of the like the original track. And then I was like, why not just add vocals to the rest of it, so I did. It's kind of muddy right now though, so I do want to figure that out. But so I think from here I'm just gonna like add more to this and just like make it more mysterious and
Heck yeah.
yeah.
Nice.
That was so good.
So I did, yeah.
If you could see it in the video, when the voice came in, I ascended. I was blown away by how well that works. It works so well. It's such a good idea to add the voice in there. What were your feelings? What were you thinking you were gonna? What was your thought on how to make that even more mysterious going forward?
To be honest with you, at the time, I have no idea. But I think just, so at that point, there was definitely more of that theme that I wanted to do, but then I just kind of realized like the time was slipping away from me. So I just stuck with the intro, and from there I figured like, okay, if I'm going vocals, like, I was thinking like of all these things. I was getting ahead of myself at this point of like thinking of what I wanted to do, but wasn't considering what I had time for.
Makes a lot of sense. On the deadline of 1 hour, lots of cuts have to be made.
Exactly. So.
Our next check-in, we have. This was my greeting when I popped into Trevor's room for the second check-in.
Knock, knock.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. That's the best.
That was the general vibe I got a lot when I would pop into the rooms is, oh no.
He's back.
It's been another 15 minutes.
I haven't processed my emotions from the last time.
So true.
Trevor had a bunch of changes this time around. Let's go ahead and listen to them.
Good. We got that. We got the melody in there. I think I've got the texture for how this is gonna feel somber and like a couple little clever harmonized differences.
Nice.
You know, I kept asking myself, are we gonna oboe it? And the answer is yes. There might be some little harp sprinklings or some other things that make it feel really somber. But I think you can't. If you're trying to make something feel sad, oboe is not a mistake. So that's what we have. You felt the texture from last time. Now you'll feel how the melody fits in over that texture.
Oboe is not a mistake.
That's a great line.
For all you oboists out there, don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Thank you. I needed to hear that.
I think we have the actual clip here now of what Trevor had at that point.
That's all you get.
You want to talk about what we heard there?
I stand by my oboe decisions.
I don't recall if it's in the videos or not, but I'm pretty sure at one point you described this as you're turning the melee menu music into a funeral march.
Yes. Yeah. As it should be for every time I pick up a GameCube controller. Yeah, you know, death and melee go together hand in hand for me. So, yeah, it felt like a funeral march. It was time to, play myself out in a way.
Wow.
Pretty dark.
Matt, is everything okay, man?
Jeez.
Do you need a friend?
Maybe I can call you at 3 a.m.
You know, my Marth does not quit. I actually throw game audio Smash Bros. Tournaments. I will train you.
Oh my goodness.
All right, our next one, we had a second check-in with Noah.
So I haven't really touched the first section that we heard more. I've been working on the rest of the theme. So I got the melody down. It took me a little time with the bass line, but I kind of have this new bass figure here. So once I had that down, I've sort of I've copy pasted it and just kind of listened to the original theme, tried to figure out what the bass line there is doing.
Nice.
Same with the drums, just copy paste. It's what you gotta do when you have an hour.
That is, yes, very necessary.
Added some staccato brass, just some like trumpets and trombones, and melody in the saxes. Yeah, this is it for the motif. I've decided like this is going to be the length. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have the tenor do a line that's like rhythmically the same as the alto and bari, but in thirds or in sixths or something to add a little bit of harmony.
Nice.
Yeah, just do a little mixing work. Maybe if I have some time, do some automation on that bass to bring out like the little lines.
Nice.
Y'all aren't ready for these horns when we get to hear them. They're so good. What you want to tell us more about this section, Noah? What do you think? What were you thinking at the time? What did you want to do next?
Yeah, I mean, I already said so much in the Zoom video. But yeah, this part, this is really the most harmonically complex part. So I was really, really happy that I was familiar with the theme, because I think if I had to transcribe it, I would have spent a lot of the times kind of hearing out the harmonies. But because I already had it in my ear, because, we've all heard this theme so many times, it was really easy to just map out that bass.
Heck yeah. All right, and our last check-in with Mason this time around.
He's phasing out of reality.
Mason, what's on your shirt? What's the song on your shirt?
That is Legend of Zelda. I think it's Saria's theme, I think. I don't remember.
Oh,
it's a good shirt.
It is a great shirt. I got it at PAX Australia, a little bit of internal marketing for you.
A note before this one, every time, this was the case for everyone, but Mason especially, every time I checked in, was really in the zone, and this happened.
Knock, knock. Knock, knock.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm great. How are you?
Gotta get some big juicy chords in there.
No kidding. Do you have any just ideas of what you want to do in the last like 30 minutes here in order to continue it along?
Right now, what we're missing is we don't have like sub bass going yet. We don't have like our big juicy low end.
Yeah.
Let's get some live instruments in here. I think that we want to.
Nice.
I think I'm gonna have some live instruments that are gonna really recontextualize it.
Ooh, okay, cool.
We'll see what that looks like, but maybe there's a hint over here.
That's exciting. Awesome.
Let's see what happens.
There's like an ethereal cacophony of horns that kind of follows around the room.
Yeah. So when I first started, I actually came in late after everyone else. So I think my first check-in was literally like 3 or 4 minutes after I started. And then the second check-in, I was like, all right, let's start going. Let's see what happens, which is right here. And I think the answer was guitars and 5-string bass, and specifically drop-tuned, like I think drop C guitars.
It's very exciting stuff. I think we're saving playing the actual sample until a little later in this case. But already we move on to round 3. For round 3 of the check-ins, we had yet more changes as they went into the final stretch of their time allowed to compose. So let's hear these final little check-ins. We'll start with Carlos.
How's it going?
I'm doing just fine. I'm doing great, actually. I'm very happy.
Nice. That's good to hear.
And since we last spoke, I think I just had the flugel recorded. This time I recorded a saxophone. And I also recorded upright bass and piano, which I literally just finished. So
fantastic.
Let's see what all
we've got a full combo already.
I don't know. It feels like I don't know. I guess the stereotypical uses of jazz in the noir movie is like, Sonic's in a bar. He's thinking about his times that he had with Amy, or he wished he had with Amy, and he's like, man, why didn't things turn out that way? And then this is what plays in the background, I think.
That fits incredibly perfectly. That's amazing.
Oh man. Now, why isn't that in the Sonic movie too?
They're saving the lore for Sonic 3.
Carlos, do you want to tell us a little bit about some of the techniques that you're using to make this sound the way it does?
Play your instruments well. like seriously, like that's an underrated part of what we do. Like as game composers, you know, or like as audio people, you have to be able to make good sounds in the first place, you know.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I'm using like a ribbon mic on my flugelhorn to make it sound fuzzy like that, and I'm using the same ribbon mic on the saxophone to like blend them together. And the saxophone's playing an octave lower than the trumpet, which has this really nice like honey sound when you, or the octave lower than the flugelhorn rather, and it like blends together super nicely. Yeah, and the strings kind of like, they're like a little like a, how do I describe it? It's like when you have like a nice bed and you have like your layer of like the comforter and your sheets underneath it. I feel like like the string bass is like the heavy blanket on the top, and the piano is like the comforter, and the strings are like the sheets, some combination like that. Oh, and the saxophones and the flugelhorn are like your pillows, right? But then we're missing the air conditioning in the room that gets your sleeping temperature proper, which is the drums, which I'm about to record the next thing.
A good bed metaphor to draw out the how music is made. Rachel, we had another check-in with you then after that.
I'm thinking like in the next 15 minutes, I'm gonna add like, I think more swells here, but I doubled the vocals. Maybe I'll slap some more reverb on there, but the sigh the first time was a little too like aggressive, so just a little something there, I guess.
Why am I like
It's the intro that I want to make, like, it needs something there, but I think the rest of it, we'll see what we have time for.
I have to ask, how many takes of the sigh did you end up having to do?
An embarrassing amount. Do we see the little extra nuggets right there? Like those may or may not have been different types of size. But you know, I kept one. It was good. It was fine.
I can imagine that would actually be very hard to find a take that you feel good with. There's like the length of it, the intensity of it, and then you can listen back to it and it's a weird thing.
Yeah, totally.
But it fits so well in context. It's so good.
Yeah, that was. I learned that day of like, okay, yeah, there's different. That's exactly what I learned. Yeah.
And Trevor, we had another check-in.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, well, you heard the texture so far, so it's just growing a little bit each time. I'm trying to like push things forward slowly. You heard the tubular bells. You'll love it when they come in. Assuming that I set them to the right volume, because that's what I was doing when you popped in. Yeah, you'll get a taste, and if you're like me, you'll also hope that it. I get time to continue. So we'll see. I guess we'll see, because I'm just starting to get excited here.
And here, I'm going to skip the actual file again to save it. To save it for the end, but we do have another little clip here.
Fair enough. I have this little like string arpeggio that's starting to make things feel really sad. So we can isolate that real quick. Context.
Oh boy.
You want to guide us through what's going on there, Trevor?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that there was like something new that your ear was drawn to every time we came back to the melody, because the melody is so strong, and I got to shift it around all of these different things. Not to spoil anything in the future, but we get some horn in there to really somberize things. You know, this is but my air mattress, and then and the strings were kind of like the bag of Cheetos that I almost
Oh my god.
I'm a food metaphor guy, but that I might use that.
Yeah, I've never ever made a bedroom metaphor before.
It was good. It was very illustrative.
Very.
It's very jazzy.
Very jazzy.
I'm actually going to rewind for a little bit here now. I want to go back to your slide, Rachel. Can you guide us through What gave you the idea to do the vocals in the first place? And what are some of the other things that you did, the techniques that you used to make it feel so mysterious? Because at this point, it was already feeling so mysterious for so many reasons.
Yeah, I think at that point, like there wasn't that much more that, like I tried adding different like pads and stuff to it to try and add to like this atmosphere, but then I just kept going back to like, I just felt like vocals in this scenario just was really going to sell it, especially with how short a time I had. But yeah, I don't know. I just with the type of mysterious mood I had in my brain, I was just like, that's it. That's the winner. That's what we're gonna go with. So
Heck yeah.
I couldn't tell you why though.
An epiphany.
Yes.
And the next check-in we had was with Noah.
Do you want to briefly tell me what you've been doing since the last time I checked in?
Yeah, so I haven't, it's not significantly different. I added those harmonies in the tenor.
Nice.
And right now I'm just kind of working on filling out the arrangement on the piano.
And again, I'm withholding the actual audio for all of these just because I want to save them for the final products that are coming up soon. But Noah, yeah, do you want to guide us through what your kind of goals were in these last steps and what kind of techniques you used throughout the whole thing to make it so funky feeling so immediately?
Yeah, I would like to start by saying, like I mentioned earlier, I do tend to obsess over the details. So what ended up happening is I wrote the whole thing in like 20 minutes and then just like tweaked a bunch of little things that were indiscernible every time. But yeah, so I had actually just finished working on a really fun game that had a funky soundtrack, and I was doing a couple tracks for that. So I had a perfect template to use for this. I had those kinds of brass stabs and saxes doing the melody. Really, I think once you got your bass kicks and your drums down, everything you can do on top of that is just a bonus.
Heck yeah. And last check-in we had before the final products was Mason. Let's see what we had. Once again, I popped into the room.
Hello, Mason. Sorry to scare you. What's your thoughts going into the final 15?
You know, I'm feeling pretty good.
Nice.
Let's get some guitar in here. Sound good? There we go.
Is it because I kept scaring you that it kept getting louder?
So if Carlos was building a comfortable bed and you were building a comfortable air mattress, I was sort of building a dumpster fire. And I was just throwing things into it like, oh, why not? Let's just throw this synthesizer in here. And oh, why not an epic choir? And let's get even more drums and even more drums and even more drums. And oh my God. By the end of it, the fire was absolutely out of control and I had removed any semblance of taste from the original composition.
All right, so that brings us to the final bits here. The last bit. At that point, we all convened and didn't share anything. And it was actually quite anticlimactic because they just worked really hard for an hour, and then we got back to the room and we're like, okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Nice. I'm sure y'all did some stuff, but I guess we won't hear it for a little while. But now we do finally get to hear them. And so I guess we'll just jump right into it. We'll go right down that same line. So we'll start with Carlos. Again, a melancholic, nostalgic Sonic Green Hill Zone. Sonic at the bar.
And Sonic on a mattress. We'll leave it right there.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Let's see what it sounds like.
There it is.
Oh no, I lose it.
What a masterpiece.
That's it.
I was so surprised you decided to scrap it all right at the end.
Yeah, very good.
Let's hear the actual real one here. And here it is, the Sonic Green Hill Zone, nostalgic and melancholic. Carlos Eni.
Thank you.
Wow. So good. You got the drums in there. You got the full combo.
Yeah, I think out of all of them, the drums are the ones I'm the worst at. So it took a couple takes to get it down. Also, that decision to move it up a half step really bit me in the ass because playing that bridge on the bass in that key was awful.
No, in D flat.
Yeah, it was in D flat, but it was absolutely awful, absolutely awful. So I just stood on like one note. I just played the roots.
And with the final product, does the metaphor still stand the same, you think?
Well, I'm going to leave that to your imagination, actually. I'm going to leave the metaphor of the sheets and the pillows and the... I'm just going to stop talking.
I want to open it up to the rest of y'all, too. What are y'all's thoughts on the final product? What kind of things did you appreciate?
I loved how warm of an arrangement that Carlos produced.
Yeah.
It really speaks to the power of live performed music and just how much difference a human player makes. It's an incredible arrangement, and it's made doubly so by how well Carlos performed it.
Thank you, Mason.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would watch that movie.
Yeah, really awesome reharmonization. Like that, I mean, you also made like a really long piece. That was great. Yeah, you did all that in an hour and you notated it first with dynamics.
I was so...
Yeah, I think it's like a minute and a half long, isn't it?
I believe so.
I'm a jazz musician.
A minute 20.
That's how jazz goes. Like, it's unnecessarily long and repetitive.
I saw this, like the clip of you come up, and I was like, he's writing it all in sheet music first? What is this guy doing? And then I'm like, if you're going to play every part, you have to. You know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I had done it or I didn't write it up beforehand, the problem is then you have to make all these decisions on the fly.
Yep.
In addition to making the decisions about the performance. So if you make all the decisions about the arrangement beforehand, then you have the time to think as a performer, not just as like a composer at the same time.
Do you structure your day that way too? No, that's a real question though, because as a creative person, you have to figure out where does your decision energy go and where does your, messing around time.
I don't really know.
I might do that.
I have to actually. I legitimately have to think about that. I haven't really thought about that. You know, I've had this blanket that I've slept with ever since I was a kid. I'm not ashamed to admit it. And I think my saxophone is a metaphor for that blanket, and that it will always be with me.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, come on.
Please don't ask me to analyze your compositions in terms of like making home decor.
All right, let's move it right along. Next, we have Rachel with the mysterious Fall Guys. The final version. Let's take a listen. Rachel, everyone. It's so good. Oh my God.
I hear that sigh, and my first thing I want to say is like, "Are you okay?" Like,
It's my reaction to like getting assigned a mood and a theme that are complete opposites. But thanks.
It makes me picture like a scene where you've just been kind of launched out into space or something, and there's like a spooky themed Fall Guys, a bunch of them floating around in space with you.
I feel like astronauts are the original Fall Guys, are they not? Like,
Is this where the Fall Guys go after they've fallen? Ooh.
Whoa. I don't know, actually.
Yeah, I want to do the same thing though. I want to throw it back to the rest of y'all. Talk about some things that we appreciated about it.
go ahead.
I was just going to say I didn't think it was possible, and damn, you did it. You really did it.
Thank you. I tried. An hour. Thank you.
Yeah, the thing that I heard was at the very beginning when that solo voice comes in, like it sounded. I think that was was that like a G? Was it an F sharp? Like the tune is in F sharp.
I don't know.
Okay, Berkeley, I see you.
I don't remember.
But I heard like it was like no.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
That was so cool because like I couldn't tell if it was like you slid so nicely between those two things. It was like such like a weird, like
mysterious.
I feel my mind going to another bedroom analogy, but like I don't. I'm done. I'm done.
In summary.
Wow, that's so good.
Wow, that's so good. Oh my gosh. That's the best.
Trevor, before we get to yours, we'd have a quick little special message from a good friend of yours.
Oh, cool.
Can't wait. I just want to shout out to future Trevor down there somewhere. He's real tiny compared to me.
What's up, dude?
That's all, but you just wanted to say hi to yourself.
That's going in. Yeah.
Thought it'd be nice to include.
It's important to have friends.
All right. Now for the somber Super Smash Brothers Melee.
Can I set the scene?
Please.
Okay. You're at your friend's sleepover. Carlos has made your bed. Everybody wants to play Smash, and you have fun playing it, but you're really bad at it. You're playing Samus for some reason because you like lasers. Your friend Ouija pokes you off the side, and you miss with the grapple to try and get back onto the stage. It was your last life. You're out. The sound of all the snacks fades out, and it zooms in on you as we shift to black and white.
I love that like cymbalum instrument at the end. That was really cool.
Thank you.
I really need to watch the season of West Wing where Dr. Mario becomes the president. That was incredible. I love that so much.
Thank you, Mason.
I think I told Trevor after I listened to it, this is the funeral march for all of my losses in Smash Bros. And I love that the first picture that came up for some reason when I was looking for a picture, max combos, 0.
I uploaded this picture.
Truly.
Wow, that's so good.
Truly fantastic, truly fantastic. Next one, we have The Funky Legend of Zelda Overworld by Noah.
Can't wait.
Let's take a listen. It's so good.
I see you, Tower of Power. Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes me want like a Crypt of the Necrodancer, but like funk edition. So good. Yeah, I wanted to toss that to y'all, back to y'all as well. Get y'all's thoughts on some things we appreciate.
Oh, sorry.
I want to say the best thing ever, I think they don't speak as composers, is when you write something that's supposed to get people moving, and like seeing all of your heads just going like,
oh yeah.
Like that means job well done, right? You nailed the first part.
Agreed. Yeah, that brought joy.
Awesome.
Wow, that's so good.
That objectively slapped so hard and was so satisfying.
Before we jumped to Mason's, I wanted to appreciate something.
Oh my.
Mason's file naming system. At the end, I had them all bounce the various portions throughout and then send me all those files. And Mason's file names included names such as V1, WTF is this? V2, Heavy Boy. V3, wow, that guitar was rough. And V5 now bounced properly, Raffle.
Yeah. The one thing I'll say before we perform this, there was one element that I had hidden from even you the entire time when we were doing this, which is, of course, very prominent in the final mix, as everyone's about to find out.
Oh.
I'm very excited. Here we go. Final mix of Epic Metroid NES version. Here we go.
Metroid Prime 4 like in 2022 or something. Like seriously guys, it has been like 7 or 8 years since they announced this goddamn game, right? Seriously, where is it? Jesus.
Mason Lieberman. What do you have to say for yourself?
I believe my work speaks for itself, and I believe my peers will judge me on whether it was in fact heavy enough.
I think right after recording, I mentioned something like, we don't often have people record vocals of any kind, like words in these recordings. And Mason looked at me and said, oh.
You know, before the panel, we were talking about things, and someone, Rachel had mentioned, she's like, oh yeah, there's vocals in mine. And I was like, yeah, there are vocals of some kind of mine. And someone's like, wow, you sang too? And I was like, no, I said there were vocals.
I thought you were like being humble, but
No, I in fact was not being humble. I was being accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to toss it back to y'all, though, some things you liked about that final arrangement.
What's there to not like, I guess?
It's big.
Very epic.
I felt like I was being sold something. like it was something that was like this is so over the top. You have to like this, and that's what epic music is. So I think you did a great job.
Agreed.
So good. And that unfortunately wrapped it up for us. I wanted to give y'all a quick minute to just really rapid fire go down the line, and if you want to plug something, you can. Carlos, let's start with you, and we can go down the line.
I'm working on a score for a game called Attorney of the Arcane. It should be out by the end of the year. I've been saying that I've been almost done with it for like the past 3 months, and every month I have more to do. So, you know how it goes.
Rachel?
I'm going to take this opportunity to plug Truck to Yomi coming out on May 5th. Okay, yeah.
That's my bad.
Yeah, and you can pre-save the soundtrack as well. Imperial Sound of Music. There you go.
Trevor?
Yeah, follow me on Twitter if you want. Go check out my podcast, DJ Dungeon Master. If you want to support a game that I wrote music for, you can go download Kill It With Fire. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Noah?
Yeah, so check out Himbo Hunter if you're based here in Boston or really anywhere. Check out Game Audio Boston. We bring in speakers every month on our Discord. It's a good time.
And Mason?
I've got a couple of anime series coming out that I'll get to announce fairly soon for the rest of the year. PUBG Mobile, Apex Legends Mobile is coming out soon. I've been working on Teamfight Tactics. Have fun, guys.
And one more thing before this is said and done. I mean, this panel wouldn't be nothing without all the hard work that Josh put into putting this all together.
Give a hand to Josh.
Super well done. Super well done.
Insane editing on this panel, dude. Seriously, thank you so much.
I do want to quickly shout out, too, thank you to the PAX staff for doing all that they're doing to make this happen. And thank you to my friend Matthew Glenn, who you probably saw the Matthew Glenn name on screen a couple of times. Matthew was behind the scenes making this whole thing also happen.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
And then finally, thank you to these amazing panelists. The whole thing is all amazing, every single bit of it.
Thank y'all so much for attending.
Thank y'all so much.
Get up.